Welcome everybody to week 3 of the Splatoon 3 North American League. My name is Milana. Some of you know me as Big Money, but whatever you may know me as, I'd love to introduce you to my co-commentators for the evening. Some of the finest casters in all of Inkopolis. We have the illustrious Falco Flyer and the legendary Splatoon Lily at the desk tonight. Falco, how are we feeling today?
Milana, I am so excited. We are here for week 3, week 1 of the regular season. You know, we've seen 2 fantastic preseason weeks with a lot of strong teams, and today is no exception. We're going to have a lot of fun. Lily, how are we feeling?
Honestly, a little nervous, but doing great. I cannot wait to see how things have shaken up now that we're in the full season. The points matter now. We can't let things get too far ahead of us. At Big Money, I'm just so glad to be here.
As am I. But before we begin, I just want to remind everyone that after this show, you can catch the Nintendo Live Tokyo Mario Kart World Invitational at 9:30 p.m. Pacific right here on this channel, so make sure you don't miss it. That being said, let's check out the schedule for the upcoming weeks of play. Missed last week's tournament? Fret not, we've got you covered. The Splatoon 3 North American League show drops every Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific, where you can catch the best plays from last week's tournament. You're here, you're ready, because every Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific, we have the Splatoon 3 North American League, so be sure to register your team before then for a chance to make it to the top 8 bracket, which will be live streamed every Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific. And the fun doesn't stop because the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim begins 12 p.m. Pacific every Sunday afternoon, so grab a friend and play some chill salmon run to top off the weekend. Finally, the playoffs will be happening on December 13th and December 14th. Live streams will be occurring at 12 p.m. Pacific on both days, so be sure to leave that weekend free to watch some hype Splatoon action. Now, this is our very first week of regular season play, which means that this is the first week that the points will matter toward your final score in the league. Your ladder placement will determine the number of points you receive that week. And if you make the top 8 cut, you and your team have the opportunity to earn additional points to secure your placement for the week. But what's a tournament without some rules? So to recap, the top 8 bracket will feature best of 5 sets, where the higher seed will select the mode and the lower seed will select the stage initially. After the first match, the winning team will pick the mode and the losing team will pick the stage. All 5 game modes have an opportunity to show up during this time, including Turf War, which personally, I think is the most fun to watch since we really don't know when it's over until Lil Judd said so. The players have practiced long hours for the stages in the pool, and while we've seen all of them played in the league at this point, let's see how the teams will fare with them in the regular season. Wow, that was just so much information, but you know what? You guys have been working, we've been watching, we've been looking, and we have our top 8 teams for the first week of regular season play right here, right now. What do you see here, Lily? Do you recognize any of the teams that are going to be playing today?
Absolutely. We're seeing a couple teams come back from the preseason weeks that hopefully people have been following along with. A big one from that is TZS, who had an amazing showing in preseason week 1, as well as Motif, another very strong team who came through and did a great job.
Yes, they totally did. Any teams that you're looking forward to seeing, Falco?
Yeah, well, we know Moonlight, they are a fan favorite for a lot of the members in our community, and there's just so many of these fantastic teams that we've seen in all around our competitive Splatoon scene too. So more of, Milky Way, Motif, Gourmet Race, a lot of these players are just so strong. A good mix of teams who have been playing together very often, and some that have been kind of forming together for the first time for this event.
Totally. And speaking of Moonlight, we are going to be entering our winners quarterfinals match, Fofofo versus Moonlight. Really great teams up against each other. I'm really looking forward to seeing what both teams might have to bring to the battlefield. Are there any players that maybe we should be keeping an eye out for, Lily?
Absolutely. On Moonlight, I'm a big fan of Shadow Wind. Absolutely love watching that Tenebrella play, and it's just so dynamic and something you don't get to see very often, so it's always a treat when they get to come out and fight it out.
Yeah, they do. And I think the tent umbrella is such an interesting weapon because there's not very many players that play it, and especially at this level and at this stage of the game. So I am also really looking forward to a little bit of Shadow in gameplay. And Falco, we are going to be seeing our first match on Tower Control Mako Mart. We have talked about this in previous sets, in previous weeks of play. How do you personally feel about this stage and mode?
Yeah, well, it's all about really how you're going to gravitate and defend those first checkpoints. You don't want to just rush towards the tower and hope you can push it as far. You really need to get a good feel on where the opposing players are standing, and you need to basically figure out where your next move is going to be and always stay ahead of your opponents.
Yes, and you know what? I think that's just a key thing that we have to remember for tower control. We don't all want to gather on the tower at the same time. When we do that, we become kind of sitting ducks on the tower. So we want to make sure that we're spread out, we push forward, and that we make those pushes happen. So as we're waiting for this next set to start, Lily, if you were to go shopping at Mako Mart, what do you think you would buy first?
Oh, see, the tricky here is that I want to say squid chips, but I don't know that they're allowed to have them in Splatoon.
I think that's a little bit cursed, yeah. But that being said, we're going to go straight into the first game of our regular season of the Splatoon 3 North American League. All right, so let's take a look at these loadouts. Falco, what do you see here first?
Yeah, well, looking at Moonlight, those are weapons that all of these players know and love, and really just the weapons that they are known for. I'm really paying attention to Dark using those Dapple Dualies with the beacon and the cooler. That is a weapon we have seen more often, but not super common, but it's really coming up here in our high level.
Yes, and before I forget, I wanted to give a quick shout out to Power, our spec cam operator. That is something that takes a lot of skill, so we want to be able to appreciate our spec cam operators as well. Now, as we're getting into this match, 30 seconds in, we have a little bit of a push for Moonlight, but both teams are really scrapping it out in the middle of this stage. Lily, what are you expecting both teams to be able to kind of do to make this first push happen?
Yeah, honestly, this first little bit of the map is always going to be a very fast, skirmishy battle in the mid area. It takes a little while for anyone to kind of get the upper hand. We're going to need some specials, we're going to need some splats like we just saw coming out from an incredible placed shot from Banzap, and we're going to need a little bit of momentum building up here, like Moonlight seems to be going with right now.
We do, and Basil placing themselves on that little block right there. Unfortunately getting taken out by Kai, an unsuspecting flank from right there. Fofofo placing themselves in a great position to perhaps be making a first push here. Falco.
Yeah, Kai did exactly what any player should do when trying to identify who the backline player is. I need to get rid of them first. That way I can work backwards to forwards. But for Moonlight right now, it seems to be paying off with just kind of playing back a little bit. They're at the first checkpoint, getting past that first checkpoint, and still getting some splats along the way. Nolan was trying to go into their Kraken form. Unfortunately, they could not get there in time, but the tower is still in control of Moonlight.
And we see that Wave Breaker coming out, giving a little bit of support to the members of Moonlight. Moonlight really playing it careful here. Basil hiding behind that block. But Moonlight is in a really great position to make this push happen, Lily.
They truly are. The bubble being popped there in a great position to block any shots coming in from this snipe area from any defending players. Allows the tower to sneak past there and get close to that second checkpoint. The second checkpoint on this map really is the do or die, to say the least. Once you have that checkpoint, it's kind of game over.
Yeah, and we see that they do almost make it to the second checkpoint. Fofofo really holding on to the turf. Dark and Omega scrapping it out. Dark getting the pick on Omega. Kai in a great position to be able to take the tower. Tacticoolers coming out. What is Fofofo going to need to do to make this play happen, Falco?
Yeah, well, we can see they have the cooler and the Tenta missile, so working with the specials that they have ready is going to be step number one. And they are in control of the tower. That menace trying to take out Nolan. 3 members on Fofofo are going to go down with 2 on Moonlight. So unfortunately for Fofofo, that wasn't quite the push they were hoping to get.
With only about 2 minutes left on the clock, Fofofo holding onto that tower, Kai sitting pretty on that tower, FFF3Z holding and using that Zuka there to be able to create a little bit of space. What is exactly happening right here, Lily?
A little bit of a skirmish here, a bit of an ink bath, I would say. Players going down left and right as we're just trying to claim this first checkpoint, which is pretty standard here. This first checkpoint can be a slog to get through.
It definitely is. And we see Shadow trying their best to hold on and get a little bit of control with the tower. When the paintbrush is plopped right at the drop right there, it becomes a little bit difficult for Moonlight to push outward. The big bubbler coming out, but unfortunately not being able to do too much here. What is Moonlight going to have to do to be able to kind of come back from this, Falco?
Well, we saw Moonlight, Shadowwind in particular, knew they had to just touch the tower, stop the momentum from fofofo before fofofo took the lead. And with fofofo having the lead now, they just can play a little bit more carefully. They don't have a checkpoint advantage quite yet. They can work by controlling the middle of the stage, but they're going to want to hope that they don't go 2 players down just like they did right now.
They don't. And Omega placing themselves under that drop, really watching, keeping a watchful eye on Kai, because we saw that flank earlier. We got to make sure that they are keeping an eye on all the members of fofofo. Omega placing that big bubbler really nicely under that drop. And this might be Moonlight's game to push forward, Lily.
It really could be. I mean, they need to get a little bit of aggression here, a little bit of momentum. The bubble going down in a great position, but unfortunately burned a little too early to help them get the lead, means they're going to have to rely on getting some picks. We see a beautiful flank in the back here from the dually, putting some pressure on Basil's E-leader. A little bit of a cleanup from Moonlight, but we're nearing overtime.
We are going to go into overtime as long as Moonlight can get on that tower, but it's looking a little bit scrappy for Moonlight. Fofofo getting game 1. Now, sometimes tower control just kind of runs away from you, and we gotta make sure that we don't go down 1, 2 at a time. Right, Lily? We have to make sure that we're working together as a team. So what do you think might be a good suggestion for Moonlight as they're moving into game 2?
I mean, truly it felt like their special placement was just a little too early in some places. The bubble went down on that left-hand side right under Snipe, which was a great placement when you're trying to break that first checkpoint. But when you have to try to get to second checkpoint, it might be worth saving it to put it on the actual tower itself, even if it burns it a little quicker. Just allows them a little bit more safety while they try to get those guaranteed points.
And Falco, I know that you also are a big bubbler enjoyer. So do you have any choice spots that you would select, place on the stage to perhaps make this push a little bit more fluid?
Well, first of all, I'm happy we have 3 Splattershot Junior enjoyers here on this screen right now. That makes me very happy. But what Lily said too, a lot of Moonlight's special usage was a little bit preemptive, but using the big bubbler in front of the tower, that's going to block shots from your opponent, and you don't necessarily always want to place the bubble on the tower. That timer is going to decrease quicker. So as what Lily said, the bubble placement in particular is going to be really strong, and you always want to play it around the objective or any opportunity that is going to give you a flank on the back line.
Yes, you do. And it seems like our next match up is almost ready. We will be going to Rainmaker. So Lily, how do we play Rainmaker? What's going on?
I mean, basically, you want to grab the fish and take it to the goal. Now, to put it in more technical terms, you do want to pop that Rainmaker shield. It has quite a bit of health, so it's going to take a little bit of teamwork. From there, you take control of that Rainmaker, which is a beautiful weapon in its own right, and move forward with it to the checkpoint and eventually to the pedestal. Once you get that, the checkpoint, incredibly important. Please don't swim past it. And as whoever gets the closest to the goal is going to get the most points and win the game. Now, remember, you have to hit that checkpoint first, and you have to take it all the way to the goal to knock it out if you want to make sure that you're safe. Because as we all know, no push in Rainmaker is safe.
That is very true. And let's not underestimate how powerful that pop of the Rainmaker shield. We saw it last week, right? When that pop of the Rainmaker shield went out, 2 members of, I believe it was but 2 members of the opposite team went down, and we gotta make sure that we are avoidant of the Rainmaker pop when it is about to blow. So it looks like we're going to be on Rainmaker on Museum del Foncino. What a great and very interesting map and stage and mode, Falco.
Yeah, you know, this is one of the stages where you get the pop. When the mid spinner is in the right place, you can get that first checkpoint in a split second. And it's one of the only few stages in this game that have one checkpoint. Typically, you can go either route to the left, the right, the easier, the more difficult route, but no, there is only one in Museum d'Alfonsino. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there's going to be a team that pops Rainmaker, tries to grab it right away, or if they want to wait for that perfect opportunity.
Yeah, so we just want to make sure that all the teammates are working together to be able to kind of push that Rainmaker a little bit ahead. Now, Lily, if you were to rank the ranked modes, where would you place Rainmaker as far as a competitive mode goes? I know it's a hard question. Third?
Clamblitz obviously first. Clamblitz is top tier peak. And then I think we have to go zones just so that the community doesn't hate me. And then after that, I honestly prefer Rainmaker to tower control. I feel like Rainmaker gives you a little bit more versatility, some more movement options that you don't get to see in a tower that's locked to a single path. You kind of get to take that Rainmaker any direction you want and mix it up a little bit.
And you do, and we're gonna mix it up straight into our second match of the day, Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino. So let's take a look at these comps that the teams are bringing into this. Falco, we noticed a little bit of a different comp selection from Moonlight.
Yeah, we certainly do. You know, actually, from the first game, Shadowwind will be sticking with that NZAP 95. And then we're going to have Omega on the Viper Splatana this time around. So that is going to have the Ultra Stamp that they're going to try and use, and Omega quickly taking down that menace. So Moonlight going to have a two-player advantage. Milana, we talked about opportunities to try and take the Rainmaker. This might be one for Moonlight.
This is definitely the opportunity of all time. Oh, unfortunately, I might have spoken too soon. 3 members of Moonlight going down. 3Z moving forward, Dark moving way forward in front of the Rainmaker, kind of carving a little bit of space so that the Rainmaker is able to move safely to that first checkpoint. Lily, this momentum is just crazy.
Yeah, it really looks like Moonlight just moved a little bit too slowly, and fofofo said, hey, we see an opportunity, we're going to take it. We're going to dive right into your spawn, we're going to take out your backliners, we're going to push that Rainmaker to 34, which on this map is pretty impressive.
It certainly is. Moonlight, fortunately for them, being able to stop, I might again be eating my words, commentator's curse, Dark holding onto that Rainmaker and able to almost get the dunk. But this is basically a nail in the coffin for a map like this. Falco.
Yeah, Moonlight in this position, they have to get the knockout if they want to win. They can't simply take the lead and hope they get it. If they take the lead, they're going to be winning this game. So kind of a lot to unpack in that first minute there. I do want to shout out the finesse by that menace who was able to avoid the vacuum coming out from one of the members of Moonlight and able to get some of the splats there. So Moonlight's going to really have to try and overcome this now. They're still getting some of their picks that they are trying to get, but here's really where they want to try and turn it up, at least get that checkpoint to make it a closer game for them.
Just a little more than 3 minutes left on the clock. Shadow popping the Tacticooler, providing drinks for their teammates. Unfortunately, one member of Moonlight going down already. Shadow grabbing, hopefully, Basil using the ink vac, giving a little bit of support to the Rainmaker. I think being able to switch from that E-Leader to the Splat Charger, I think can be really beneficial for a Rainmaker match, Lily.
It truly can. That vac is just so powerful. And pulling out the ink vac at critical moments, especially on Rainmaker, when all you need is just maybe a few more feet. Now, that said, Moonlight needs to go a little further than a few more feet if they want to take the lead here. But this is going to be a little bit of a battle for them, and hopefully the ink vac will provide a little bit support that the E-Leader otherwise wouldn't.
That's true, but we see that fofofo is running a comp that is pretty aggressive, and it seems like Basil has a hard time getting her footing on what they need as a backliner. So, but I might have spoken too soon. Omega is pushing forward, using that wipeout as momentum for their team. So, what do you think, Falco, needs to be done by Moonlight right here?
Yeah, slow and steady is the pace of the game right now. They're in a very good position. They had to wipe out the support of the Inkback as well. So close to a dunk. Milana and Lily down to 2. I think they actually tied it at 1, but because Moonlight was the team who got their second, they unfortunately do not get the credit at 1. It has to go down to 2, so the lead is going to stay on the side of fofofo, and they're going to be dropping it down on that right drop to just try and get it out of their ink spawn. Oh, Lily, that was so close.
It truly was, and honestly, being able to put it into this corner is just a great place to hold it when you have such a strong lead. And by that I mean literally you need to dunk it in order to end the game. So this really is on Moonlight. They're going to have to grab this and move as quickly as possible because they have a lot of ground to cover to get back to where they were.
And only a minute left to spare. They are really scrapping it out in the middle of this stage. Basil hopefully building another Inkback, but unfortunately getting taken out by Dat Menace again. Falco, what do you think Moonlight needs to do to be able to kind of protect themselves from this?
Yeah, it's going to be hard now because with under a minute left, fofofo, they know that they want to try and pull somebody back that can try and go from behind. And that's exactly what they did in that situation. There's going to be a nice crack in there from Nolan. This might be one of the last opportunities. Well, maybe there will be one more with 2 players getting splatted on fofofo. But yeah, Moonlight in this position where, again, just slow and steady for this time. They have that 2-player advantage. They're going to pick it up, but they have to watch who's going to be dropping from that left side.
Basil with the Inkback ready, holding onto it, overtime starting. All the specials are coming out. Lily, what is happening right now?
An absolute ink bath. The specials being popped on both sides. This Rainmaker just trying to survive with the help of their ink bath. But that's 2-3 players down. Just the Rainmaker left here with some jumps to try to support them. And they're damaged in a Rainmaker free zone. They don't have enough time. They don't have enough HP to make it to the end.
And there it goes. Fofofo, game 2 in winners quarterfinals. Wow, I think this is really speaking to how Rainmaker plays, right? So fofofo able to almost get the dunk, which means that Moonlight would have had to get the dunk in order to get the win from that set. And truly, it was just a little bit unfortunate that Moonlight wasn't the first team to have done that, right, Lily?
It really was. And I mean, honestly, on that stage, to get several pushes, not just to 1, but to get that far at all on that stage is so difficult because the pedestal is pretty much right in the opponent's spawn. So as soon as you've taken them out, they've already respawned to try to defend the pedestal itself. So we've gotten to 1 midway through the game, and then we had Moonlight take it all the way to 1 as well. And to try again, I just can't even imagine the stamina you would have to make it like that.
And I just wanted to highlight a player on fofofo. Dat Menace has been really acting like a menace for Moonlight. They are playing very aggressively. How do you think Falco Moonlight should be able to combat that coming back from this?
Yeah, well, now they have 2 games to realize that. If they didn't realize it during game 1, they definitely should realize it during this game because there were 2, maybe 3 instances where that Menace came from the side and it's like, yep, you're the Rainmaker, I see you're unprotected, I'm going to take you out. I'll have the rest of your teammates pull back and you're going to have to slow down this push. So, I mean, we have three different game modes that we can choose from for these teams. Now we have Splat Zones, Clan Blitz, and Turf War. So it's really going to be a matter of which one are they going to be the most comfortable with if they want to go down to a mode like Clan Blitz where, you know, the game is at their pace, or a mode like Splat Zones or Turf War where you're just relying kind of on the ink solely. And I think they're going to have to evaluate that when they choose as weapons because it's a brand new game mode.
Yes, and it is. We're actually going to be queuing up some Turf War. So Falco, could you explain some of the rules of Turf War?
Yeah, of course. Well, for Turf War, use your ink to expand your team's territory, cover more ink than your opponents to win. You're going to have 3 minutes to do this, and it's just the time. There's no knockout situation. It is all on the timer. Hey, if you've played in Splatfest before, this is exactly what Turf War is. And a lot of these players aren't really used to playing it at the competitive level as we are now. So we could very well see different strategies that teams use, or different weapons that we don't typically see them use if they want to leverage maybe painting in just all over the stage, and prioritizing that over getting some splats on the other players. So I'm going to be as interested to see what's going to happen in this match.
And
honestly, the rules that apply to Turf War really do apply to zones as well. So if you're a good player on zones, you're probably a good player on Turf War.
So I then pose the question to you, Lily. What kind of strategies do you think might differ between Splat Zones and Turf War?
Well, I mean, the big part is really you have to keep an eye out on the entire map as opposed to a small area. But really, the rules can just be expanded a little bit. You can find a powerful position further up from where the zone might normally be and protect it. And just keep an eye out for those flanks. And then, once you get to that last little bit of the game, push up into the enemy spawn.
So word has it that we will be having Turf War on Urchin Underpass. Now, we have actually seen this a couple of times in the league so far, but I think what is really worth mentioning about Urchin Underpass is how big this stage is, Falco. What do you think some strategies some teams might employ for this?
Yeah, well, I'll be honest, a lot of my Urchin Underpass experience is from playing Mario Kart in the battle mode, more so than Splatoon. So, but again, for Turf War in general, you know, what you typically don't do in a different competitive mode is painting your spawn. That's going to be something that a lot of these teams are going to be wanting to do in Turf War. Now, for Urchin Underpass in particular, there's lots of little nooks and crannies that these players can hide in. If they do want to try and go for one of those splats without being seen, there's a lot of opportunities that they can hide and then push forward and try and paint some more.
For sure. And, you know, there is a lot of turf on Urchin Underpass, so it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams scrap it out in the middle of the map, the middle of the stage, and to just see at what point are these teams going to decide, oh, is it time to push up forward? Am I going to kind of camp out the middle of the stage to feel out what's going on? So it's a lot of things to consider. We did say that Turf War, we might see some different weapon comps as far as what the teams might bring to the battlefield. Lily, is there some weapon that you might be looking forward to see?
I'm a little hopeful that we might see maybe the new arrow spray come out, or perhaps a reflux. Those are typically pretty strong weapons in this game mode just because of the amount of paint they put out. But I'm also kind of hopeful that Basil will pull out that E-liter again. Especially on this map, it's just so powerful.
And let's see what these teams will pull out. Do we see anything that Lily mentioned, Falco?
Well, we see we do see the Wellstring coming out from Shadowwind. That is going to be the new Wellstring that was added to the game recently. So, you know, not a weapon I've ever seen Shadowwind play. And we also see it on the side of fofofo as well, keeping the paintbrush and the ink brush. So we do have some weapons that a lot of these players, we know that they play, but quite a few different ones as well.
Yes, for sure. And the Ultra Stamp coming out very quickly from that Menace, but using that ink brush really to make a getaway super quick. With just 30 seconds in the game, this is already becoming kind of a back and forth, Lily.
It truly is, and I'm a little surprised, honestly, to see some of these picks. I mean, the ink brush, maybe not so surprising. It does put out an incredible amount of paint, but I'm still kind of shocked to see Nolan still on that 96 gal. A little bit notorious for its splatting power, but not so much for its painting power.
That's true. And you know what? But where Nolan's painting power may be lacking, we do have other members of that team being able to kind of cover ground with the reflux and maybe the wiper as well, if you can get the picks. Falco, with only a minute and 30 left in the match, what do these teams have to focus on in order to kind of build a little bit of turf? control.
Yeah, well, if I'm playing this game, I'm opening my mini-map pretty often just to look at the turf coverage of the entire stage. And right now, fofofo, it seems to be going in their favor right now. Now, of course, we're only halfway done, and things can change very quickly here in Turf War, but fofofo, they just need to hold their ground. As for Moonlight, they just need to get some picks. If you're that menace, just go back and forth, make Shadowin try and get you. Shadowin's gonna walk away with that one, throw a Booyah to help displace some of their members. So, Milana, this could be an opening for Moonlight to try and contest this game a little bit.
I think it might be sorry, I'm still giggling because this is exactly why, every time I see Ink Brush, I'm like, this is exactly why I don't like fighting Ink Brushes, because they're just moving left and right, and I just can't hit them. But you know what? Shadowwind was able to hit them, so you know, both of the teams really scrapping out in the middle. 40 seconds left on the clock. This is the point in time where the players will have to focus on staying alive and grabbing Turf Lily.
They truly do. The last 30 seconds of the map, as much as any player knows, is honestly the most important. It's not the only part that counts, but it's definitely the most important. Any splats at this point in time have massive impact, and you don't want to be the one to go down and lose some of this powerful position in the mid area, and the powerful turf in the mid area as well.
Yes, 10 seconds left. Basil getting rid of that torpedo. They looking pretty good for Moonlight so far.
3 down,
Fofofo's gonna have to get it together, but with 3 down, I'm not really sure this is gonna be. Let's see what Lil Judd says.
I think I can call it.
I think I can too.
Okay, listen, some of you, I'm not as good at spatial awareness as you guys are, so congrats to Moonlight for winning that match. So this is maybe Moonlight's opportunity to make that run back for the set. So, Falco, we have 2 modes left. What do you think Moonlight might pick in order to counteract Fofofo's momentum?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. So they're in the position where they're coming from the winner's side, or they came from the winning side. So Turf War is very different than the 4 modes that are in competitive play typically. So, you know, between Splat Zones and Clam Blitz coming up, I feel like typically Moonlight does perform better on some of those stages too, or some of those stages and modes. So, you know, it's going to be really interesting, and I bet we're going to see some weapon changes as well coming from Moonlight, you know, after going down those first 2 games. If I'm fofofo, I'm not really changing what I'm doing right now. You know, those first 2 wins, even though that Rainmaker match on Museum D'Alfonsino was the closest it possibly could be on paper, they had really good momentum most of the game. So if I'm Moonlight, I'm looking at changing my weapons a little bit, but I'm also going to be optimistic about what's to come.
Yes, totally. And we did discuss a little bit about Turf War and Splat Zones, so Word on High says that our next match is Splat Zones. So Lily, could you tell us a little bit about Splat Zones?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just turf, but in a smaller area. I truly, there's usually 1 or 2 zones in the middle of the map, and you have to cover it and control it with your ink. Usually it's just 1, but every once in a while we have a map that has 2 of them. You control them for a 100 count until it knocks out, and anytime you lose control of that zone, it applies a little bit of a penalty. And if no one knocks it out, whoever has the most points closest to the 0 mark is going to win it.
Very nice. So I know that I'm a little bit of, you know, an unpopular opinion, but I kind of prefer 2-zone maps. How about you guys, Falco, Lily?
1 zone. I prefer 1 zone. You know, that is totally fine.
Handshake emoji. Okay, I love it. Thank you so much, Lily, for having my back.
Anytime.
And speaking of 2-zone maps, our next round is going to be Splat Zones on Undertow Spillway. So, shout out to the 2-zoners in the chat. So, how do you feel about Undertow Spillway overall, Falco?
Yeah. It's another large stage like we just saw on Urchin Underpass, and I think there's going to be a lot of players who are going to take advantage of the higher grounds, typically on the slick spots, on the uninkable spots that are above to try and get some of the leverage, and we're going to be seeing a lot of players flank. Now, again, there's a lot of little ramps and whatnot on this stage, so anytime you get an opportunity to get behind one of your opponents and strike them from the other side, or take the zone that is, typically trickier for you to get, you are going to want to capitalize on that.
And we certainly are. Game 4 of our winners quarterfinals. Lily, what do you see in these comps? Do you see anything different?
I am. I'm seeing the ink brush that Menace ran in Turf War has actually come back in the form of an octo brush, as opposed to, anything else that we had seen them run previously. I'm very surprised to see them pull it in here as well.
Yes, and honestly, I think it's a little bit unusual to see a 2-brush comp. In general, brushes don't do the best at turfing. They are really good at being a menace, but in that case, they're not really able to give that much support to their teammates as far as turfing goes. So I think it's really interesting that they're continuing to bring these 2 brushes back into the fray. Falco.
Yeah, it's working out for them, or it's working out for them now because they have control of the zone. But yeah, Moonlight getting down to 66 and still having some players down as well. That's going to be a really nice shot there from Basil onto one of the members of fofofo. They're going to be laying out that wave breaker to help identify some of the members, and Basil just with the flick getting the shot. That is why Basil is one of the best Charger players in the game. I always love watching to see what they're up to.
Yes, her Charger play is almost mesmerizing, so I think it's really cool that she is setting up, she's getting the picks that Moonlight needs, and I think this is going to be so vital. Omega getting a nice pick on one of the members of fofofo, and really they're holding on to these zones quite well, really.
They really are, and Omega making a beautiful use of those uninkable overhangs above zone to block all of the missiles coming in from that Frozen Pro. Now, they're doing a fantastic job of that and keeping the ink off zone, but they can't quite seem to hold it permanently as much as Omega's chaos is causing, a bit of chaos.
Yes, and we see that, Kai holding onto the zone, standing in the middle of the stage right here, that Menace finding good positioning, Tacticoolers coming out. What is that Menace going to need to do to kind of secure the lead for fofofo, Falco?
Yeah, well, that Menace was just kind of waiting behind because this was the first chance that fofofo had what we call a lockout in splat zones, where they had sole control of the zone, waiting for members of Moonlight to come back in. And that Menace did a good job of not overextending, not putting themselves in a position where they're going to be seen and get splatted right away, and that's why fofofo got all the way down to 24. It looks like Moonlight might be in a position to swap and take control again and give quite a few penalty points to fofofo, but Dark doing everything in their favor to try and keep some of this purple paint on the map, and they don't have the penalty points quite yet, so you really got to give credit to fofofo for keeping up this competitive fight.
They do, and this competitive fight is just continuing. Nolan, the Kraken, coming out. Are they able to get the pick on Kai? Kai kind of using their dodging skills. Unfortunately, Nolan not be able to no! And Kai grabbing that pick, it's going to be a little bit detrimental for Moonlight.
It really is. It's going to be a uphill battle, really. They did manage to get that penalty on, but they're having such a hard time just grabbing and holding onto that zone. We need a little bit more pressure in this area from Basil, and we need Omega's, I think, really just needs to get up a little bit further forward, push the opponents back into positions where they cannot paint anymore.
Yes, and Basil moving up and pushing forward, giving their team a little bit of space to work with. Omega using that teamwork, getting the splat on the Zip caster. This may be Moonlight's opportunity to make that comeback, Falco.
It might be. Omega, we've seen it so many times this match, just getting a ton of splats on members of fofofo. 3Z getting a nice double there on Nolan and on Basil as well. But all that being said, Moonlight is still in control of this zone, and this is really their first opportunity that they felt comfortable holding on to it since the very beginning of this game. But Omega getting a nice splat again, staying safe in their bubble as well. They just really need to not let go of the zone. They can't really afford to get penalty points at this time, or else they're going to have quite a few. They really want to ride this momentum, Milana.
They do. And you know what? That's the difficulty about having 2 zone maps. You have to control both of the zones in order for your counter to tick down. So both zones have to be under your control. Nolan watching, waiting, hoping that he can get a pick on one of the members of fofofo. They are holding onto that zone, and it is going to be Moonlight's lead. Finally, Lily.
A beautiful lead switch there, just in the nick of time, as we are 12 seconds from overtime. Now, if they can hold on to this a little bit longer, any amount of points here is going to be beneficial. But if we can hold on to it until the end of the game, we won't even have to worry about an overtime in the first place. Omega just putting boatloads of paint down onto that zone to protect it all the way to the end, as the opponents on fofofo just didn't have time to take them out.
And just like I mentioned earlier, you have to make sure that you control both of the zones in order to even proc overtime. So because fofofo was unable to control both of the zones at the same time, they were unable to proc overtime, giving the win to Moonlight. And now our set is at 2-2. Very, very exciting stuff. Lily, we have one more mode left. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm Clamblets. It's my child.
We love Clamblets here.
So
we all love Clamblets.
Yes. We are Clamblets enjoyers, and I'm absolutely thrilled. It is my favorite map mode, and I just can't wait for y'all to watch it.
So, since it is your favorite, your child, please, could you explain some of the rules to Clamblets for us?
Absolutely not a problem. So the goal of this one is to take your clams as you find around the map, form a power clam, and use it to break the enemy basket. Once you've broken that protective barrier on basket, you fill that clam up with a bunch of other little clams. One is 3 points and the power clam is 20, and you have to take the timer from 100 down to 0. The person closest to 0 wins the game. Anytime the basket closes, there's a bit of a penalty applied, like you get to see in, say, zones. And I mean, you gotta just keep going at it until you win. The benefits, it's just so much. You get to just travel around and pick up all these little golden clams, and you get to hoard them from the opponents, and then you get to make sure no one else can hold the clams, and you get to have all of the big money.
You know, I know something about big money, so here we are. So when we're talking Clamblets, I know we've mentioned it a lot, that there's a lot of diversity of play as far as Clamblets goes. What are some strategies that we might expect to see, Falco, when these teams are going into this Clamblets match?
Right, one of the weapons that we see in Clamblets more often than other modes are ink brushes and octobrushes and paintbrushes. And guess what fofofo has been using this entire time? So they might be set up for success for this one, just because you move so fast as a brush player in this game. You can quickly pick up these clams, score that power clam in the basket, and then retreat, have your teams follow up. So I think if you're Moonlight, you have to be on edge, but we all know that they know that too.
Yes, certainly. And our final match of this set will be Clamblets on Inkblot Art Academy. An interesting stage pick for sure. Lily, how do you feel about Inkblot Art Academy?
It's difficult. There are a decent amount of clams that spawn all across the map in pretty convenient locations. You have 2.5 venues to push into the basket to try to make those openings, and you have pretty large boxes and pillars out in the mid area to help block enemy lines of sight. So this could be beneficial for fofofo, where Basil might not be able to play that E-leader as effectively as she might want to, because those large boxes in mid are blocking her from being able to help her teammates as effectively.
And as we mentioned, fofofo does use a lot of brushes, and brushes are known to hide behind boxes, hide under ledges to get those unsuspecting picks. So we might see a lot of dominance coming out from them. So we are going into our final match of our winners quarterfinal set, Moonlight versus fofofo. Falco, what do we see here as far as comps go?
Yeah, really no changes on the side of Moonlight other than Basil going to the Splattershot Charger instead of the E-leader. Dat Menace going to be switching to the 52 gal, and a lot of the same weapons that we typically have seen from other members of fofofo.
Yes, we have, and we actually see them opt to change out of a brush, which is interesting given that we had kind of predicted that brushes might come up more often in Clam Blitz. So I think that was an interesting choice by fofofo. Do you think that that would be beneficial to them in any way, Lily?
Absolutely. I mean, brushes are very powerful in Clam Blitz in solo play because of the amount of distraction tactics you can employ. But players like Moonlight are just so experienced, they aren't going to be falling for those kinds of aggressive tactics. So switching off that Octobrush into something that maybe has a little bit more firepower is probably going to help them in the end.
Yes, for certain. 4 minutes left on the clock. Moonlight having 10 clams in their pocket. The tactic cooler coming out. It looks like they're readying for a push, Falco.
Yeah, they have the map control, they have the clams, and they were smart to not form a power claim too early. We see Basil holding 7, and she could very easily pick up another one early on, but when you're holding that power claim, you essentially have a permanent point sensor on you. So you don't want to always be spotted. You want to wait for that perfect opportunity to get that 8th claim to form a power claim to push forward, and Basil's still waiting for that, but time might be expiring. I know Moonlight still has a player advantage, but they still are trying to get the right footing.
And it is really difficult sometimes to know when the right time to push is. Do we kind of work towards a smaller push, but a successful push? Or do we work towards something that is more substantial? The tactic cooler coming out again. It looks like maybe Moonlight is prepping for the push that they're looking for right now, Lily.
Nolan getting that pick on a flanking dually is definitely going to help as well. And we really just need 1 or 2 more picks in a very aggressive situation like this, but unfortunately Kai with that slosh are going to get in behind and cause a little havoc. We have, by we I mean I, have a saying in Clam Blitz, is the longer you hold a power clam, the less likely you are to score it, and Moonlight kind of ran into that, unfortunately, in that last hold.
They did, and with half of the counter already down, both teams are now scrapping it out in the middle of the stage. Kai looking for a pick, avoiding the bombs, avoiding those torpedoes, using that tri-strike, hoping to get a pick. What do you think either team needs to do to be able to move forward with their pushes, Falco?
Yeah, well, Moonlight seems to be in the driver's seat right now with the power claim and the ink back and the ultra stamp coming out from all members. 2 players are down. Basil's going to go in and score. This is definitely Moonlight's opportunity. Unfortunately, Nolan the only one holding clams is going to get splatted. They're going to go down. So that push looks like it will end at 65. A lot of players in this game will say you want to try to get below that 60 mark, that 2 power claim to give yourself a little bit of a cushion. But hey, at this point, 3 minutes in the game, that's what got Moonlight the lead.
Yes, but let's not forget that fofofo does get that pity clam. Oh my god, and 2 members of fofofo going down. They're unable to get that pity clam into the opposing team's basket, and it's forcing...
Kai's so close.
Kai almost got that singular clam in, but with a push of just 20, they are shy of taking the lead from Moonlight, Lily.
Yeah, it does look like Dat Menes got in behind and took the 0.5 route I spoke about earlier of the taking the railing up into that bats area and causing a little bit of havoc. But, I mean, things seem to have reversed and stalemated a little bit out in mid. We are gonna have to watch that left-hand side, unfortunately, for the rest of that game because once someone does it once, they're bound to do it again.
They are, but sometimes scrappy pushes in Clam Blitz just are not going to be enough points to be able to get yourself really substantially on the board. Omega jumping out, avoiding some specials that are coming out from fofofo in a great position to push up here. Falco. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, fofofo finally able to get that power claim in. I was holding my breath as you were too, Milana. I'm like, are they going to get it or not? But fofofo did score again. Unfortunately, no follow-up at all because they had some penalty points they had to break through. Remember, you get half of the penalty points from what you scored as your penalty points. So it's not going to be enough for them. Moonlight here now with an opportunity to break open that basket. 10 seconds left. If they have this basket open when time expires, they will be awarded the win. I don't think they're in a position to do that except for Basil, who's holding some clams. They are pushed back, but it is actually enough. So Moonlight is going to be getting this win on Game 5 and moving to the winner semifinals.
Yeah, and really impressive stuff from Moonlight. We have that reverse sweep, and we talk a lot about mentality in this game, Lily. We talk about how sometimes when you're down 2 and you need to get 3 wins in a row, that can be very difficult.
It honestly can. It can be really stressful too. And players like this of a high caliber who've been playing for a very long time, they've built up the sort of resilience and the stamina to be able to do that. But that doesn't make it not exhausting. So to have to do it in the first round of a top 8, I feel bad for them. Hopefully they get a bit of a breather later.
For sure. And we could all use a little bit of a breather, especially after those plays, right? Me and Falco holding our breaths. Sometimes we saw at that very last play, the specials all coming out, the ink vat coming out from Basil's, holding on to the, making sure that none of the members of fofofo could get in. It was just truly just chef's kiss, masterpiece, masterful tactics. So that being said, we have finished our winners quarters final, so let's take a look at the top 8 bracket again. And it looks like that in our winners quarters finals, 5 has knocked TZS into the losers top 8. They will be fighting against fofofo, who we have just seen. Moonlight moving into the winner semis to be versing 5. Milky Way going 3-0 against Hypernova, a team that we've seen in previous weeks. And Motif also going 3-0 against Gourmet Race. So we have our winner semis finals set up for this next set. And it looks like Voice on High tells us that we will be watching Milky Way versus Motif. Very, very exciting stuff. And we've seen Motif on this big stage before. Lily, how do you think these teams are going to match up against each other?
It's going to be very interesting. Milky Way has some players on it that have been around this scene since the beginning. And that is going to be very difficult. Now, Motif is no green spring chicken, I think it is. They've definitely played together before quite frequently. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a battle, but I also wouldn't be shocked if things just snowballed a little bit in the favor of Milky Way.
Yes, totally. And because we've seen Motif on this big stage before, is there any player, Falco, that we should be keeping an eye out for?
Yeah, Red Shell is one of my favorite players to watch, I think, in particular. They are just so strong. Kira strong as well. So they're going to be a few of the key players that we're going to want to pay attention to. And of course, they have the experience of playing in the preseason. This is a team that won the preseason week 1. Now, did any of those points matter? No, but they got the experience and the practice to put themselves in this position. Some of the stamina practice too, because a lot of these players we mentioned, they already did 3 hours of a ladder tournament, and now they're in the top 8 double elimination. So that is another element that is at play here. But I'm looking at Red Shell and Kira in particular. They are one of my favorites to watch.
Yeah, and having been on the opposing side of Red Shell, I think it's just not a fun time. I'm sure all of us have been on the opposing.
Really shaking their head like,
yeah, nope. Yeah, it's honestly quite scary. So I think Red Shell is definitely a player that we have to keep an eye out for. And I'm wondering how Milky Way is going to kind of utilize certain strategies to maneuver around this Ink Brush, Octobrush play. And yeah.
I think honestly Red Shell has been playing the Octobrush since before most Splatoon players were alive. And as a Splattershot Junior player, I absolutely detest fighting Red Shell.
That's one of the positions you just throw your splat bomb and just really hope that they make a wrong turn and get splatted.
Just leave. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I let my teammates hold that. Yeah. So, I mean, we're going to see some good teamwork, especially coming out from Milky Way to be able to combat Red Shell's brush. And maybe a little bit of good luck and hope on their side as well.
Yes, for sure. And Word on High says that we will be going to our first match, Splat Zones, on Crab Leg Capital. And we've seen this before in our preseason weeks, and there's something just so interesting about the way that the stage is designed with the grates on top, that many backliners can just sit up there, sit pretty, and they, if the specials come out, they just take a step back and then they step forward again. So what kind of maybe backline weapons might we see, Falco, in this specific map and stage?
right. One we haven't seen yet, the heavy edit splatling, is one that I feel like a lot of players typically do enjoy. And you're right, there are a lot of greats in the Hydra splatling. Lily is very excited for that one too, which is a fun weapon. But I'm also curious to what weapons are going to try and counter some of those backline players too. I'm thinking blasters. We didn't really see any in the first set. We haven't seen a ton of blaster play to be honest, and the preseasons either, but those are the weapons that you just want to get underneath those grates, try and get your direct to get a one-shot splat and really take out the backline to give yourself an advantage.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious because in our preseason weeks, we've seen a lot of S-Blast play. We've seen a couple of blasters come out here and there, but overall, I think blasters are in a really good position in the game so far. So I'm looking to see maybe if one of the members of either team decides to opt for a blaster, because blasters, as we know, can shoot straight through the grates. So maybe not a bad thing to bring to the battlefield this time around. So I know that I'm not like really the biggest Crab Leg Capital fan, mostly because I also play not a very long range shooter, and I also get kind of annihilated by the backlines. How do you guys feel about this map at this stage?
I'll let Lily go first.
I kind of love it.
Oh, okay.
As a Splattershot Junior fan and a Splat Bomb fan, I tend to run a little bit of sub power up, and that adds a little bit of range to my bombs. So I can usually stand in a pretty safe position and chuck a bomb as far as I possibly can, and match the distance and the range of things like pencil. So I'm actually in a pretty good position to be able to match those longer range weapons. Now, I'm not a big fan of the things like blasters and sloshers that will sit right under your ledges and take you out.
I'm already taking notes, Lily, because I think I need to run a little bit of that in my builds. We gotta make sure that we use the tools that we're equipped with to be able to combat what we're given. And
Exactly.
Falco, how about you? What are your thoughts on this stage?
Yeah, well, I mentioned too, I like to play blaster, so that would be, unfortunately, Lily, that would be one I choose to try and fight you, but you're a very strong player, so I might avoid the one-on-one conflict with you. I'll opt for somebody else, but, yeah, I'll try and take advantage of the stage in general too, and similar to Lily, if I'm playing a weapon that has a very strong sub-weapon like a Splat Bomb, I will try and utilize that and catch a lot of opponents off guard and really chuck those bombs up on grates, chuck them up on ledges as well. If I'm playing a junior, I am never not holding down the paint button because I want to just try and paint the whole time. And like we mentioned, this is Splat Zone, so there's going to be a lot of paint that's going to be going back and forth, but yeah, it will be interesting to see how some of these teams and players really control the stage, control taking out the backlines, and see how they utilize their specials. Because on Splat Zones too, you're just repainting already existing ink in one location, so you're more likely going to get more specials than other modes just for that purpose. So it's really too about avoiding some of these specials like Trizukas that could come out. In some of these tri-strikes as well. The Ultra Stamp has been much more prominent now as well, so it's all about the finesse and your abilities to just kind of get away from conflict you don't want to be in.
Yes, totally. And I know that both of you are big bubbler enthusiasts, as I've mentioned before. So being able to place that big bubbler straight on the zone can also be a really effective strategy as far as capping the zone and keeping turf away from the enemy, the opponents. Now, we've talked a little bit about playing patiently versus playing aggressively. Now, for this stage and mode, what do you think, Lily, is a more effective strategy? Is it to play more aggressively, to kind of chase the other team away from the zone and move forward, or is it to play it safe and play around the zone?
Honestly, the biggest part about Crab Leg Capital is that there's a kind of ledge where you drop down into the zone area. And your best positions for most weapons is either going to be up on the grates, watching anyone trying to drop down into that threatened space, or sitting right under those ledges and picking off anyone who drops past you. So you want to play a little bit of a combination of the two. You might want one player up in that top right area threatening their spawn, but most of the players are going to be a little bit further and closer to the zone area just to protect those drops and protect themselves from being picked off a little too early.
Totally. And we did mention that sometimes we have one zone maps and sometimes we have two zone maps. This in particular being a one zone stage. But it is kind of a bigger zone. So Falco, what kind of strategies might the teams employ to be able to hold on to a bigger zone?
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to using some of those specials. I mentioned the tri-strike because it's really common where there will be a player who throws a triple tri-strike. They can cap the zone just by doing that. It happens pretty often. But also, if I see somebody has 3 of their specials at the ready, I'm going to retreat. I don't want to be in the mix. I don't want to be in the zone. I especially don't want to be splatted in the zone. So it's a good balance of knowing how many players are alive on the other team. That just really depends on how aggressive I want to be. If we're in a 4 versus 4 situation, I don't want to overextend. I don't want to put my team in a disadvantage by risking myself to try and make a hero play, if you will. So I am always constantly looking up to see how many players are still active on my team, how many players are active on the opposing team, and just really coordinating our specials and, to the best of our abilities, pushing forward as a unit.
Yes, totally. And remember, teamwork is the name of the game for a game like Splatoon. So we have talked a little bit about teamwork, but let's break down some of the roles that teams have when they encounter, when they go into competitive Splatoon. So Lily, what kind of roles might you break some of these weapons down into?
Absolutely. I mean, my favorite, of course, is a support role. That's the role I tend to play, where you look at things like making sure the objective is covered and making sure the turf is down where it needs to be, and generally supporting your more aggressive players, which moves on to our second position, is the aggro. The aggressive player at the front, who typically is getting those splats, who's fighting the close-up battles and making sure that no one has a safe place to stand. Mm-hmm. And then follow that up with a backline player, someone like Basil, who's running with those longer range weapons, who can pick off from afar and generally serve as a moving, living beacon for their teammates.
Yes, and we mentioned the breakdown, you talked a little bit, Lily, about the breakdown of these roles. Now, Falco, this is kind of like a question that's up in the air with the competitive community. Do you think that there should be an even distribution of the roles, or do you think that maybe if a team has, say, 3 support players and a backline player, that could be successful?
I think it's always a case-by-case situation, and there's a lot of variables that go into play. You have different stages, you have different game modes, and I think most importantly, you have your opponents of who you're facing. Now, all of these players who are in our top 8 of this bracket, they all know each other, so they know what they're getting themselves into. It's a matter of, have we played this particular stage and mode against this team? And the answer could very well be no. So I think you have to have some of the flexibility in there. And for instance, like we saw before, we saw Shadowwind we saw him stick with the end zap. We know him as playing Tentabrella, so he had to completely shift gears and change how he plays for some of the games. And I know a lot of these players will do that same thing as well. But, more often than not, you're going to see maybe 2 support players, maybe 2 aggression players. You're probably not going to see 2 backline players just because you want that forward momentum and some of that support. But I'll leave it up to anybody to decide how they want to play the game, because that's the beauty of it.
It's a beautiful thing. It really is. We talked a lot about diversity of play, and I think that really speaks to it, that even if you select a weapon and you're like, I think I could play this supportively, or you might even be like, wait, actually I can push up a little farther. I can play it more aggressively, something like a Splattershot Junior. I have been misfortunate to have been on the other side of Lily's Junior. So sometimes you can just decide how you play a weapon in different ways, and I think that's very, very cool. So we did talk, I think you mentioned, Falco, that there is a chance that maybe these teams, even though they've known each other, they've played each other a lot, that they maybe haven't had an opportunity to play each other on that specific stage and map. So I'm just wondering, Lily, how do you prepare for a game like Splatoon where there's just so much diversity? And
Lots.
speaking
Honestly,
of diversity, we're just gonna go straight into the game.
Into it. I mean, the quick answer to what you asked is lots and lots of practice and lots of scrims, which guaranteed both of these teams have been doing in the weeks leading up to this league. Now, I mean, getting pretty well into things, there's not a whole lot here that's controversial. We're seeing some pretty standard weapons come out.
And we do, and before we forget, make sure to thank your local spec cam operator. Thank you so much, Power, for operating the spec cam. Again, it is a very, very arduous, difficult job, and we really appreciate Power for doing such a good job with it. So, 4 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Duck Motif getting the zone early. Drift getting a splat on Jared. But Milky Way holding onto that zone for perhaps a quick turn of the lead right here, Falco.
Yeah, I think they did a great job with that, and holding on to Drift. Drift really didn't have anywhere to go. I think they probably should have jumped out and jumped back to spawn because there were members of Milky Way on the side of the zone and right behind them. So Milky Way trying to keep up this momentum, identifying Bandit. That is going to be Ice with the Crab, able to take them out, but Red Shell is going to be taking out Jared now, and Jared's going to go out. So, once you get a splat, then you're going to get splatted. I think that is the case of what's happening with these teams. But all said and done, Milky Way still doing a fantastic job holding onto the zone and maintaining that player advantage.
And we did talk a little bit about hopefully seeing a Blaster brand using that S-Blast, camping out that drop, making sure that members of Duck Motif are not able to get out of their spawn. And Red Shell desperately using that Zipcaster, but unfortunately not be able to get any picks from that. And that
really rough.
A little bit.
It was a truly rough one.
It was a little bit of a rough game for Duck Motif, and I think that just really speaks to Milky Way's expertise, their experience with the game. We noticed exactly where they were camping. They were really holding on to ground to be able to make sure that Duck Motif was not able to drop into the zone, because if you can't get close to the zone, Lily, you can't paint the zone.
You really can't, and a big part of what helped was those crab tanks. We saw multiple crab tanks. Anytime that Red Shell Zipcaster or anytime any player tried to drop in, there was just a crab tank there ready to shoot a massive explosion at them and prevent them from moving any further. And I think that was unexpected for Duck Motif to see that many crab tanks in one place.
Yes, that was a lot of crab tanks, and you know what? That's okay, because we're gonna move straight into our next mode, which will be tower controls. Falco, what do you think is important to know about tower control?
Yeah, I mean, tower control, again, we saw this earlier, but yeah, you need to control this tower to push it to the end of the stage. You want to take control, and if no opponents are on the tower, it will begin moving towards their goal. The tower is going to have checkpoints as well. Some stages have 2, some have 3. You want to try and control these towers, and they're going to be stationary, so you want to make sure that you are avoiding any members of the opposing team getting off. And if neither team reaches the goal, the team who comes closest to the goal wins. That tower, if nobody is on the tower, will go back to the midway point of the stage. So it is a little bit of a slower mode, but it can snowball. It can snowball out of control. We have definitely seen it. But yeah, you're not necessarily controlling the pace of the objective, unlike Rainmaker or Clan Blitz. You're more at the mercy of, we know how long this is going to take if we're uncontested. And I think Duck Motif, they're really going to want to try and take all the time they need based on how quickly our Game 1 went.
Yes, totally. And we've seen this before, and we'll see it again. Our match 2, round 2 is going to be happening on Mako Mart, tower control on Mako Mart. So, Lily, what kind of things do you see in the comp? Do you see anything different?
Honestly, not too many changes. We do see the Blaster leaving from the side of Duck Motif. I believe we had a Blaster on that side earlier, but it looks like we've switched over to the S-Blast on the side of Milky Way, which is going to be a beautiful Booyah, hopefully coming in to protect this tower on the pushes.
Yes, and Booyah Bomb is going to be such an invaluable special when it comes to tower control, because when you throw the Booyah Bomb on the tower, there just isn't anywhere else to go but off the tower. And so we see Bandit camping, holding on to ground in the middle of the stage. One member of each team down. Red Shell Zipcaster coming out, unable to get a quick splat. And let's see if they're successful. And unfortunately, that Zipcaster goes down without really doing too much, Falco.
Yeah, Red Shell in his position there were 3 members of Milky Way, so they were either going to get all 3 of them or none of them. Unfortunately, they got none because their Zipcaster landing was just a little bit too short. But this will be Milky Way's opportunity to try and push. They did have a player advantage, got on the tower, but quickly shot down by one of the members on Duck Motif. That was going to be Bandit who was getting that very nice shot. So again, more of a neutral game here, but if you're Milky Way, you're going to take out Red Shell, you're going to take out that last player, you're going to hop on this tower and ride it as far as you can.
And we see Bran camping out this drop, the Tacticooler coming out, allowing the players to come back super quick back into the action. Bran holding tight right here. What can we say about the positioning of Milky Way right now, Lily?
Honestly, Milky Way is guarding these ledges and these drops so powerfully. They're not really allowing much room for Duck Motif to come into this middle area and take control of that tower. And almost as soon as Duck Motif is dropping, they're going down to Milky Way. And really, that's kind of what we want to see. We want to see Milky Way in these powerful positions where they have wide open fields of view to see everything going on.
And they do, and when you are able to see what's going on in the match, you're able to communicate it well with your teammates as well. So Tactical coming out, Milky Way, many of them dropping into the base of Duck Motif, hoping to get a little bit of, nice pick from Bran, unable to get the second, but Red Shell kind of by themselves. They're going to need to play it a little bit carefully. Q in a kind of precarious situation. Red Shell taking her out, but not before Milky Way pushes it to 40, Falco.
Yeah, Red Shell's actually been doing a very good job. I know their team doesn't have the lead quite yet, but they're not allowing Milky Way to have a 4-player advantage that they want to push this tower. So I really admire their efforts. Now, unfortunately, the other members of Duck Motif are going to go down. We have our first wipeout in the game. Milky Way really want to capitalize on this, and they also have the tactical cooler ready. That is going to be deployed by Q. Other members of Milky Way going to be picking it up. And we do have another weapon change. Ice is switching from the Splattershot Crow to the Splattershot Forge with the Booyah Bomb. So they, like you mentioned earlier, Milana, they are really going to want to rely on this Booyah Bomb, especially if they have the lead, to try and make sure that Duck Motif doesn't have any opportunity to make it come back.
And we remember that Booyah Bomb is not only to maintain and secure the tower, but also it is a really great turfing special. So it will create space for your team to be able to move forward. Now, Bran holding tight, 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. It really is Milky Way's game to lose, so all they really have to do is play it pretty safely, Lily.
Honestly, yeah, that's all they have to do. They don't have to push the tower anymore, but if I were them, I'd be trying to move the tower into a stronger position on this left-hand side, perhaps. You can kind of just leave it here and force Duck Motif to drop into you without a whole lot of wiggle room, and it puts you in a very powerful position for defense while still being very aggressive.
They do. Crab Tank coming out by Jared, Ice sitting on that tower, and they're doing exactly what you're saying, Lily. They're putting that tower a little bit past mid so that they can get a little bit more position, so that if by chance the match ends up in overtime, they are able to get a couple more seconds left on the clock for themselves. Tacticooler coming out, Bran holding tight, 20 seconds left. What does Duck Motif have to do, Falco?
Well, I mean, when you go 2 down by Bran, it's really hard to figure out what you need to do with the time allowed. As Bandit's forced to back up, that is one of those things that I don't want to do this, but I absolutely need to jump back to my spawn. And unfortunately for Duck Motif, it doesn't look like there are many opportunities with the double Booyah and the Crab as well. Milky Way just waiting for that timer to go down. I think Milky Way knew that that was their plan all along. They thought, you know what, we're not going to get the knockout. We're going to just try and rely on holding on to mid. We're going to let Duck Motif drop from these ledges, from their spawn. And once they come into mid, we're going to take care of business and get the win.
And they certainly did get the win. It was a very, very strong fight by Milky Way. They were all there. And, I think throughout that match, we didn't really see too much turf lost in mid by Milky Way. And we talk a lot about that turf control is one of the most important things, no matter what competitive mode you're playing, Lily.
Yeah, it's honestly so rough because you have to kind of balance getting the splats with getting the turf. It's hard to get the splats if you don't have the turf, and it's hard to get the turf if you don't have the splats. So you have to find an even outcome there, and it really just feels like Duck Motif just couldn't get there. They couldn't get the splats they needed to maintain the area, and because they couldn't maintain the area, they just didn't have the paint they needed to be able to occupy more space and build off of it.
Yeah, it almost felt like like an avalanche coming at them, where if one went down from Milky Way, somehow, like immediately, the Tacticooler procs, they come right back into the action. And I think that kind of steamrolling is very difficult to come back from. So if you were in Duck Motif's position, Falco, what do you think you would do to kind of stop that momentum from growing?
You know, you're already down 2-0 in this situation. I think you want to try to go to a different mode like Turf War. If, you know, I'm just trying to think out loud of what I would do. What is something that Milky Way might not be as excelled in that they typically are? And that's the first thing that comes to my mind. But Milana, I think we're going to a different mode.
We are definitely going to a different mode. Lily, would you like to talk about it?
I'm going to assume we're going to Clan Blitz.
Yes, we are. We're going to Clan Blitz
I'm so
on
excited.
Umami Ruins. What do you think, Lily?
Ooh. I will say Umami's not one of my favorite places to play Clan Blitz.
Okay.
Where we normally look for strengths in Clan Blitz, you want some very good clam spawns that are spread out enough that they're not all too congested, and you also want different entrances into the basket area. And on Umami, we kind of only have 1.5, because you have a ramp that goes right up to basket, and your other option is to hop on a block and hop up into the left area, which is a bit of a snipe area, but you're kind of having to face the opponent while doing it, and they can shoot you. So you don't really have a ton of options for being able to get in and open that basket.
But we'll see how Duck Motif handles this next match. This is their last opportunity to stay in the winner's bracket. So let us see how these comps are changing. Actually, we do see a little bit of a change up from Duck Motif. Falco, what do you see there?
Yeah, that is going to be the Splatter Scope camo, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be one of the weapons that's newer in the game, Sprinkler and Crab Tank, that will be on the side of Duck Motif. So really trying to change it up. They need anything in their favor if they want to stay alive here, Milana.
Yes, they do. And you know, I think Crab Tank could be something that gives them maybe a little bit more support. Red Shell with an Ultra Stamp coming out, no longer with the Zipcaster, unfortunately getting taken out by Q. But you know, I think an Ultra Stamp could be something a little bit more aggressive that they might need to be able to make these pushes happen, Lily.
Absolutely. It feels like Milky Way kind of just caught on to how the Zipcaster was going to be playing with a brush. So maybe the swap over to the Wiper and a Stamp will make things a little bit more threatening for them, or we can hope at least. Almost as threatening as Bandit's Crab Tank.
Yes, but Bandit unfortunately getting pushed back into their spawn. Ooh, getting a nice snipe through the Booyah Bomb, but that's not going to stop Milky Way's push. They're pushing it to 59, no clams left in their pockets, but the push isn't quite over yet. Falco.
Yeah, not over yet, but so I thought Red Shell was going to score again, but no, that was their basket. I'm actually still impressed by Bandit's shot through the Booyah. Like you said,
yes.
You can't see anything in that position. You're just saying, hey, I think there's a body here. That's where I'm going to aim to get my paint, and I hope I'm going to get a splat with that. But Duck Motif really riding on this momentum where Milky Way had to back up. There's going to be a tactical that's ready. Kira is going to deploy it. A power claim is ready as well for Bandit, trying to identify ice and get them with some of these longer shots from the Crab Tank. So again, Duck Motif really wanting to ride this momentum. They have the turf control. They absolutely have the player advantage now. They need to strike right here if they want to get the lead, and I think they're in position to do so. But two are going to go down. Oh no, that may have been it.
And unfortunately, like we mentioned before, a push with just one power clam sometimes just almost always just isn't enough. It brings back the penalty of 10, and Duck Motif is going to have to make an even stronger push to maybe attain the lead from Milky Way. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, the clams' control goes very strongly in Milky Way's favor. How do you think they're going to use this to push in, Lily?
I mean, honestly, 19 clams in control for Milky Way. It's definitely going to be rough. Like I said, they have this one door to push through, and it's not always the easiest, especially when there's things like a crab tank protecting it. But you get those picks in, you get up into this top area where we see Jared popping the crab tank, and honestly, things can snowball so quickly from here. Get some powerful players and some powerful weapons up there, and there's not much that they can't do.
Yes, but unfortunately they do need clams. Oh, Q coming in clutch with the 3 clams. They're making that push to 12, and a push to 12 is very strong in Clam Blitz, Falco.
Yeah, that is a very good push. And Duck Motif doing exactly what anybody should do. Seeing 3 of their members went down, we need to take care of mid right away. We will take the power clam that we have. We just want to make this a neutral game so we can have some leverage. And speaking of leverage now, Duck Motif getting 2 power clams. Not really enough to extend the lead. They have 1 more power clam, but I believe Kira, not close to the basket. Know that they definitely don't want to approach that basket, or else they're just going to be a sitting Duck Motif at that point, and he splat. I'm proud of that one, by the way. So, down to 41, but still keeping some of this momentum, Milana.
They are keeping the momentum, but 21 clams in the pockets of Milky Way. They are holding on, but 3 go down on Milky Way. Kira grabbing that power clam, rushing to the basket. Ice throwing the Booyah Bomb, unfortunately unable to get too much out of that. But you know what? A push to 41, they still didn't make it through their penalty, which means that now their penalty still grows from there. Duck Motif is going to have to make a really big push to make this lead happen, Lily.
Yeah, and it truly makes me nervous. This is the point of the game where you need to have as many clams as possible, and Milky Way holding on to 13. I mean, you're struggling now not only to get the clams for a push to open the basket, but also the clams to get the points going in. Now, I will say, getting 3 down on Milky Way is going to go a long way towards making this push happen. But, I mean, we still have to break through this very strong door area.
And we do, and we talked about it earlier. There's kind of like a bottleneck here that's a little bit of a funnel. You're kind of walking straight into the enemy arms, and Duck Motif is going to have to get the player advantage in order to move forward with this push. Red Shell, the Ultra Stamp coming out, 3 down on Duck Motif. This is not looking good.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to call it there. That is overtime done. Even if they had had a ball at the end, it would not have been able to open that basket.
They did not, and that would mean that the winner semifinals goes to Milky Way with a 3-0 sweep against Duck Motif. And we have seen Duck Motif in previous weeks during this league, and we've seen how strong they are. So, who's to say that Milky Way hasn't watched those previous weeks of play, built a strategy around it, and countered Duck Motif at every chance that they could get, Falco?
Yeah, and I mean, with the preseason too, I know that in particular, there's a lot of teams here that we see in the top 8 that didn't play in the preseason. Just, they wanted to wait a little bit. Maybe they weren't ready for one reason or another. They just didn't play in the preseason week 1 and week 2. So the competition may not have necessarily been there for some of those weeks as well. And Duck Motif, there's a reason they're in the top 8 because they're a very strong team. But you're going against some of the best players here in North America who just have everything polished with all of their skills and abilities and how they play the game. Anybody who takes on Milky Way is going to have a difficult time.
Yes, totally. And with that being said, let's take it back to our bracket and let's see what's happening. So, as we can see in our winner semifinals, still continuing, we have 5-1 against Moonlight. In our winners, in the bracket that we just saw, Milky Way 3-0 against Duck Motif. In our losers top 8, Fofofo going 3-0 against TZS. TZS, a team that we have seen in past weeks, and they will be fighting against Duck Motif, as Duck Motif has been knocked into the losers bracket. And Hypernova going 3-1 against Gourmet Race. Hypernova waiting upon who is going to win against 5 and Moonlight to see who they will be facing against. So a lot of really good action here, a lot of really good Splatoon. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
there's a lot of strong teams, and especially looking at the losers bracket, who's down there. A lot of tournaments, those teams would not be in the losers bracket. So, you know, TZS, you know, we got to see a lot of them during the first week of the preseason. Unfortunately, they're out of it now. You know, Lily, I know you have some friends on some of the other teams who have now been eliminated, unfortunately, as well. So
it's okay. I'll roast them later.
Give them a good pep talk. Yeah. But that's what happens when we get down to the nitty gritty of it in our top 8. A lot of these strong teams are going to unfortunately be eliminated.
Yes, totally. I mean, there can only be one winner, right? So sometimes even the strong have to fall. Now, one of the best things about the Splatoon community is literally just the community. So I want to take a break. Let's take a look and check out Riptide. We have Kbot and EE interviewing some of the community members during Riptide, so let's check it out.
What's going on, Splatoon faithful? It is your boy EE, and I am joined by my man Kbot.
We're here in Sandusky, Ohio at Riptide 2025 to talk to some of the Splatoon attendees here for the largest Splatoon community event to date and play some games with them.
No doubt about it. A lot of fun and excitement awaits. So without further ado, let's head on in.
Which idol group would you want to collaborate with between Off the Hook, the Squid Sisters, and Deep Cut?
Oh, Deep Cut. I love Fry and Big Man too much. Shiver is cool as well, but Fry and Big Man are too cool.
All right.
I like them.
If it was a solo idol, I'd have a different answer. But Deep Cut is near and dear to my heart because Splatoon 3 was my very first game.
I feel like it would probably be with Off the Hook.
I have been a fan of Squid Sisters since I was in high school. They have just been producing good music. They're the only idols songs that I can actually name.
I gotta do Deep Cut. I mean, I'm a Big Man enjoyer.
I go with the Squid Sisters.
I think I'm gonna have to go with Off the Hook.
I love the Squid Sisters. I've been a fan of Squid Sisters since Splatoon 1, but Off the Hook, Pearl, I mean, she's got the ring and the bling. So I'm just gonna say Off the Hook. I'm a Cali fan for life, but I think I'm gonna have to go with Off the Hook.
You know, Pearl's my girl, that's my tagline.
He is, I love that. Oh, you got the shirt too.
Oh, you know I ain't playing with him.
Awesome.
When you're picking your gear, for you personally, do you think you're kind of leaning more towards function or fashion? What takes priority?
Fashion 100% comes first.
It has to be fashion. And I really like that Splatoon 3 added so many abilities for you to really pick your fashion.
I wanna pretend it's function, but it's fashion.
Definitely function. I do really hard and competitive, and I really want to make sure that I got my stealth jump on, my swim speed. After that, I know I can always just go and gear grind, and then I'll look at fashion.
I'm gonna say function because I'm broke and I can't make gear.
Definitely function for me.
It is definitely function. I am a competitive Splatoon player, and I am very often just like seeing what changes, seeing how different abilities affect how I play.
I feel like I'm a mix of both, but like definitely function.
If you're a real one in Splatoon, you gotta do both.
What's your favorite thing about Splatoon?
Honestly, I would say it's the community more than anything. I think Splatoon has definitely let me know a lot of wonderful people and having that special interest that we all share together has definitely be able to form a lot more friendships and connections that I wouldn't have otherwise.
I just like how fast-paced it is and like how fun the community is to be around.
The kind of community that Splatoon fosters.
The community. Like, are you kidding? It is so warm and welcoming. I've met so many lifelong friends. I mean, in the work that I've done, like tournament organizing and stuff, I found a love of commentating. I used to have a lot of really bad stage fright, so it's kind of brought me out of my shell.
Honestly, playing with friends, I love playing. It's the fact that it's 4v4, hopping on, talking to my friends, having matching gear or matching weapons.
The fact that anybody can just pick up and play, anybody can just honestly enjoy the game. There's always something for someone to enjoy.
If you had to describe Splatoon in just one word, what would it be?
That's a really, really hard question.
Fast. Non-stop.
I would say just fun.
Alternative.
First thing off the top of my head is colorful.
I'd say colorful.
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 Experiential.
Chaotic.
Chaotic.
Eccentric.
Dopamine.
Welcome back to the Splatoon 3 North American League. Again, I'm Milana, Big Money. I'm joined today with Falco Flyer and Splatoon Lily, and I thought that was such a great interview. I would think getting to know some of the community members was so awesome. So if you don't mind, I would love to pose some of those questions for you guys. So Falco, I know that you're a singer. So if you had to collaborate with one of the artists in Splatoon, who would it be?
Oh, that is a good question. I feel like so I started with Splatoon 2. Off the Hook would be, a pretty good answer for me, but I don't really know. It's hard to say. I just want to have a giant party with them all. I don't think I could choose anybody in particular.
I think that sounds pretty fun, having a giant party with all of the idols. Lily, do you have a favorite idol that you would love to collaborate with?
Marina. She's just so sweet. I feel like I would get along really well with her, and Pearl can come too, I guess. But
Wow.
I mostly just really want to hang out with Marina.
Oh, tell us how you really feel about Pearl, but that's okay.
She's fine. I'm probably taller than her, so she can stay.
Okay, that's good. And you know what? I do love a little bit of that gremlin energy that Pearl brings to the fray, so I'm a big fan as well. Now, they talked about a little bit about Splatoon in that video, just in general. And I know that you guys have been staples in the community for a really long time. So I'll start with you this time, Lily. What do you think is your favorite part of having been part of the Splatoon community?
Absolutely the community itself. I have made so many friends, and I cannot begin to tell you like the lifelong connections that I've made through this game. I wouldn't have nearly as much support and places to go for comfort that I would if I had never played Splatoon competitively.
Yeah, and how about you, Falco?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have to say the community too, but it becomes with, the community, but then meeting members at LANs like Riptide too. I know Lily and I were both there. We had a fantastic time. So kind of when you take those moments out of the game and develop real friendships, that is unmatched, unparalleled, and that is absolutely my favorite thing about this game.
And, I have a little bit of FOMO from not having been at Riptide, so I'm a little bit sad about next year, for sure. But I will say that something that really warms my heart about being at those events is seeing the sportsman-like behavior between players. Because we all know that playing online, sometimes you don't get that kind of response. You don't recognize that maybe the person on the other side of the screen is like a real person. But when you see the camaraderie and you see just like people gathering because they love Splatoon and they just love playing it, I think that's such a heartwarming experience. And for you, those of you in the audience, if you are interested in ever going to a LAN like Riptide, you should definitely consider it. I think it is something that is understated that you can't really know until you experience it yourself. Yeah,
there's nothing quite like finishing up a game, and you can't even be mad that you lost because a friend of yours is sitting across from the table from you. So you just get up and you go and hug them and wish them good luck on their next set. And then later you could be salty about it. But at the moment, I can't be mad. I just lost to my best friend and they deserve it.
Yeah. I remember sitting down at one of these events, and Lily's team was the very first team that I faced early on a Saturday morning. And I was like, all right, this is how we're starting our day. We're facing Lily's team, and but like Lily said, it made it all the better that we were there next in person, could say, GG's, good games, give the hugs, the handshakes, whatever you'd like to give after the games, and it really is a really nice feeling.
And you know what? I'm right there with you guys. I've been there. I've made some incredible connections through the game, and I just feel very grateful for all the opportunities this game has given me, has given the community, and having this league is just, it's so cool. Like, I can't really say it in any other way. It's so cool that we're working with the community and we're developing this community even deeper than before, so it's really neat. Now,
and that all these people have come together and put so much work and time into making this such an expansive effort between the interviews and this every week we get to Friday, Saturday, Sunday see multiple things happen, and all culminating in a big event at the very end. It's so rad.
It's very, very rad. And you know what else is rad? The fact that we're going into our third set of Splatoon. We will be going into winners finals 5 versus Milky Way. So we have just seen Milky Way on the big stage right here. We haven't seen 5 play on stream yet. However, we are familiar with members very intimately on both teams. Falco, what do you have to say about the members on 5?
Yeah, 5. This is a team. They play with each other a lot. We have Solja, Goss, Zenith, Wave, and Thunder. A lot of those names should ring bells to you if you do follow competitive Splatoon at the top level. This is a team that they change their name a lot of the times when they play, don't typically stay with the similar name, but they are a solid group. No shock that we would see them here in this position. You know, we were talking about Riptide before. These members are members of what was Lavaka, who were in the grand finals at Riptide. So grand finals there, winners finals here. It's only fitting that they belong here, right, Lily?
Absolutely. And I mean, we've seen them before on Nintendo events as well, playing under the moniker Crush Soda. So anyone who's watched previous events on this channel would recognize them from that.
And for those of you who maybe aren't familiar, Lily, how would you describe 5's playstyle?
Explosive.
Yes.
Yeah. Aggressive. Terrifying.
They're one of those teams that they're unpredictable, but in the best way possible. That makes our job as a commentator exciting and easy because they bring so much energy to the game, but it's not your bread and butter composition that you're going to see from these other teams in plays. They are very explosive, like Lily said, and we never know what to expect next.
And because they have such an explosive, a very aggressive play style, Falco, how do you think Milky Way needs to be able to work in order to counteract that explosivity?
Yeah, that's what's really going to be the challenge. I think Milky Way, they've done such a fantastic job just managing the turf in the paint that is on the stage and not allowing for other teams to kind of have their breakout moments. No flanks, no funky plays that could really leverage the other team. So Milky Way's really going to have to be on edge about that. I think especially somebody like Hugh, who's really watching the backline, making sure that there's nobody flanking, because 5, they're the team. If I'm going to find an opportunity to splat you, no matter the position you're in, I'm going to make sure I get the job done. So I think Milky Way just needs to kind of hold their ground a little bit and really just maintain that paint control that you've had throughout the other games that you've been playing.
And speaking of paint control, we know that one of the modes that requires the most paint control is Splat Zones. So our very first match will be on Crableg Capital Splat Zones. Now, we literally have seen this before in this tournament so far. How do you think the dynamic might change, Lily, between these two teams and what we've already seen?
I mean, honestly, I want to see Q bring out something a little bit more powerful in the long range, as opposed to the pencil, maybe lean something like the Splat Charger or the E-Leader, something that with a little bit more threatening power, because I feel like the members of 5 are just going to be moving so quickly that they won't be able to intimidate them the same way that they did Duck Motif.
For sure. And you know what? I also would like to see a little bit of that, because we know historically Chargers have not been the most popular pick for competitive Splatoon players, and just recently has kind of has a little bit of a resurgence as far as popularity goes. So being able to see a little bit of Splat Charger play, a little bit of E-Leader play, to me, that brings me straight back to Splatoon 2, and I'm kind of for it. Right, Falco?
Oh yeah, definitely. That was the first game I started playing was Splatoon 2, so anytime we can reminisce or get moments of that again. It's like when Rainmaker, you get rid of both checkpoints on both teams. It's basically Rainmaker in Splatoon 2 all over again. So, but yeah, this could kind of rival that kind of play style with how 5 versus Milky Way is going to be. And like Lily said when we first talked about Milky Way, these are players who have been in the community for so long and really, we've tracked the growth of their play style and how well they play throughout their entire duration as well. So a lot of people have seen it. I know players from 5 have seen it as well. And if there's one team that 5 thought that they might be facing in the Winners Finals, I'm betting it is Milky Way.
Yeah, totally. I think both teams are both incredibly strong. As we've mentioned over and over again, these teams have faced off against each other under different names, but really the same story. So I'm just looking forward to seeing how they're going to clash with each other, and maybe the story is going to change this time, or maybe not. Now, I kind of posed this question a little bit before about splat zones on Crab Leg Capital, and I wanted to just see maybe if you guys would have the same response. Do you think that 5 is going to play a lot more aggressively because they have that explosive gameplay? Or do you think they're going to play a little bit more stifled because it is splat zones on this map, Lily?
I mean, it's rough. I think that we're going to see them honestly playing just as aggressively as we would expect, and I think it really comes down to them being able to move the members of Milky Way out of the way. So as long as they can do that, then I feel like they're going to be able to take as much space and will take as much space as they possibly can.
And let's see what both teams come out with. We see a very interesting pick coming out from 5, Falco. What do we see Zenith holding right there?
Yeah, that is going to be one of the new blasters that we have in the game. That is such a fun kit, too, that they're going to be using, too. I'm really curious to see how they're going to utilize some of the specials and the subs with the suction bomb and the tacticooler, too. So giving a little bit of support for their team. 5 now. I didn't know if they're going to be able to take control of the zone right here. This might be first opportunity for them, Milana, but I don't think so anymore.
It might have been. And before we forget, let's make sure we thank our local spec cam operator, Power. Power is doing a great job with that spec cam, so really happy that he's putting his skills so that we have a great stream. Now, with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, both teams kind of scrapping it out. 3 going down on Milky Way. This is going to be 5's opportunity, Lily, to take the zone first.
It truly is, and we're already seeing some members of 5 get into position on these left and right hand ledges. The Crab unfortunately going down a little bit early, Q getting a beautiful shot there, and 2 other players going down as well is going to be Milky Way's opportunity to retake that zone before penalty gets too big. A very unfortunate fight there for Jared. Thunder coming out on top and unfortunately going down as well in return. Things are just kind of getting a little scrappy here in the mid area.
They are, and you know, we do talk about scrappy because players from both teams are really going down left and right. Both teams not really able to get a good grounding, but going down on Milky Way is going to give 5 an opportunity to position themselves well to take the lead. Falco.
Yeah, and we talked about the explosive plays from 5, and they are continuing this, like you mentioned, taking the lead. Thunder using this crab tank in such a great spot on the other side of the grates, making sure that nobody, in particular Q, can push forward, but Q is actually going to win that 1v1 as one of the members from 5 tried to push forward and unfortunately didn't work. So Milky Way now in a better position to contest the zone. They're going to want to try and do it sooner than later, but Jared getting a nice double, trying to get that triple onto Goss. The Booyah Bomb is going to be thrown to have Goss retreat a little bit. So Milky Way now trying to ride this momentum. Penalty points are cleared, but Mel, 5 House of Specials coming in their way.
They do. They're putting out the specials, but unfortunately those specials are not going to help them turf the zone. Q dropping another tacticooler. The points are ticking down for Milky Way. They are closing up that gap. They are going to maybe even take the lead here, Lily.
It honestly looks like it. There's not a whole lot of points left on that clock, and we get a beautiful interrupt here from 5. The trip strike's coming in. Looks like it's going to cap that zone just in time to apply a penalty, and 2 players down the side of Milky Way puts 5 in a pretty good position to continue the defense. Looks unfortunately like Milky Way's just coming in for a resurgence.
They are coming in for that resurgence, and you know, Q propping herself down in the middle of the stage right here. This is exactly where we want our backliner players to be because they can very easily avoid any specials that come their way. That crab tank coming out, are they going to be effective, Falco?
You know, it's really going to be, only time can tell how effective it's going to be, and I think 5 now too, just really kind of riding this momentum. Thunder's so close on getting that person who tried to jump out from Milky Way, so it's really great for 5 that they have the lead. You know, Milky Way's always been so strong with holding the zone. This is probably one of their strongest modes that they play as well, so 5 just trying to hold on to this momentum. And if they can do this for the next minute and 10 seconds or so, they're going to be putting themselves in a good position and some leverage in this winners finals.
They are with just a minute left on the clock. Specials coming out from both sides. Booyah Bomb coming out, unfortunately getting caught by the grates, not being able to paint or to ink the zone at all. I think they are 5 is going to have a little bit more of a penalty to tick down, but Milky Way is in a good position to keep them out of the zone, Lily.
They truly are. A lot of ink down on the side of Milky Way, and they're getting into some pretty powerful positions here for kind of the first time this game that we've been able to see them get a hold like this. It looks like a crab tank coming out pretty quickly, getting some good picks on the side of 5, and is going to put them in a great position to retake this zone. Only Q left alive, and the whale coming out to take them out as well.
And you know what? Even though this penalty is ticking down, there's still only 15 seconds left, 1 down on Milky Way. It's not looking good for Milky Way to be able to recap this zone, Falco.
Yeah, this is not a game about points anymore. It's a game about time, and time is in 5's favor because there's the wipeout, there's the clock. You get rid of your penalty points, that doesn't matter. 5 is going to be getting game 1 against Milky Way, who again, we saw have a pretty dominant 3-0 in the previous set, so 5, a very, very fantastic win to start this set.
I think it was such a back and forth game, but really 5 just had so much footing in the middle of that stage for more often than Milky Way did, and that's going to really give them the lead. Their positioning was excellent, staying underneath that ledge, making sure that even at that last moment, they were able to capitalize on the members of Milky Way falling into that pit and getting those picks so that they're not able to make it back into the middle of the zone in order to get that overtime counter to start. Now, Lily, what do you think Milky Way might do? What do you think they might choose as far as mode, or as far as what they might retaliate with as far as the stage and the mode?
It's rough. I mean, historically, Milky Way plays very patiently and very, I would say, safe. They tend not to have the same explosive plays that a team like 5 does, but that might prep them really well for a mode like Turf War or something like Tower Control, where you have to be a little bit more measured in your approach.
Yes, so like we mentioned before, Tower Control, a little bit of a slower mode, a little bit you have to follow the tower, you cannot push the objective at your own pace, you have to go at the tower's pace, fortunately or not. And for Turf War, we really have to consider that maybe the time leading up to the final 30 seconds is important, but not quite as important as those final 30 seconds. So of those two, Falco, what do you hope that Milky Way might pick?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. You know, part of me, of course, wants to say Turf War just because we haven't seen it as often, and it could be something that could benefit. Or if we go to Tower Control, like Lily said, Milky Way, they play off of their skill in precision and accuracy. So if we do go to that, which, spoilers, we're going to go to Tower Control next. Sorry, I ruined it for you guys. I think that's going to benefit them. But yeah, they're going to be going on to Undertow Spillway for this one. And I think this is the right choice for Milky Way, Milana.
Yeah, I totally think so too. I have actually seen members of Milky Way perform, it's like a performance, right? Perform this map, this stage and mode on a grand stage. So I'm looking forward to seeing how maybe Q might stand on the tower to see what weapons they bring into this. Lily, what do we see here?
Honestly, nothing too unusual so far. A lot of repeats from the last game. The biggest thing I want to note here is that we are going to be seeing a double Booyah Bomb yet again on the side of Milky Way. So, I mean, like we were talking about when we saw them play Tower Control last, that Booyah Bomb just has so much incredible stall power, especially around checkpoints or to stop the tower from taking lead. So this really is the time to bring that out.
Yes, and you know, like we said, Booyah Bomb creates territory, it creates turf, it keeps you off of the tower, and that can be definitely invaluable, especially when it comes towards the end of the game. Now we see Jared with the crab tank, holding on, trying to get a pick or two. Thunder right there, trying to get him off of that crab tank, but it's looking like Milky Way has a great push working in their favor.
Yeah, Milky Way's still trying to push it, and I mean, getting to that second checkpoint and still on the tower as well. They did such a good job with that, down to 58, 51 too. So keeping this momentum going and still keeping a lot of their players alive as well, they are looking pretty good as they progress throughout this game. This is not the momentum that they had during the first game, so they're really trying to keep this up, making sure this is going to be a quicker game against a team like 5.
Yes, and you know what I wanted to mention is that Milky Way is trying desperately to maintain that turf control in the middle of the stage, and they're not really playing too aggressively. They're not pushing too much farther ahead, and I think that might work in their favor, but maybe not against a team like 5 who plays explosively, Lily.
Honestly, yeah, and Zenith here with this Rapid Blaster is honestly putting so much pressure on players like Q with the pencil, who maybe doesn't have the same mobility that a Rapid does. They are going to have to back up another one of those Booyah Bombs coming out powerfully, and really I think it's going to come down to if 5 can get those splats before those Booyah Bombs come out.
Yes, and you know, sometimes we have to play a little bit patiently, build those Booyah Bombs, build the specials, jump out, play with your team. This is sometimes a strategy that you need to be able to regroup with your teammates. So, Falco, what do you think Milky Way is going to have to do to maintain this lead right here?
Yeah, well, first, you know, when you have 3 players down, you're really going to want to try and think fast about what you want to do, but I think it's not letting 5 get to this second checkpoint. Now, unfortunately, that's kind of going to be the end of it as far as that push. But, I mean, as long as you can prevent that, you remember, you did not get past that checkpoint. So as long as you just hold it, make sure that they don't get too comfortable at the checkpoint, I think Milky Way will be okay. But 5 does not make that easy.
5 certainly does not make it easy. Thunder pulling out the crab take, getting a quick double. Can they get the triple here? They are able to get a triple assist. This is going to be 5's opportunity to push forward. Lily.
It really is, and 5 is doing exactly what I want to see them do here. They're getting up under this left-hand side, putting some pressure on any players that might drop into that tower area, and trying to make things a little bit more threatening, but it looks like they didn't quite get there with as much firepower or time as they needed, because they had to back all the way back up to mid, and the tower is just left retreating. Unfortunately, they just didn't get the space needed to get the push they wanted.
Yeah, and we see that Milky Way is going to capitalize on that. They're going to move forward. They're going to hopefully get a pick. Brand scrapping out with Zenith here. Blaster on Blaster. Unfortunately, Brand does go down because Zenith got a little bit of help from their teammates. And this tactic cooler coming out, maybe another push ready for 5, Falco.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves in a position to do so. Again, not really on the tower yet. Finally on the tower again as Thunder and Zenith just trying to find their footing for this game to see if they can push past to this checkpoint. They are at the checkpoint, but the Booyah coming out from Milky Way is going to counter that as well. We'll see if it's going to be enough for them to take the, or if not, there's going to be 3 down on the side of 5, and that's going to be a huge momentum change here for Milky Way as 5 getting down to 52. Still holding strong, I think, with that lead, so that was a really good stop.
It's a really good stop, and you know what? A stop that doesn't relinquish the lead from your team's grasp, always a good stop. Now, you know, somehow 5 is able to make the pushes happen again. All of the specials are coming out from both sides. Booyah Bomb coming out, Tri-Strike coming out. They are going to scrap it out on the tower, and I think that 5 might have jumped on the tower, preventing them from. Whoa.
Yeah, looking at it, it looks like the players in 5, they just kind of edged out onto the edge of the grates on tower, and maybe they hopped while in the middle of a fight, so as soon as Milky Way touched it, unfortunately counted, and that is so rough. I mean, that was the stopping point at every single push made on either side, was always that first checkpoint, and they were so close to breaking through. They survived so many specials, and they just... a little jump or a little step onto the grates on tower and you've lost it all.
And you just have to remember, if your feet are not planted firmly on the tower, they are not on the tower. So Q jumping onto that tower, planting her feet firmly onto the tower, means that the control goes to Milky Way and overtime is not procced. So that was, I really had to think twice about what was going on there, because I was like, wait a second, they were all on the tower. So we just have to make sure that if you're playing tower control, focus on the objective, make sure your feet are firmly planted on the ground, and then you won't have any problems going forward with that. Wow, that was kind of wild, wasn't it, Lily?
Painful to watch. It hurts my soul as an objective player and someone who focuses on playing good objective. Like, they did everything they thought was right, and it was a flanking player. They didn't see them coming. They had no way to know that whatever they did at that moment could have caused them to lose, and it just hurts me so much.
Yeah, and we did talk about like the teams not letting go of that second checkpoint. Falco, what kind of strategies did you see them kind of employ during those times, those key moments, to allow them to not lose ground as far as the tower momentum goes?
Yeah, it's really about using your specials and knowing when to hold them and save them. Like we mentioned earlier, some of the teams that we were watching before, they would maybe use the specials a little bit too early when pushing an objective, but I think Milky Way did a great job at giving themselves some space. They were in a position, thankfully, where they could play the slow and steady game. They had the lead at that moment. They knew that tower checkpoint number 2 was kind of the end-all be-all if we wanted to lose the lead, so that was their fixation and their focus. And unfortunately for 5, they got so close to controlling it and getting the lead, but Milky Way was just always one step ahead, and I think it was because of that position where they just knew when to use their specials and when to back out, where to position themselves, and how to better protect themselves to save the game.
Yeah,
and I mean, honestly, we kind of saw at the end there, Milky Way actually kind of fumbled a little bit. They threw the booyah very early. Usually you want to time that booyah so it's still covering the tower as the timer ticks down, or you time it so that a player can run on and touch tower while the booyah is still going off. So we actually saw a misplay from Milky Way at the end. They threw the booyah too early, they expended their specials too early, and Q, making that last ditch effort run for the tower, saved them the game. So it was honestly so close for 5.
It was so close. They could really taste the victory, but you know what? The set is still 1-1. It really still could be either team's games. We've seen the back and forth. And you know what? I think what we have seen from Milky Way, I kind of want to go back a little bit to Falco's point, is that we have talked about 5's explosive gameplay. And I think what Milky Way is doing is they're utilizing that. They're allowing them to have their explosive, aggressive plays, and they're letting them play into and push into what they're waiting for. They're like basically waiting for them. They're camping for them. So as they're pushing aggressively into the base, into the tower, into the objective, Milky Way is waiting for them so that they are meeting them where they are, because it's way easier to play a defensive game than maybe an offensive game. Right, Falco?
Yeah, I think so too. And I'm even thinking about how this is going to move forward because of the 3 game modes that we have left available, Rainmaker, Clan Blitz, and Turf War. You talk about a mode that's explosive. I'm looking at 2 of those 3, Rainmaker and Clans, are pretty explosive. Lily, do you want to tell us which explosive mode we're going to go to next? Because I think this could be where the tides turn a little bit.
Unfortunately, yes, for Milky Way, we are going to Rainmaker, and honestly, for Milky Way's gameplay, that's the last place I want to go. It just favors 5 and their momentum shifts and their weapons so much more than Milky Way, and not to say that they can't do it, it's just going to be a battle of the Titans and a battle of the playstyles, really.
And a battle we will have on Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. Now, we've seen this time and time again in competitive Splatoon. I think this particular stage can be very, very interesting because of that. I believe Zach put it the other week, the Horseshoe of Doom? A Horseshoe of Death?
Right around the bend.
Something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think being able to make it around that bend, past that first checkpoint, and it basically is a straightaway to the goalpost. So teams are going to have to play their very best game to not allow the other team to go around this horseshoe bend. So Falco, what kind of advice would you give to the viewers at home if they're playing Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track to avoid letting the opponents circle around this bend.
Yeah, so here again, we've talked about special usage, but I'm even thinking of a special that we don't see very often, like the Ink Vac. Something that can help push your team forward. And I don't know, that's going to be my best get, but again, we haven't really seen it. We'll see if we see it in this game.
We might see it, we might not. But whatever we do, we're going into our next match. Lily, has any of these comps changed?
Ooh, we do see a few changes here, mostly minor ones. We do switch from one Rapid Blaster to another, specifically that Ink Vac coming out that Falco was mentioning. So, I mean, that makes 5 even more scary to me. They've now moved from an explosive, fast-moving team to an explosive, fast-moving team with invincibility. So, I'm not too hopeful for Milky Way here.
Oh, and you know, sometimes something happens and we just have to do a reset, and that's okay. So, like you said, we did see that Ink Vac coming out, and I'm hoping that maybe Zenith continues to use that Rapid Pro with the Ink Vac. Now, I find that the Ink Vac is kind of hard to use because it has that like cone shape, and so when you use the Ink Vac, Falco, do you prefer to use it to protect the objective player, or to perhaps keep an eye on the back of the team so that you don't have any flankers, or maybe you move forward in front of the objective player? Well,
you're asking somebody who maybe has 1 2-star weapon with Ink Vac. That's one of those specials I typically don't really play for that reason. But, you know, you have to look at all angles, of course, and you want to make sure that you are deploying the Ink Vac when you know that no members of the enemy team are flanking. You want to make sure that you have all 4 in sight, all of the shots are getting sucked up into your Vac. That way you can charge that Vac even quicker, and it's basically as explosive as a Rainmaker shot. So you want to try and use it, making sure that nobody's going to be flanking, but it's right around that bend is absolutely going to be the crucial time to do so.
For sure, and like I mentioned before, there is that straightaway from the first checkpoint into the goalpost, and you can 100% use that Ink Vac to be able to hold your teammate's hand with the Rainmaker straight to that goalpost for the dunk. So that's something that we might be looking out for. Now, Lily, we did talk about different paths to the Rainmaker goalpost, so in this map in particular, there is the Horseshoe of Doom, and in addition, there's a little bit less, the path less traveled on the left side. In what conditions would you prefer to use maybe the path less traveled?
Honestly, the path less traveled, that left-hand side push, is really only optimal if the Rainmaker's already on that side and maybe got picked off by an enemy, so you can grab it and go as quickly as possible. It's not one you can sit and take your time on because it's so close to the enemy respawn. You kind of have to move as fast as possible to get to that goal. It is big points, though, if you can manage it. It just isn't very easy. Now, back into this game, hopefully we'll see a push on that left-hand side, probably from 5, if at all. But it looks like, I mean, things are kind of going the same way we saw before that unfortunate disconnect. A little bit of a fight in mid, Milky Way picking up a little early. They did go 3 down on that early push, which is probably going to mean an early checkpoint for 5.
And an early checkpoint means that Zenith now has the opportunity, that Ink Vac ready. They are popping it, hopefully using it. Oh my gosh, they took up too much ink and they had to pop their Ink Vac a little bit too soon. So that is also a strategy to combat Ink Vac, isn't it, Falco?
Yeah, it really is. You know that, okay, I would rather you just get your power right away for the Ink Vac than us just stall. Unfortunately for Zenith, too, they backed up a little bit, but I think they knew that there were just so many players on the side of Milky Way who were right there. So that was probably the optimal strat for Zenith to try and say, you know what, I need to step back. This push might not be the one that we want to do, but guess what? We got to 40. We got our checkpoint. It's going to be a neutral game, but we have the lead. Let's try and ride this out for 3 minutes if we can't extend our lead right now.
But we do have to mention that a push to 40 is honestly not that strong because of that straightaway from checkpoint 1 to the end of to the goalpost. And Jared camping right here with the crab tank, the Booyah Bomb coming out. Are they able to get a pick? They get 1. Are they able to get a second? Thunder taking that Rainmaker and a little bit unsuspectedly and holding on strong. What are they? I think this is a prime position for 5 to push forward, Lily.
It truly is. Like we say in Rainmaker, no push is a safe push. But if you're going to get one that feels okay, you're going to have to push at least to the, I would say, 18-point mark. And a 5 is definitely not having an easy time. Now, this back coming out 2-3 players down on Milky Way does get them all the way down to 16, which is exactly where I want to be if I'm going to hold a push to the end of the game.
Yes, with 2 minutes 45 on the clock, Goss taking a little bit of the safer route, hopefully getting a pick, getting one on Bran. Are they able to get the Rainmaker? And they're scrapping it out. They are able to get the Rainmaker. 2 down on Milky Way. This game is still in 5's control, Falco.
Yeah, and again, it's not like their strategy is to hold it out for 2.5 minutes here, but it's what they need to do in this situation in a 4v4. Any way you can't get Milky Way comfortable is going to be the best outcome for you. And if that's what they have to do for this time, then so be it. They could hold on for another minute, or they could pick up the Rainmaker and try and take it as Solja and Zenith are there. But Thunder's going to have to avoid some of these missiles. Zenith once again using the ink back. They're going to be the only one alive, chased out. That is going to be a wipeout. So Milky Way now has a time to reset themselves. They don't have to get past this checkpoint because they already did, but this will be their first opportunity around the bend.
Yeah, you might even think that maybe that push was a little bit too aggressive as far as 5 plays go. And Q holding tight to the middle of that stage, making sure that the turf is there. We see a member of Milky Way, they do not have the opportunity to push forward, so they have quite a little bit of decision making to do right here, Lily.
They really do, and honestly, Q is playing this stage exactly perfectly. You kind of want to sit in the middle there, but I will say it's a little bit harder for a player like a Pencil than it would be for, say, a Rapid or an Edit. That said, 5 just completely coming out for vengeance, taking out all of the members of Milky Way, and, I mean, kind of leaving the Rainmaker there, which I'm gonna say makes me very nervous. Oh, please, Milky Way, someone sneak in and take it. Thank you!
And you know what? I think that's one of the most interesting things about Rainmaker. Sometimes you have that unsuspecting player and they're coming in for the flank, they grab the Rainmaker unbeknownst to the other team, and they can get the dunk pretty easily if you do not have the communication, do not have the comms to make sure those callouts are happening. So right here at the Horseshoe of Doom, 5 able to try to make another push. Falco, what are they going to need to do?
Well, 5 is content with exactly what they're doing right now. The Rainmaker counter is 4 units above the end game counter. So if they can't stay here, which they can't because they got wiped out, this will be Milky Way's final opportunity. Look at Bran here going for the flank. This is what I wanted to see. I knew nobody was going to go this way, but you have one player. They are spotted, so that's not good for Milky Way. The other members are from 5 are going to be dropping down on their left side. As overtime approaches now, Q is going to be lining themselves up. The Crab is at the ready too. Just need to get past 16 and some of these strikes. Ice is going to be forced to retreat, but look at Goss there, still alive. Ice is now contested too. They're going to go down. 5 getting a very nice win here on game 3, going up 2-1.
Wow, that was so much chaos happening, and I think that's what I really love about Rainmaker. In that overtime counter, sometimes things get really, really precarious for whoever is holding that Rainmaker, and you're going to need to strategize to both protect the Rainmaker and move them forward. So Lily, what do you think Milky Way's strategy was at that point?
I mean, honestly, they were really going for the slow and steady. They had to wait out some specials. They were hoping the flank paid off on the backside, and for a while it did. You ended up being a distraction. You had the Booyah come in. You were opening up different avenues, but man, a vac and trip strikes coming out at the same time to push you back into a corner with someone flanking in behind you. I mean, honestly, and they almost had it. Like, 5 went down to just the Enzap left, who managed to get the last few lucky shots in to shred that Rainmaker. So it was almost a disaster for both sides, and I was just stressed out watching it.
I think this is just prime Splatoon. It really is just, sometimes you just gotta get down and dirty with whoever's holding the Rainmaker, and you gotta do a little dance in the middle of the stage and make it happen. And they did make it happen, 5 making it happen, getting themselves the lead, and only 1 game off from the set. So Falco, now that we've seen a couple of these modes played out, we only have 2 left in the storage. What do you think Milky Way is going to kind of work with in this case?
Yeah, I think they will want to choose Clan Blitz. I don't think you want to risk doing Turf War. The more variables you add, the worse the preferred team is going to perform, I should say. With Milky Way being one of the teams at the top of their caliber, and Clan Blitz very team oriented. Obviously, Chaos can be good. We saw it in this last game mode, but I think Clan Blitz, you do want that tried and true coordination that a lot of these teams have. And Milky Way, again, we just mentioned how polished they are with the accuracy. I'm going to assume that's what they want to do. As far as their weapons and, depending on what stages they go to, that's going to be a whole different story, because it hasn't worked out for 2 of their 3 games so far. They do want to change something. And remember, they only won that tower control game by 1 point. So there's a lot to take in for Milky Way as they kind of evaluate what they want to do. But unfortunately for them, they only have 1 more game to do it, unless they are banking that they're going to be on the losers bracket, which I don't think they do. So I'm curious what's going to happen.
And we have notice from on high. We are going to Clan Blitz on a Museum Delfonsino. I see you like...
I think this is possibly the worst map that they could play Clan Blitz on for Milky Way. Just the amount of explosive power that Spinner has. Just once you get up into that plat area, and the staying power you have in Spinner, I think really favors 5's playstyle. And I think, man, if you were Milky Way, you were probably hoping for clams on just about anything else.
Yes, totally. Yes, so, I think being able to kind of plant yourself, and like you mentioned, there's only a couple of avenues into the Clams Basket area, so we'll see how they manage. This could be the last match of our winners finals. Again, we have 5 versus Milky Way. Let's see what kind of comps these teams bring, Falco.
Yeah, so Zenith is going to be going back to the Rapid Blaster Pro Winter, which is going to have the Suction Bomb and Tacticooler. That's the one that they used prior to using the Inkback. A lot of the same weapons that we see on the side of Milky Way. Again, sticking, that's going to be ice sticking with that Forge. They used the Vanilla Pro in Game 1, have not gone, the Splattershot Pro have not gone back to it yet. But momentum right now looking in the favor of Milky Way's way. No clams on the side of 5, but Milky Way holding strong at 16.
Yes, but 1 member of Milky Way going down. They don't have that player advantage anymore, so maybe they have to consider maybe now is not the right time to make a push. They do get 1 down from Goss. 3 members of 5 sitting pretty on that platform. It really is just both teams feeling each other out right now, Lily.
It really is. And I mean, when I try to describe Clan Blitz to people who are maybe only used to playing, say, Zones or Rainmaker, it's that the Clan Blitz comes with 2 different pushes you have to make. You have to make your first push to get out of your spawn and into the middle of the stage, and then you have to make a second push just to get near the enemy basket. And a lot of teams forget that you need that momentum and you need that staying power in order to make those pushes successfully. So part 1, getting the clam control like 5 is getting now. Unfortunately, part 2, where you survive and get to the basket, isn't going so well for them.
No, it's not. Bran prepping themselves to be able to receive 5 as they're coming out from spawn, tossing that clam back, Tacticooler coming out. Bran is going to hopefully position themselves in a place where they can get a pick. The tri-strikes coming out. Is this Milky Way's time to push, Falco?
Yeah, I absolutely think it is. They have a player advantage. They have the power clan. Thunder has their special, which, makes sense. They're going to be deploying it right here in this specific spot. And getting down to 52 on this push is really good. And Ice, props to Ice for not using their Booyah just yet to try and push in, or else there wouldn't have been any clams, but going to be using it more to push players back from 5 over back towards mid, so that way Q can try and get them. So a good push there for Milky Way. I'm sure they wish they would have gotten more, but this is absolutely they need to have if they want to try and stay in this game.
And I kind of want to go back a little bit to Lily's point where we noticed that they made the push, but they didn't throw everything they had into the push, which means that Milky Way still has turf coverage in mid, they have the turf control, and they're pushing 5 back into their base, which gives them a prime opportunity to make yet another push into here. Ice with the Booyah Bomb coming out. Is Milky Way going to use that clam to make another push, Lily?
It looks like they're going to try to. Getting around this spinner area can be incredibly difficult. They did manage to squeak on through, but not to get that power clam in, which unfortunately puts them back on the back end. Now Milky Way is doing what they do best, which is their staying power. They're managing to stay in these powerful positions, maintaining all of the turf control out in the mid area, and managing to not really give up any ground to 5. And 5 for their, I guess, strength here, coming in on a beautiful flank. We need to see more of this. 5 isn't going to be able to take Milky Way head on. We need to see these flanks and these alternative plays coming out.
And I think that is going to be a key pick from Zenith, a double on Milky Way. This may be 5's opportunity to kind of reverse this lead. Falco.
Yeah, I think I was going to say if 5 can score, they need to score big, but unfortunately this doesn't look like it's going to be that opportunity. It's going to be a one-and-done power clam, and like Lily mentioned before, they had more clams, but they just couldn't get past the way of the ramp and that top spinner from Milky Way's side. So again, from that push, you just gave yourself 10 penalty points. The power claim then will break it to 70, so you really are just hoping if we have one more chance to score, we need to make it a push that is going to give us the lead.
Yes, we know that they know that this is the case because we see that they have 13 clams in their pocket, but Brand waiting for that jump to land. And I think this is going to be Milky Way's game to lose. 5 is going to really need to get it together to be able to make a really nice push into the base of Milky Way. Lily.
Truthfully so. And I mean, it gets even rougher. You see 2 enemy power clams on the map here, just on our UI, which makes everything 5 does a little bit harder. They're going to have to watch for those flanks, and they're going to have to be careful where they go. But I mean, 3 players down, a few clams in, this is their chance to take that lead. 2 clams away. They do manage to take it just as overtime starts, which means they don't even have to worry about a counter push.
Wow. Okay. Yes. That was that was exactly the push that 5 needed to be able to take that win from Milky Way. And I think that was so expertly done. We were able to see them pop that clam basket open. They were able to grab as many clams as they could. And it was so nicely timed, like you mentioned, Lily, that when they threw that last clam in, it was during overtime. So it immediately stopped overtime, giving them the win from there. So
no, it was almost disastrous. We did see that flank come in on the left-hand side. Yep. Thunder turned just in time to pick that off, because if that player had gotten in behind them, hit it this way for their teammates, suddenly you have 2 power clams going into your basket, and that's the end. So honestly, beautiful map awareness from them, beautiful ability to see what's coming and what's in the back line, what's coming out of the left-hand side that maybe you weren't paying attention to. And honestly, I think that play won them the game.
You know, it's funny because I think you mentioned before that you talked about some plays being almost disastrous. I feel like that's the name of the game. Sometimes you just have to make your plays happen, even if they almost turn out to be a disaster, because they just have to be less of a disaster than whatever your opponents are coming out with. So
that's how I live my life too, so it works
out. For sure. So, I thought that was such a great match. Let's take a look at one of the plays from that last match. Falco, if you want to take it, we can talk a little bit about this play right here.
Yeah, so this is round 2 tower control. The last 10 seconds here when Milky Way had the lead by 1. The standoff with 2 players down while maintaining the lead. You look at Q here, the perfect position. I don't know how that they did not go down to that slosher play, but just the positioning from Q knowing that I have to do this move, there's no other possible solution, and the fact that she didn't get splatted is absolutely crazy. A huge win for Milky Way on that one.
Yeah, you just noticed everybody kind of in the air, like a spirit bomb had just landed on on the tower, and it was just wow. I'm really glad that we replayed that because I needed another look at that play in order to know exactly what had happened, and seeing all the members of 5 just barely off of the tower, Q hurrying onto the tower, making sure her feet are firmly planted. I think that was just peak Splatoon right there.
Painful still to watch it in slow-mo.
If that didn't happen, this set would have been 3-0.
Yes.
So it extended us to that Clamplets game, and 5 now in a very good position now, waiting in grand finals, but there's still a lot more games to be played.
For sure. And, speaking of games to be played, let's take a look at our bracket once again. So, as we can see, 5 going 3-1 against Milky Way, knocking Milky Way into the loser semis. As we have reviewed before, losers quarterfinal, Fofofo going 3-0 against Duck Motif, knocking them out of the tournament for the week. And Moonlight going 3-1 against Hypernova, which means that currently we are going to be watching Fofofo versus Moonlight, both teams that we've seen on stream so far today, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what both teams will bring as far as the dynamic between each other goes, and just what kind of plays they're gonna come up with.
It's worth noting.
Oh, you go first.
It's going to be. I think Falcon and I are both shaking hands
we're gonna say
here.
the same thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we saw them fight in round 1. Fofofo going down 2-3 to Moonlight. So this is a rematch.
And
that was classic mix 'em up.
That was the only one that went past the game 3, by the way. Everything else in round 1 ended at a 3-0. We got lucky that we showed you guys on stream the one that went to game 5.
Yeah.
So really a coin flip for that game, and I can't imagine it's going to be any different for this set.
Yes, totally. And you know what? Who knows? Maybe we might see another reverse sweep. It would be really exciting. A lot of really good Splatoon, So I'm seeing that maybe because these teams have faced off against each other, what kind of strategies Fofofo might have developed in response to having fought Moonlight before. We talked a little bit about expertise and practice and just being able to recognize your shortcomings and kind of fix and adjust your strategies on the spot, Falco. So having seen them play together and scrap together before, what do you think Fofofo might do in response to Moonlight this time?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky because all those games were very close that we saw with Moonlight and Fofofo. And it really comes down to, they played every single mode that is available that they could play. But again, the combination of the maps and the modes. But Moonlight being able to adapt after going down 2 games and coming back from the reverse sweep, Fofofo, that's what they need to realize. Okay, how did they have the mentality to do that? What can we learn from how far they were down and how much they've overcome? That's really the focus on what they're going to want to try and think. They're going to want to think exactly, how did Moonlight get these 3 games in a row to get the set win? We're facing them again. We don't want to be in that position again either.
You know what? Speaking of facing them off in a situation again, our very first match is going to be on Tower Control Mekomar. So it's like they're replaying exactly, this is like history replaying itself. So in this match, I believe Fofofo did come out on top, barely. However, who knows? This really could be anybody's game. How do you think Moonlight, Lily, is going to adapt to not let that happen again?
I mean, it's rough. I feel like Moonlight has probably been sitting a little bit waiting for this game, so maybe they've had a chance to go to the bathroom and their hands have gone cold. Who knows? Whereas the members of Fofofo have been battling it out through losers bracket, and they're gonna have a little bit more of a fire lit under them, So I think Moonlight's really just gonna have to hope that they don't focus up.
That was a good one.
Sorry, I'm like so distracted now.
You're welcome.
Snaps to that one. Thank you very much.
Milana, Lily and I both have 2 good puns. We're waiting on yours for tonight, so.
Oh no,
It'll come naturally. Don't worry.
Okay, well, you know what? We'll think about. I'll think about it in my free time. In the time that you guys are talking, I'll like figure it out for myself. I can't be the only one not to have a great pun.
Now, I have a question, actually.
Yeah.
So, do we think it's pronounced fofofo, or do we think it's like an anime evil girl laugh, like fofofo? Because I'm kind of hoping it's the second one.
Oh, like in the 90s anime when they're laughing like, yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed if Falco decided to call out that name every time like that.
Yeah.
And you did say
like
I was a
Falco.
singer, so I could do that.
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna
Yeah.
do it like that.
I feel like Falco should do that. Yes.
We'll see. Maybe it'll come naturally.
You know.
We'll do a laugh like that when they get the wipeout on Moonlight.
Okay.
If they
I'll
can
wait.
I'll tell you that. Hold it to me, okay?
All right, I'm waiting for the wipeout. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So.
Moonlight's not hoping for that though. By the way, they don't want
correct.
that to happen.
So speaking of Mako Mart, I asked this to Lily before. Where would they go? What kind of products would they buy? So Falco, as a Costco enthusiast, I need to know, what is your first purchase at Mako Mart?
I'm a big protein drink person. Protein drinks and sparkling water. Those are my go-tos. So if I can buy it in bulk, it's good. So we're gonna try and go for some of the protein drinks. The flavors, it's up in the air. I'm pretty flexible with that. I think our colleague 9 Whole Grains would also feel very content with my answer as well. So we'll go shopping and Mako Mart together. How about that?
I think that sounds like a really nice date. I would, if you ever needed a +1, you wanted to hang out, I could go maybe for some sparkling water.
We'll let them hang out. Well, they can get their sparkling water and their protein drinks. You and I can go get like some apple chips.
Oh,
or
okay.
Those like really big packages of muffins.
Or squid chips, right?
I mean, yeah,
if it was
prawns, I don't know, something.
Anyway, sorry, we're being super silly. But you know what? I think sometimes Splatoon is just a silly game, and it's just really fun and excellent and colorful, and sometimes you just gotta take it like that. So, that being said, let's go back. We talked about some of the weapons that these players would play, right? So, I know for sure that Omega is well known on Moonlight for playing a carbon roller. Do we expect to see maybe a carbon roller coming out for this at all?
I don't think so. I don't think I've seen them play it super recently, because I feel like Omega is just such a strong mid to cavitator player, and they're very comfortable with that particular weapon. I feel like if anything, it's going to be Basil, who's more of the flex with the Snipe Rider or Charger E-Leader. So that's going to be the flexibility. But of course, we mentioned Shadowwind before. A lot of people know him as the Tentabrella player. Did not play at a single game across the very first set, and it could be just the map or the stage and mode combination that they were handed. So
I actually have an answer for you, unfortunately. It comes down to E-Leader coming back out.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, once you flex a very specialized weapon like E-Leader that requires a lot of support and specific things around it, you can't also flex another weapon like that in the Tenebrella. So as long as we see Basil on that E-Leader, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see Shadowwind on the Tenebrella.
And I think that's okay, because we know that Basil is incredibly strong playing her E-Leader, very well known, very high level E-Leader player. So I think utilizing the resources to support her gameplay, I think, is sometimes going to be valuable in this case. And especially as we go into our loser semi-finals, where we have Moonlight again versus Fofofo. And again, just a quick shout out to our spectator cam operator Power, who is awesome. Again, it is a very specialized, very cool skill to have, one that I do not personally have, but we always appreciate our spectator cam operators here. So Lily, what do we see here? We see a little bit of a different comp coming out from Fofofo.
Yeah, things coming out that we haven't seen yet. We are seeing, I mean, some dapple dualies coming in that beautiful red color. The Frozen Pro, which of course we've seen earlier today, and that brand new Splatana Stamper. I believe the stickers, is
Sticker,
it?
yeah, it's the stickers,
Yes.
Yeah, and I think Stamper is in such a good position in competitive Splatoon now, and Stampers tends to be a pretty popular pick overall, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they might bring as far as being able to support their teammates from that. So 4 minutes left on the clock. It looks like fofofo is in a great position to be able to push forward. All of their teammates surrounding the tower. Dat Menace holding tight to that drop right there, hoping to get a pick. Basil, unfortunately...
How do you do that if you're Basil?
I don't even know. That was a wild kind of snipe to be able to get. It was like right underneath the drop. So, like I mentioned, Basil, queen of the snipers, queen of the chargers. I praise the ground she walks on.
Yeah, that is like the like a Squiffer type of splat you're going to get in that position. But you do that as an E-leader, that is super impressive. Also, Milana, this game is starting very similar to how this game one, same stage in mode combination started, with fofofo kind of getting that early lead too. So Moonlight, again, they have a little bit more paint on the map right now. Still not super comfortable, but of course Basil's just getting pick after pick. That's typically what they do. And I think finally they're trying to ride with this momentum, getting on the tower, but the Booyah coming out from fofofo. Shadow is the one who is trying to push it. Not a lot of space for Moonlight to work with right now.
Not at all. And Basil being forced to jump back because Dat Menace utilizing that Octobrush, utilizing the agility of the Octobrush to kind of be a little bit of a nuisance, and Basil saying, nah, not a nuisance for me. I'm gonna get that snipe and I'm gonna support my teammates through that. And Omega getting another pick, which means that Shadow is going to have an opportunity to sit on that tower and push it to that first checkpoint.
They truly are, and honestly, the momentum here is starting to get a little out of hand. It feels like just as fast as players are dropping into this mid area of the stage, they seem to be going down just as quickly, and Basil in this right-hand side is just such a powerful place for her to be, picking people off before they can even tickle the tower.
Tickle the tower is certainly a way to describe that, for sure. And I think I just wanted to kind of like touch on the fact that both three members of Moonlight are sitting on this block on right, which generally is recognized to be a block that fofofo should be in control of. But because they are there, it's becoming difficult for fofofo to make that move back. Nolan getting a nice pick. The tower's still not quite back at mid. Moonlight's still in a great position to move forward, Falco.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for them. Again, even though they don't have a player advantage right now, they have the tower now, but even when it was going back to neutral, any time that is ticking off of that clock at the top when you have the lead is only going to benefit you. So Moonlight's still riding with that momentum, and again, they could play a neutral game for another minute or so. They just don't want fofofo to get too comfortable here. But fofofo, none of their specials online right now. They might be waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike. We do see the Tenta missiles are ready from the Frozen Pro. They are going to be deployed as well. So fofofo's really going to want to try and change it. But again, when you don't have a player advantage, it's so difficult.
Yes, and that Zipcaster coming out needed to make something happen. Dat Menace unable to get a pick. This with only 45 seconds left, 3 down on fofofo. It's not looking good for them, Lily.
It truly isn't. It's starting to get a little dangerous here. This is the moment in which I start to worry if we don't have advantage and we don't have tower, because they've broken that first checkpoint. fofofo has, that is. But they haven't managed to get much further than that, and that's where things start to get really hard to push with. So, I mean, especially against an E-leader player like Basil, I'm going to want to get moving sooner rather than later, and we're losing a lot of time just trying to take out Nolan.
We are, and Basil keeping their eye out right here, avoiding that Booyah Bomb narrowly. And then, anyway, fofofo pushing that tower forward. They're going to need to stay on the tower in order for overtime to proc. There is a beacon on the tower. Unfortunately, beacon not super helpful in this case.
Oh, they saved it.
Yeah, Moonlight was able to save it even through that unfortunate happening just now. So Wow, okay. So Moonlight going up 1-0 in loser semifinals.
Back in my day, there was a player back in Splatoon 1 who every time someone turned on the microwave in their house, their internet would restart and they would drop from a game.
Oh,
now,
no.
I don't know if we had a microwave there, but I will say that Basil was absolutely the MVP. 2 picks off that tower while Shadow just bolted to try to touch it. A beautiful save at the end there for what could have been a very dangerous situation.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, because there was a disconnect, since it was after the 1 minute mark, they are forced to play out the rest of the match. So it really could have been Fofofo's game having that player advantage, but Moonlight was able to save it and maintain that point.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where if you're Moonlight, you know you have the lead, but once you see you're down one member permanently, your focus has to completely shift. You're thinking, okay, we have to watch the time. They're going to get some points, and that's okay. We just have to do everything we can to not let them get the lead in overtime. So we're going to have to shift how we play to make sure that doesn't happen. And like Lily said, we saw Basil there getting 1-2 key snipes there, and then Shadowin just immediately rushed it towards the tower. We just need to touch the tower and we're good. And that's how Moonlight got the win.
Yes, so sometimes you just have to play to win. You don't have to play to knock out, and that is okay. Sometimes if you want to play that defensive game, you can. If you have that lead, there's nothing to say that you can't. We just have to make sure that as we're playing through, we don't lose that momentum, because sometimes, like we mentioned earlier before, mentality is a huge part of this game. So, and you know, speaking of mentality, sometimes we want to switch up and surprise the opponents by selecting Turf War into our next set. So how are we feeling about Turf War, Lily?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like they're pretty evenly matched in Turf War. I feel like we're probably going to see Basil switch off that E-leader like we saw before. I believe she went to the Frozen Pro earlier instead of holding on to the E-leader, and we're probably going to see that same thing unless we've somehow miraculously picked a stage that favors E-leader. Just because of the paint requirements for a mode like Turf War. And I believe it was Moonlight who won earlier on Turf War, wasn't it?
It was, and I think it was Fofofo's pick to choose Turf as well. So this is interesting. So Fofofo is going to be changing it around, saying, you know what, we want one more shot at Turf. We want to save our other modes in case, you know, we hope that we have those options later because we want to win the set. So they're going to be trying to change how they play. So it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, totally. And you know what? If they wanted something to switch it up, Turf War is the mode to switch up. So I think being able to pick that and work with it, I think sometimes can maybe work in your favor, because we don't, like I mentioned, we don't really know who wins until Lil Judd tells us who wins. So let's see how both of these teams will go into Turf War on Umami Ruins. Now, I think this is such an interesting pick overall, because a stage like Umami Ruins has just not that much turf. And honestly, it is actually a little bit hard to push out of your spawn because there is that lack of turf coming out of your spawn. So Lily, how do you think you might combat that if you feel like you're being spawn camped by the other team?
I mean, really what this stage comes down to is control of that top mid. And that's what it comes down to in most modes on this stage, but especially ones like zones, where you have to control that middle area. So we're gonna have to watch out for Moonlight or even Fofofo holding onto that top of that stage, crossing over as soon as they can over to that clam basket area to try to control the spawn. But whoever controls the middle controls the game.
And that is true. We do see on both sides the reflux coming out, one the milk variety and one of the vanilla variety. How do you think this is going to change up how these teams play based on what variant of the reflux they decided to go with?
Yeah, well, it's really just going to be depending on the specials that are on both of those, as both of those weapons would utilize the same type of paint power. So of course we have the all just. Oh, that was Omega. I was gonna say. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the right. That's not the right reflex with the paint there. So I don't know. It's always hard to tell because especially in this first minute, you're just doing everything you can to go and find. Hey, I'm gonna paint this area, and then if somebody from the other team finds you, it's the pointing at each other meme, like we have to take each other down. So that's kind of the situations and how they battle in these turf wars. But I mean, Fofofo's off to a pretty strong start. I mean, pushing Moonlight into danger just right now, but of course 2 minutes into the game, that means nothing in the last 30 seconds.
Certainly it does not, but remember, just because the last 30 seconds matter the most doesn't mean it's the only time that it matters. Being able to establish that turf control on the stage early on can be pretty invaluable, but as we mentioned earlier, this stage can be pretty lockout heavy. So, and we're kind of seeing that right here, Fofofo pushing Moonlight back into their spawn area. Lily, what do you think Moonlight needs to do in order to kind of move out?
I mean, they're gonna need to do exactly what Omega is doing right now. Pull out that hammer, get in behind them, and start putting down some ink, really. And that's gonna be rough. I mean, we get Omega in causing a little bit of havoc for the members in their own spawn, which should give Moonlight an opportunity to move on out of their own. But I mean, it really comes down to Moonlight taking that initiative.
Yes, an initiative they are going to take, as we see they're using that tri-strike to move forward, to move a little bit into the middle of the stage. And as we can see, they're out of the danger zone, which means that this may be their opportunity to make that push happen, question mark, Falco?
Yeah, I don't know. When Dat Menace is pushed up that far, it is really hard to feel comfortable if you're Moonlight right now. So Fofofo, again, they're just doing everything they can to find any ink that they can paint in. I mean, fortunately for Moonlight, they are getting player advantages. This might actually turn around for Moonlight. I know it says they're in danger, but looking at how far they are pushing back members of Fofofo, no longer in danger as Fofofo's still trying to get some picks here. Again, it will come down to these last few minutes. I think Moonlight is making some leverage, and this one might be a little closer than we thought.
It is so close, and we don't know. The tri-strike's coming out, giving a little bit more turf coverage for Moonlight. Let's see if that's going to be enough for them to take the win. All right.
So unfortunately, I think I can call this one as well. I think
Moonlight
that's Moonlight.
getting it. Yeah.
It was close. Barely. And you know what? I think those tri-strikes really did make a difference. I think it was so close. Without those tri-strikes, it might not have tuned into Moonlight's favor, Lily.
Yeah, if Basil had just spent that little bit extra time in fighting an opponent, and if they had done that instead of moving forward and throwing those tri-strikes, I think we would have been looking at a very different end screen. But very fortunately, she recognized, oh no, I have my special, and this is going to be the turning point.
There's been so many times where I'm like, oops, I forgot that I had my special. So I'm really glad that these players are aware of it. They're cognizant of the job that needs to be done. They're not blindsided by the fact that, maybe I can win this 1v1. They're looking at the grand picture, and that's why these teams play at the top of their game for sure, Falco.
Yeah, and if I might get a special as time is expiring, I am just mashing that special button to deploy it. It's like when I play a weapon that has Tacticooler in the opening of a game, I'm like, all right, I'm painting, but I'm also just mashing my special to try and get it out. So
I mean, half the time I think I have my special and I don't. So I run into danger and I drop a splat bomb and I'm like, bubble time, and then there's no bubble.
Like, wait a minute, right. But yeah, with that game, like we mentioned, it was only a percentage and a half was the difference. So it very well could have just come down to one special, one strike even at that too, with how close it was. But there was really no area on that map that was not painted. Both of those teams knew their assignment of, all right, we're going to paint our spawn, and we are going to just push a little bit closer to mid once we do that, but we want to make sure we cover our bases.
Yeah, and they definitely did cover their bases. It's not something that we see in other competitive modes nearly as much. You might see somebody trying to build an early special, but they're not so thorough in covering their spawn. And we've definitely seen turf war matches that have gone the other way because teams did not paint their spawn so thoroughly. So we want to make sure that we are in Turf War, focused on the goal, and the goal is to get that ink on the ground. So that being said, now the roles have reversed. Moonlight is up 2-0. Fofofo is going to need to do something drastic to be able to come back and reverse sweep this Lily. What do you think it might be?
I mean, if I were them, I'd go with Rainmaker. It felt like they had some pretty consistent control, and it felt like that they were aggressively kind of beating up Moonlight. So I would go Rainmaker, but unfortunately from on high, it sounds like we're going Clam Blitz. And I mean, I don't mean unfortunately because, you know, Clam Blitz. I'm always happy to see Clam Blitz, but I just think that yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is Moonlight picking the mode, so Moonlight wouldn't pick Rainmaker. So if I were Fofofo, I'd want Rainmaker, but I get why Moonlight might not do that to themselves.
Yes. So they're obviously avoiding what you think might be beneficial to Fofofo by avoiding it, by going to Clam Blitz on, wow, what a stage to pick it on, Urchin Underpass.
Awful.
The last time we saw this was a Turf War match. We haven't seen it with any of the 4 competitive modes that we typically see. So this will be interesting. I think I've played this combination a handful of times. I can't say it's been too often that I've played it. Yeah. Lily, you said when you say awful, do you mean like it's hard to play? What's the vibe here?
So, I mean, like I said, when I look for good maps and good stages and good placements on Clam Blitz, typically what I'm looking for are good clam spawns and multiple ways to enter into that basket area. And Urchin Underpass has neither of those. It has a big funnel right into basket, including a grate that makes it very hard to get through. And all of the clam spawns are kind of in mid and very far from the basket. So it lends itself to a very long, very difficult push. So we're probably going to be looking at a very low scoring game that drags out maybe into overtime.
And you know, sometimes we're just in it for the long haul. And as we are, we're going to enter our losers semifinals, round 3. Moonlight versus Fofofo, the rematch. Let's see if Fofofo can pull out a dub from this. Do we see anything different in these comps, Lily?
Nothing that we haven't seen before. We do see 3Z, we're gonna say Z because Canada. 3Z pulling out the Wiper, maybe to match Omega's pace a little bit, so I kind of like that pick. But we're also seeing just, a lack of range on the side of Fofofo, which might play to their advantage in a stage with a lot of dips and dodges in it.
Yes, and there are definitely a lot of dips and dodges, and we see that grate right there. Fofofo making an early push. Are they able to get that second power cam in? I think they dropped it, but that grate is really there as a funnel. It's really hard to make it through that grate with whatever resource you need to be able to make that push happen, Falco.
I didn't know they had a Gobi Arena in Splatoon 3. This is bringing me flashbacks to that. But Lily was right. Like, that is one of the only entrance points. I also want to point out Basil's using the Splattershot Friesen Pro. This is a weapon they used in Turf War, but not necessarily in Clam Blitz before. So this is going to be really interesting to see how they play with this. Dark is now the only one alive with the Power Clam, so really not a push there. This is giving an opportunity for Moonlight to regroup, but the pressure is not letting up at all for Fofofo.
The pressure is not letting up. And, you know, Nolan, really both teams are kind of scrapping it out in the middle of this map. And this stage is just so large that it takes forever for you to be able to even make it to the clams basket. Which means, as to refer to Lily's point from earlier, they're going to need to make more grand, more stable, bigger pushes in order for these pushes to be substantial for the teammates to utilize. So
honestly, I think what it's going to come down to is people getting up ahead of that basket before their power clam gets there. Because that's usually the danger, is everyone comes in with the power clam and then funnels into the grinder, and that's just not sustainable. But you get people up in there ahead of it who can maybe sustain things a little easier, and it might get a little bit better for them. Now, we're down in this pit of death.
Yeah.
And 3Z just churning out those splats one after the other, and really just setting up camp, I guess, until a lucky shot from Nolan. But that's, I mean, I would say 46 is honestly a pretty safe push on this stage.
Yeah, I think I would agree, given how many obstacles there are before you can even make it to the clams basket. So I think Fofofo is sitting pretty with their 46. Moonlight is going to have to make some plays, Falco, to make a push happen here.
Yeah, and again, there's just really no opportunity because there's always somebody on Fofofo who's making a move, a flank. Look at that on the top left, right where the stamp was against Omega. Unfortunately for Fofofo, they went down, but fortunately for Omega, they've been cleaning up, getting some really good splats, including taking down that Ultra Stamp. So that is absolutely huge. That's going to open the door for Moonlight to try and score. It's only going to be Shadow who's holding some clams, holding 5 right now, identifies that menace, takes them down too. So these are really good picks with the momentum changing for Moonlight. I'm really curious to see how they're going to capitalize on this. Again, no power clam is ready yet, but they are looking unstoppable in these 3 minutes.
They are, and I think that was such a lucky find for that member of Moonlight. Taking out the Octobrush is going to be huge as far as making space and not worrying about anybody flanking from behind. There is a power clam inching closer to that basket, but Fofofo is not going to make it easy for Moonlight to make this push, Lily.
They truly aren't. I mean, I do want to just take a moment to mention how impactful Omega has been on this Viper. And I mean, even on the Decapitator as well. I feel like Omega, who's very well known for their Carbon Roller, has been making a lot of moves on these weapons that allow him a little bit more mobility. We see the Kraken from Nolan getting up into a pretty scary spot for Fofofo if he can manage to hold it, because this is kind of what I'm talking about. Okay, never mind. We're just gonna wipe out, and it's fine. We're gonna wipe out, 15 seconds left. I don't even think we can build... I mean, we have the pity power clam, but I don't think we have time to get what we need to be able to make a substantial push, let alone get to basket.
But you know what? In Clam Blitz overtime, the overtime counter is quite long, so perhaps this will be enough time for Moonlight to make that play happen. Shadowwind holding on to that clam. Nolan procking that Kraken, trying to protect. They do get the clam in. They get the second clam in. They just need 2 more single clams to be able to take the lead. Do they even have those clams? They don't. And
Basil
Oh,
does.
Basil does, but just shy of the basket. Unfortunately, Basil unable to get those 2 clams in, which gives the victory to Fofofo. Is this Fofofo's chance to make that run back happen? We'll see. This might be history reversing itself, Falco.
Yeah, I mean... It could be. I would be very shocked if it does go the distance. But to talk about those last few moments of the game, Nolan's Kraken, absolutely crucial. It's unfortunate that the rest of their members went down. Of course, they scored some clams. They did a great job breaking the basket open, and they desperately needed it. They hadn't done it until overtime started. But when you're Nolan and you're the Kraken, as soon as the Kraken ends, you're the, chuckles, uh-oh, I'm in danger types of situation where you don't really know where to go and you just try and hope that you are a distraction and somebody like Basil who's holding some clams can sneak up on the side. But a stage like this, it is hard to find the optimal route, the quickest route to make a stealthy 2 clam score. Because the grates could be the quickest way, but that's not the way you want to go when there's a lot of traffic.
Yeah, and you just slow down, like physically your squid, your octoling just loses so much momentum trying to get through those grates that you don't even maybe have the momentum to throw those clams straight into the basket. So something to consider. I think Basil trying to jump in getting those clams in and trying their best to make it happen was the best that Moonlight could have offered, but sometimes it just is a little bit shy of the clam bake. So we have Word on High, our next round. We have Rainmaker. Now, Rainmaker, again, we have Fofofo choosing Rainmaker on Museum Delfonsino. We have seen this before, Lily. Do you expect that this might go differently in any way?
Sorry,
Lily,
I'm still thinking about Clam Blitz.
Oh, well, what are you thinking about for Clam Blitz?
I was thinking about whether or not you could actually have the momentum and distance to throw a single clam from the other side of grate, but I think the basket is just slightly too far for that to make it. But now I have to go into the lab to find out because I'm honestly not sure and it's bothering me. That said, Museum Delfonsino and Rainmaker, I'm not surprised we picked Rainmaker. Like we said earlier, Fofofo is gonna want to go there. I'm not really surprised we chose Museum from Moonlight because of the picks they have. This is probably the most practiced. Is it gonna go differently? I hope so.
You know, Rainmaker is one of those modes where really it could be anybody's game.
Yeah.
Like, if just one scrappy play, one guy in the back flanking could be enough to get that dunk. So honestly, just one guy, really, just one person
just
on
Greg
the other
in
team.
Behind. Splat Greg coming in from behind.
So sometimes you just have to be especially aware in a mode like Rainmaker. So let's see if Fofofo can get their second win in this set. So Falco, do you expect to see anything super different as far as comps go?
No, and we're not really seeing it other than the Splatana Wiper Deco coming out from 3Z. Again, beacons and Tenta missiles this time. Beacons I think are going to be really nice here actually, because this is a very, more of a square stage where you're going to have opportunities that, we want to put ourselves, if we're making a Rainmaker push and I get splatted, I want to have a safe jump that I could potentially flank or use a little bit more leverage. And speaking of leverage, it is all Moonlight right now as Shadowwind is trying to push up, tries to go for Dat Menace, and Basil now in a good position too. It's going to be Omega picking it up. Basil, the support of the Vac and the Kraken, not going to be enough for them to get that checkpoint. So standing right next to it. Oh, that was so close from Nolan. I thought they had it, but no. That Menace wisely dropping it down. Let's just try and reset this a little bit. We started off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, and on a stage like this, it is super easy to get that first checkpoint. It really isn't going to take too much effort from either team to break that first checkpoint. It really is what comes after that that is going to determine the game, Lily.
It really is, and that's the dangerous part. Like, this is just step one, and we're a minute and a half into the game and we haven't completed step one for either team. Now, that said, Moonlight's had pretty much full control of the stage since the game started, and we love to see it, but I think we're going to need a little bit more than a vac just to get past step one.
Yes, and this is a multi-step process. Basil pulling out the ink vac again, hoping to maybe get a little bit of ink and shoot that shot, maybe get a pick, but unfortunately the Rainmaker is going to reset, and Omega lying in wait, hoping to get an unsuspecting, a cheeky pick right here. Are they able to do it? Not quite. They do, actually. I'm eating my words right now. A double, not quite a triple, but a double sometimes is good enough, Falco.
Yeah, you definitely take those, especially when you have the lead. I like the Mega strategy of I'm going to throw Torpedo to try and track you down, maybe get some chip damage, and then use one slash of my Wiper to finish it off. Fortunately for them, it did not pay off, but Fofofo, that's going to be a delayed wipeout, I believe. As we can see, Dark is already on the move, places a beacon right under that ledge by the ramp, too, to kind of get themselves set up, but a lot of paint still in mid for Moonlight, so we will see Fofofo if they want to try and pick this up or not. But no, Moonlight was really quick on how they wanted to respond there, Milana.
Yeah, they are. And all the Ultra Stamp coming out from Omega, they're holding onto it, waiting, getting that cheeky pick on Dat Menace right there. And this may be an opportunity again for Moonlight to make that push because Dat Menace no longer on the board, no longer a threat as far as a flank goes. Let's see if Basil is going to make any plays here. 3Z coming out, getting a double, maybe a triple. Are they able to get the triple here? If they are, maybe they're going to use their missiles instead. Lily, what is fofofo doing right here?
I have a pro tip for everybody watching, everybody in this call right now. You can't win Rainmaker unless you touch the Rainmaker. And I think we've touched the Rainmaker in, 3.5 minutes, a total of 3 times. That's just not enough for anything to happen. So I'm gonna need these players to lock in to pick up the fish and take it to the pedestal.
Especially with how close both those Rainmakers got to that first checkpoint. Like it looked like it was there and was satisfied to clear the checkpoint, but no. So at least for fofofo, they're like, all right, we just need. If I get splatted after I move this 3 units, that's fine. We just want to get the lead. And again, we're 4 minutes in now, so that was perfect for fofofo. They're trying to keep up the momentum, getting to 47. It looks like it might be slowing down a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if Moonlight only tries for maybe one more opportunity, but I want to drop that Rainmaker. Very wise of Basil to do so. They're going to try and keep this pressure going.
You know, it's almost like they heard you, Lily. As soon as you were like, touch the Rainmaker, they're like, okay, wait, hold on, let me pick up the Rainmaker. So Basil grabbing that Rainmaker, holding on to it, unfortunately goes down 3 down on Moonlight. This, I think, is going to be maybe, I'm not really sure, fofofo keeping that Rainmaker there. They have a decision to make. Are they going to leave it there? Are they going to drop it? Are they going to move it backwards? There's a lot of things. Are they just not going to touch it? Who really knows? There's so many decisions to be left there. They let it reset. This may be Moonlight's last opportunity to push here, Falco.
Yeah, they're going to really need to try and be careful with this because they need to get the checkpoint and then they need to progress further. It's kind of a 2-layered thing, but no, that's not going to be enough. Fofofo getting that stop, knocking on the door for the reverse sweep. That countered the reverse sweep from our first set. This was not on our bingo card, Milana.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Oh my god, this is like history, as if history was, I don't know, like I knew what history was doing and I just decided to reverse it, right? Lily, it sounds like you're having a great time.
That was the wildest game of Rainmaker I've seen played in a very long time. We spent 4 minutes not even breaking checkpoint, and then we spent the last minute where all of the players of fofofo were just running one after the other into the players of Moonlight, and Moonlight was like, oh no, we can't go anywhere because there's players everywhere. And I think the answer really was to just grab the Rainmaker and run. But no one wanted to do that, so instead we just had chaos.
You know, and we did talk a little bit about this beforehand, right? That sometimes it's just one cheeky player who picks up the Rainmaker and runs it straight through the fire, the ink, the turf, and gets that lead, right? So yes, sometimes you just have to pick up the Rainmaker and run, and I guess that's what fofofo did. So, you know, sometimes it do be like that. But
you just want a good push, and I get it. You want a good push, but sometimes when you're 4 minutes into a game and no one's broken 60, you just need any push. And that's what we saw from fofofo. They were like, all right, good enough.
Yes.
That's fine.
I think particularly on a stage that it's arguably the quickest to go from mid to the first checkpoint when the spinner is in the right spot, you can do that in less than 3.5 seconds. So it's like, but the situation was never there. Like, the teams, they tried different strategies, but to Lily's point, like, there were only 4 or 5 times that I think a player picked up the Rainmaker, but either way, it brought us to Game 5, which, by the way, is going to be Splat Zones. So
Inkblot Art Academy, which is a very classic competitive stage and mode. How, do you guys feel about it overall? I feel like as junior players, you have a lot of, freedom to be able to play around this Splat Zone.
Yeah, I'd
As
say
we've
so.
spoken about before, I throw some sub power up on my splat bombs, and I sit on the right hand side, and I put splat bombs anywhere a charger likes to stand, and then it's great. I do fine.
Yeah, I typically wouldn't really go up the enemy ramp unless we kind of get that knockout situation. We kind of want to engage in a lockout. But like Lily said, I'm kind of back by the zone, painting it, maybe getting some high ground to throw some bombs, seeing what sticks, seeing what splats. But yeah, like you mentioned, just a very classic stage and mode combination that we have.
Yes, and you know, we are leading into a Game 5 in our loser semi. Again, Moonlight versus fofofo. Let's see how this is going to play out. Is it going to be the reverse sweep? Is it going to be Moonlight's victory? Let's see. Lily, what do we see coming out from both teams here?
I mean, nothing super strange compared to what we've been watching for the set so far. We do see that E-Leader coming back out from Basil, which beautiful. Absolutely love seeing an E-Leader on this stage because you can just shut down so many options.
And you can, with 15 seconds into the game, one down on both teams kind of really figuring each other out in that center stage, but it's looking like fofofo has a lot of turf control right here, Falco.
Yeah, they do. They even have the ink wall that is on the slit in case they were ready to push up or make sure nobody could drop from that right side. And Moonlight, even though they don't have the zone, they looked like they were showing some really strong aggression to try and fight some of that fofofo offense that they had. But they're going to want to try and just go for that zone to counter it, just to keep it contested a little bit. But you know, Omega and Shadow opting to try and take out one of the players, but finally with the player advantage, able to get that cap. 42 penalty points, and Shadow very wisely watching for the beacons, identifying one of the jumps. It's going to go down by one of their teammates. But having this 3-player advantage, the door is now open, especially for Omega, and look at that spot that they're just sharking on.
Yeah, that is an incredibly unusual spot for a sharking player to kind of sit on, especially since it's not really the easiest spot, and you have to make sure that you don't accidentally fall off of that block. But, you know, the more unconventional the hiding spot, the more unlikely it is that they might detect you there. Nolan getting a nice pick with that Kraken. Can they get a second? They are just kind of holding onto the zone and really holding onto it quite strongly, Lily.
This is what I love to see. Basil getting up in that top mid area, coming in on this left-hand side. The range that the E-Leader has can just cover so much ground. And unfortunately getting picked off by a cheeky little splat bomb. Gotta love to see it. And this puts fofofo back in the game, really. This is their opportunity. They're gonna have to get up there, get quick and aggressive, and stop Basil, really, from setting up anywhere that allows her team to take advantage of it.
And we do see exactly that. Dat Menace standing there, watching that Ultra Stamp come their way. Dark positioning themselves to be able to maybe handle Basil if she gets a little bit too close. I think this is going to be the opportunity that Moonlight needs to be able to move forward. The special's coming out, Falco.
Yeah, they really need to do it sooner than later as time is ticking down. fofofo knocking on the door of that reverse sweep. Can they hold on to the zone for this time? It is now contested by Moonlight. 1-player advantage for Moonlight. It is now neutral. Zone is still neutral as well. Moonlight trying to find ways that they can do it. Kai as well on fofofo. This is the longest we've seen the zone neutral for quite some time here. Oh, but this has to go over to Moonlight's favor right now. They need to get this zone to save it. Give fofofo some penalty points. Absolutely huge save for Moonlight.
Huge indeed. I think that maybe fofofo could have used a little bit more focus on that zone. Focus on the zone, right? Did I do it?
That was good. There you go.
Was it good? Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
No, we already did it. We already did that one.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Anyway, so we see that Moonlight holding onto the zone for the time being, but really, both teams are scrapping it out in the middle still. Dat Menace is going to need a pick. They're going to need a big play right here. Unfortunately, they get taken out by Shadow. Falco, what is Moonlight going to do here to keep that zone?
You just have to identify where members of fofofo are. Again, you have a player disadvantage right now if you're Shadow when you just go right towards the zone, try and touch up on some of that paint, and just keep it neutral while the rest of your teammates come in. And that is absolutely perfect because they did. Moonlight gets the win, avoids the reverse sweep coming out from from fofofo, and we'll be moving on to the losers finals.
Wow. You know, I was really kind of wondering how that would play out. And, you know, something about Splat Zones is that timer ticks down much faster than you would expect. So being able to play it calm, cool, and collected, I think is so important. It was so important for Moonlight to be able to gather, you know, all that positive energy, the positive mentality, and come at it at every point in time. And they were able to cap that zone at a really crucial time during that match. So congrats to them on winning loser semis. They will be heading to losers finals. But before we do, we have a quick replay from our first round tower control where we see Basil's incredible play. Lily, take it away.
I absolutely love Basil's E-Leader. We just get to see her show off so much. She comes in from a position that was relatively safe and has to pick off somebody at close range. A lot of chargers can't manage to do that, and yet she keeps her calm, keeps collected, keeps cool, and picks off 2 in a row at a lot shorter range than you would like to see.
Yeah, and you know what? The E-Leader is the longest ranged weapon in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes.
I'm pretty sure it like just barely beats out Hydra, right?
I think so. So in that case, and it's so dangerous and so scary to have a player use that weapon just as well in long range situations as they do in short range situations. Yes, Lily.
The longest range weapon in the game is actually my Splat Bombs with sub power up.
Sorry.
There you go.
I should have known. This should have been on trivia. I think I would have gotten some points on that.
I would have gotten it wrong again, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Falco still wouldn't have gotten any points, but it would have been kinder to him than Baby Jelly.
So with that being said, let's go back to the bracket. Let's see who we are watching for our losers finals. We have, again, Milky Way having gotten knocked out of the winners bracket into the losers final. This is going to be a great matchup, Milky Way versus Moonlight. Milky Way maybe haven't played for a couple of minutes, maybe need a little bit of warm up. So let's see how these two teams will play out against each other and see which team will move into grand finals to play against 5. So both teams very, I would say, have a lot of notable players on each team. So what player, I guess, are you looking most forward to seeing them duke it out on the battlefield, Falco?
Yeah, I mean, well, we've seen a lot of Moonlight, and I mentioned too that Omega is one of my favorite players to watch with just how well they use the Viper, how well they use any of their weapons that they typically play. And on the side of Milky Way, I think Bran is a very polished player too, just like kind of the tried and true just execution player, and how well they perform along with Ice. They're just, you know, we mentioned players who have been around for quite some time. Ice has been playing in, you know, at LANs in the championship setting and is always so fun to watch. So they're going to be fun to watch now. Again, Milky Way's had some time to kind of sit, you know, relax a little bit. Moonlight coming off of a Game 5, going right back into this game. Not many breaks for them today, especially with their second Game 5. So they've got to be feeling a certain way. I'm hoping that they can take any time they need to kind of rest and get some water to keep this momentum going. So I'm just excited that both teams are at this position.
So I hope everyone is staying hydrated, you out there in the audience as well. And we will be going into our first round. A fan favorite and a tournament favorite, actually. Tower Control Mako Mart again. Lily, what do you expect to see? Maybe something that's different, something that's the same as far as this stage and mode go?
I mean, honestly, these two teams have very similar play styles, so I'm kind of expecting it to come down to just a battle of who gets the momentum first, whose mechanics are particularly on fire today, who's feeling it, you know? Because they both play fairly calm and fairly gathered, you know? They don't take extreme risks until one of their players goes, okay, now, right? And usually that's Omega or someone like Bran. And you kind of have to wait for those moments with teams like this, as opposed to a team like 5 that would just take over and just do everything all the time all at once. So I'm kind of expecting it to go how we've seen this kind of go before. And I mean, at this point, Moonlight's feeling at home on this stage, so maybe they have home turf advantage.
Maybe they do. But you know what? I think it is going to be a good one regardless. We are going into our losers finals, Moonlight versus Milky Way. Again, thank you so much to Power, our spectator cam operator for the evening. He has done an incredible job. So if you ever see him wandering in the community, make sure you give him a thanks, a shout out here and there, because he's doing a great job. All right, so moving into this, we do see both the E-leader coming out from Basil and the Sniper coming out from Q. Falco, how do you think this is going to play out against each other?
Yeah, well, these are the weapons that we have seen both of these teams play. So like Lily said, I think it's just going to be a match that really is going to come down to who is more polished from these two clearly polished teams. So not necessarily anything different that we haven't quite seen before, but just more of, who's going to get the momentum first, which clearly it's looking like Moonlight, and, that 84 is not a super comfortable push as they're approaching that first checkpoint, but they're not in a good position to really progress it quite now. So Milky Way, they did a good job in just kind of countering it, giving Moonlight a little bit of space, but thinking, all right, now we'll give you a little bit of space. We definitely want some space for ourselves too.
And they certainly are taking space for themselves. Q getting a nice pick on Nolan, one down on Milky Way, Tactic Coolers coming out, Ice getting another pick. I think this may be Milky Way's opportunity to push Lily.
It really is. Q set up on this right-hand side is going to have to be a little careful of Basil and her positioning, but, I mean, it comes down to a battle of the backlines. A beautiful flank here from Omega, unfortunately going to get picked off by Bran and Q and their teamwork, and Bran moving right on up in this right-hand side with that blaster. I mean, that's a dangerous place to stick a blaster in.
Yes, because that place is just so unexpected to have somebody waiting there, lying in wait, and it really is dangerous for your backliners if you don't clear out that left side of the map as well. Jared getting a nice pick before getting taken out by Omega. Really, both teams are still kind of feeling out the middle right here. Ultra Stamp coming out from Omega. Can he make something happen here? Unfortunately not. Getting taken out by the S-Blast by Bran. And let's see if they're able to utilize that and capitalize on that Falco.
Yeah, it's really going to be just trying to, like you mentioned, capitalize on it, but it seems like it's similar to the Rainmaker match where we saw before, where people just weren't really touching the tower or really getting that 2-3 player advantage. It's always been a 1-player advantage where we don't feel comfortable unless you're Basil. You just get 2 very quick splats like that. I know that's the 3rd time I've said that about Basil, but I can guarantee I will not say it enough about them too, with how well they do, and that's going to help them propel and get past this first checkpoint, potentially the lead if they really want to try and stretch it. 2 players are down. Nolan was using the Kraken, so nobody was on the tower, but this is... Oh, Q almost got splatted there by the Kraken as well, so a lot to just try and handle here, but I think as soon as one team gets that 3 to 4 player advantage, this is going to quickly go out of control.
It certainly is, but no lead is too safe of a lead in tower control. 61 Milky Way, 67 Moonlight, with a minute 50 left on the clock. Milky Way looks like they have quite a bit of turf control in the mid. Crab Tank coming out. Can something happen here? Are they able to get a pick? They know that if Basil is there, they're going to need to take Basil out because Basil has been a thorn in the side of Milky Way so far, Lily.
They really have. I mean, both of these teams are playing completely out of this world, and I do just want to take a moment to point out the Wavebreaker has been an MVP this match for Basil, just constantly marking opponents for their teammates to come in and take out, and has been an absolutely beautiful asset to have. But, they're just really struggling to get this moving again. Milky Way is kind of onto them and really just making sure that they're not standing in one place for too long for Basil or for the Nolan's Kraken to come in and take them out.
Yeah, so we want to make sure that we're always moving, that we're continuing to push forward when we can. Q riding the tower, pushing their lead a little bit farther to 46. This is still going to be, it looks like Milky Way still kind of around the tower. I think they're kind of being a nuisance. Jared and Omega scrapping it out in the middle. That Crab Tank, I think, crushing somebody as they're falling down. Really, this is going to be a really strong push from Milky Way, Falco.
Yeah, and it started about 45 seconds ago, right as Milky Way got that 3-player advantage. We saw Basil just back up, and it happened right here again. We do see that the Booyah Bomb is ready on the side of Milky Way. Can only imagine that Jared is just going to wait, or not Jared, that's going to be Ice who's going to be using it right now to throw it, hop on the tower, and that's exactly what happens as Milky Way getting this game won. Again, started off a little bit rocky, but once Milky Way had that 3-player advantage, it was, all right, we're going to push the tower as far as we possibly can. I'm going to have my special ready. I'll wait. I'll hold on to this for 15 seconds, throw it at the perfect time. That's how Milky Way won the game.
And you know, we do talk about Booyah Bomb on tower control a lot, and utilizing that Booyah Bomb exactly at the right moment, being able to time it so that it kind of aligns with the end of the match is what we like to, lovingly dubbed the GG bomb, the GG Booyah Bomb. So great job to Milky Way. Let's see what Milky Way decides to pick as a mode in response to this. It looks like Splat Zones is going to be our next mode. I think it is something that Milky Way has shown that they can play at an expert level. So what kind of map do you think might Moonlight respond with, Lily, in order to kind of get their footing in the door?
I mean, personally, if I were them, I'd pick a weird one. We have a few mode stage combinations in this tournament that aren't played frequently in competitive. And if I were them, I'm not going to take Milky Way to where they're strongest and where they've practiced. I'm going to take them to a weird one.
What would you consider like a weird stage? Like Urchin Underpass?
Yeah, we could go Urchin Underpass. We could go Undertow Spillway. I want to say Bluefin Depot, but I don't think that's legal. So
no,
I just think
tournament.
we should do it anyway. I think we should just do it anyway. Mods, can we go to Bluefin Depot?
It is such an interesting take for sure. Yeah. So, but it looks like we're going super vanilla. Falco, where are we going?
Yeah, we are going to the Kbot Art Academy. Get your learning on, because we're headed back there for Splat Zones. We saw it in the previous set. Where Moonlight did get the win, you know, and I do want to talk about how Moonlight won on that Splat Zones, because I thought they did such a good job at knowing when to paint the zone and when to try and go for an opponent, because there were so many times when Moonlight played it, that previous set against Fofofo, where there was contesting of the zone that lasted at least like 20 seconds or so. In Moonlight, the team that had the lead knew, okay, we're going to do everything we can to not let you cap the zone. If that means we have to stop painting and then go for you and give up some of our space and our positioning, we're going to do that. So we'll see if Moonlight can bring that momentum into this game for them to potentially tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, and it really takes like some level of expertise to be able to know, okay, we don't have the zone is being contested, we need to paint just enough so that the opponent doesn't give us a penalty, doesn't stick us with that penalty, and we need to be able to take out the members of the opposing team, because if we don't, then they're just going to paint over the zone. And I think something that needs to be mentioned is that sometimes comps are more suited towards turfing than other comps are, so you kind of have to be aware of how much turfing power your weapons have in order to kind of move forward with this as well. So as we get into game 2 of our losers finals, Moonlight versus Milky Way, let's see how this will play out for both of these teams. I don't expect to see very much different between the two comps, so let's get it. So yeah, so Lily,
I do feel like another advantage that we might see here is Basil over Q. We did see a bit of that E-leader prowess the last time we saw Moonlight play here against against the Snipe Rider, right? So I feel like we're going to see that again. It's going to really come down to Q and her positioning, really taking more powerful stances against Basil and her charger with the longer range.
Yeah, and Shadow getting a really nice double here. This is gonna put Moonlight in a great position to hold on to the zone for maybe the lead back from Milky Way, Falco.
Yeah, they're going to want to try and hold on to this, especially with a 3-player advantage. This is where Shadow needs to push up, and they do. Oh, tried to go for the stealthy jump that we saw Omega do earlier. But you absolutely need to capitalize on that, because it's not going to be often you have a 3-player advantage against a team like Milky Way. So you want to push up, try and get this splats. Nolan getting a really nice splat on Brand, and Nolan is doing such a good job. Still 3 are down. It is just going to be Q once again, but Milky Way in that time were able to contest the zone, giving Moonlight 30 penalty points. Not something that Moonlight wanted to happen, but it did regardless. So Moonlight's still trying to ride this momentum that's looking pretty good, Milana.
And I think what we need to note is that some of the players on Moonlight are really trying to be a nuisance back to Q. Q plopping herself down, trying to be able to snipe, but if you are being bothered by some of the members of your opponent team, it really is difficult to make those snipes happen. So kudos to Moonlight for trying their best to kind of make that happen. And you know, it's still Moonlight's game for the time being, Lily.
It really is. We do have 2 down on the side of Moonlight, so it's going to be a cap for Milky Way applying that penalty. But it really comes down to them getting into these powerful positions against Moonlight. And when they have an E-leader on board, that gets a little harder than you would like it to be normally. The Booyah coming out on the right-hand side is going to hopefully funnel everyone into this left, which is going to give Jared and Q a bit of an advantage for anyone dropping into them. But, I mean, how much of an advantage can you have against the Kraken?
Unfortunately, not very much. Really, all your options are run and hide, because that Kraken is invulnerable, and unfortunately, you are very vulnerable. So, but you know, they were able to avoid the disaster that the Kraken provided. Jared holding onto that zone, making sure, playing the objective, painting the zone. Jared getting a nice pick. And this may turn in Milky Way's favor now, Falco. Yeah,
Jared is doing such a great job at identifying players, making sure the rest of their players can just control the zone, and that's what helped them take the lead. Just you can clearly tell they're communicating, hey, this person's over here, I need your assistance. And this, okay, finally we're going to change it around for Moonlight, and they're going to get the wipeout. Now the question is, can they hold on to this long enough? Time is still on their side. They can give up the zone a little bit, but of course they want to get through all these penalty points, and they don't want to overextend. And Shadowin finally made that jump that he was hoping to have, just getting on that little ledge over on the side. So Moonlight's really hoping that this goes in the way that it did for them in the first 2 minutes of the game without Milky Way breaking back in.
They do, but you know, Milky Way is not going to make it easy for them. 1:30 left on the clock, 20 points left on the clock. Unfortunately, they get hit with a heavy penalty because of that Booyah Bomb from Milky Way. Do you still think that this is, that Moonlight is able to come back from this, Lily?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the game's not over till it's over. We definitely have quite a bit of ways to go, I would say, but it's definitely not impossible. The penalty could be burnt through. The way things are going so far, I'm gonna guess we're gonna have to go through overtime in order to make it all the way through, just because of how contested this zone is. But I mean, if Omega keeps throwing out those torpedoes on that left-hand side, maybe we'll get something moving.
Maybe we will, but unfortunately not if Omega gets splatted by that snipe rider. Basil also getting a nice snipe, getting that trade with the member of, you know, Milky Way. So Basil popping herself up, 30 seconds left on the clock. Falco, what is going to happen here?
Yeah, well, Moonlight's going to have to find a way to cap the zone. Shadow's in a very tricky position with specials coming out from Milky Way, and it really is a giant uphill battle from here, because now you're approaching the time where Basil does it again, but now you're an Omega doing it too. Okay, but you're approaching the time where once you control the zone, that's going to have to be the last time. You can't have any other moments where you let Milky Way get the zone if you are Moonlight. So they're holding on to it strong. I bet Milky Way is just trying to build some of the specials. They have 2 Booyah Bombs, and it looks like they're going to be using at least one of them. Brand going up to throw it. 2 players. Now, no player advantage here. We'll see how this ends up going into overtime. It's looking like Milky Way's getting some more paint. Shadowin's going to go down. And Bran is also going to go down, and that's finally going to be capped there for Milky Way, getting this Game 2 win.
Yeah, so having that zone be contested for way too long will also end overtime. So unfortunately, Moonlight was just not able to hold on to the zone long enough for them to be able to take the win, giving the win to Milky Way. Wow, that was like such a back and forth match, Lily. I think that's one of the best things about Splat Zones, because we see how expertly these teams control the zone and how they're able to kind of allow the other team to gain a little bit of space. They're able to push back. It's almost like a dance.
It really is, yeah, like an ebb and flow almost of the tides, and that's kind of what zones comes down to. I mean, any mode really, but zones especially, where you have to hold a fixed space that doesn't move at all. You kind of have to learn properly how to give a little bit of space without giving up too much of it, and it's honestly a skill that takes quite a lot of time to build as you get into the higher levels of competitive. You really have to know how to read the moments when you can and should back up, and when you're giving up too much space and putting yourself at a disadvantage. And honestly, players of this caliber are very familiar with that, but I mean, even then, sometimes you see some flubs, and it also takes a little bit of experience to know when to take advantage of those flubs. Like, oh, they moved a little bit too far, and now I can move into a really good position. I'm taking it now.
Yes, totally. So, Falco, imagine you're Moonlight, right? Or I guess imagine you're Milky Way. What kind of mode would you pick to not let Moonlight have that advantage that you don't want them to have?
That is a good question, because, you know, we've seen Moonlight not be shy about choosing Turf War, but that's spoilers. That's not going to be the mode that we're going to. It's going to be Clam Blitz, which Lily's again shaking their head like, oh, okay, a decision. But I can obviously see this working out for Milky Way. A lot of these matches have been very close. A lot of these games have been very close. And Moonlight, you know, it seems like they just haven't been able to really have a strong stance when they make a push, which can be super important for Clam Blitz. It's important for all modes, but Clam Blitz in particular, where any 4v4 situation typically seems to go to Milky Way's favor. So I'm betting that Milky Way is kind of just riding with that. They're going with that narrative of like, all right, this will be the one that will seal us. We want a rematch in Grand Finals against 5, so we are going to just try and knock this out of the park.
Yeah, and it looks like they're doing a good job so far, but, you know, we've known Moonlight to come back from pretty not so good looking situations as we did in the first set that we've seen today. So we know that now Moonlight is warmed up, they're ready. And I know Milky Way knows that they can't take them for granted, they can't take them easily, they can't let them off the hook, right? So in that case, if we are Moonlight, what kind of map do you think they might have the advantage for, Lily?
Mods, can we play Bluefin Depot?
No.
Dang it. I mean, if I'd had to guess, I would say that they're probably going to go back to Museum. I feel like they did okay there. Did I guess right? I did guess right.
Yes, you did.
You
guessed right. Yes.
I feel like they did okay there, and they definitely don't want to go back to Urchin Underpass because that hurt everyone involved. So I feel like Museum is a fairly safe choice, to be very honest. I feel like Omega and Kraken, like Noah's Kraken, both play very well up on that plat and spinner area. So Basil, I mean, anyone who's played Splatoon 1 knows that E-Leader likes to play on Museum Del Foncino. So I feel like this is a comfortable pick for Moonlight. And I don't blame them for going here.
Yeah, we've seen Basil set up on that middle area. And, you know, from there, you really get a good vantage point of the whole map or the whole stage. So you're able to kind of communicate that with your teammates and make plays happen from there. And, you know, we talk a little bit about communication. Falco, what do you think is like a great way to build communication?
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to just come down to knowing who's going to get close to having the claims and your positioning, because it might not be obvious to your teammates who, those who don't have a power claim, how many claims they have, so you always want to be discussing that.
Yes, and we did talk about the clams economy a lot. Both teams have similar comps. We've seen these weapons time and time again. And, sometimes we just play weapons that are tried and true and that we're good at. Right, Lily?
I mean, that's what I do. No matter no matter the stage, no matter the mode, I'm always playing Splattershot Junior, unless my team tells me no. In which case, I tell them I'm playing Splattershot Junior. So I feel like once things get rough, the rough get going to their favorite weapon picks.
And they do. And we saw that early Kraken getting a pick. Nolan unfortunately going down. Both teams holding steadfast in the middle of the stage. Omega trying to get one pick, maybe two, but unfortunately going down. Q holding steady. Really, both teams are just building their clams, trying to find an opportunity to push in Falco.
Yeah, their Milky Way's finally having that opportunity. They were pushed back just a little bit, but they have one power claim they're working with that Q's holding. Ice holding that Booyah Bomb. Brand trying to poke around the side, gets a pick, and now 2 power claims for Milky Way with a 2-player advantage. And this is looking really good if you can take out Nolan, which you can. Both of these clams should go in. They do. Q is going to be chasing back for some more clams, and that is also going to be, I believe, Ice who's holding some clams as well to try and push in. So this 45 mark, a little different from when Moonlight last played at Museum d'Alfonsino. I remember this is a different mode, but a very strong push there for Milky Way.
Definitely a very strong push. They do have a penalty of 27, which is going to be more than a power clam, but it is an incredibly strong push, and if they can prevent Moonlight from moving in to their base to drop those clams in, I think it could be very favorable for Milky Way Lily.
Absolutely. And I mean, really what it comes down to is Milky Way is just getting more of these picks in this mid area and just not allowing Moonlight to hold that turf control that they really need in order to take the next step. And as long as this 2-down trade back and forth keeps going, Milky Way is just going to hold the advantage.
They are holding the advantage so far. We notice all of the players of Milky Way standing in mid. Oh, Omega getting that nice double, camping that drop. I think this could be Moonlight's opportunity to hopefully make a push in. They do have 12 clams. Let's see what happens, Falco.
Yeah, this is their perfect timing, especially with Nolan pushing up with the Kraken. Like you mentioned, the 2 power clams and the Ultra Stamp coming out from Omega. Tries to go for Q, is going to miss that. So an Omega with 7 clams as well, so this is a really good opportunity. A Shadow's trying to go up the side, but no, identified by Ice with the Forge Pro, who's going to be splatting them. So it might be a missed opportunity, especially if Omega can't get out of here alive, and it looks like they don't. So, but thankfully for Basil, for them, they were able to sneak on out of there too. So putting it back in the neutral, Milky Way's trying to find ways that they can put themselves back in control of this game just by taking the neutral game, where Moonlight is still not trying to give up this momentum.
And, it really is Milky Way's game to lose, so it isn't the worst thing for them to play it safe. But Moonlight is dropping that Tacticooler. Basil getting yet another nice pick on a member of Milky Way, but 2 members of Moonlight going down. They're just going to need to be able to hold space right here. Basil getting that snipe before jumping out. Omega getting another splat. I think this is going to be the opportunity that Moonlight has been looking for, Lily.
It really could be, but they have to get forward as quickly as possible, and it feels like we're stalling out a little bit on that right-hand ramp. We're just not quite able to get past this into a position we like, and the Q on that top right area is not making it easy. Basil's Wavebreaker hopefully going to identify some people so we can make a bit of an opening, and I mean the snipes are certainly going to help, but I just don't like when we hold a power clam for this long without making any moves. It just gives too many opportunities to a team like Milky Way to take us out.
Yeah, and we have been holding on. We've been nursing that power clam for quite a while. Moonlight's still in a good position to make a push, but the momentum is stalled, and this is going to be what Milky Way has been waiting for to maybe clear them out of that top platform, Falco.
Yeah, but Moonlight is going to need to really score now, because if they don't score now, they're not going to have an opportunity, and they need to get below that 45 mark. So I think they had a stronger opportunity a little bit before while Q was perched up here. That left side for Moonlight was a little bit clear, but 2 power claims now ready, and, you know, one on the spinner, that's going to be Shadow, who tries to stay alive. Actually, they are able to score, so that is amazing. Basil's now holding the last power claim that they need. There's going to be a few more follow-up clams there from Omega as well. 2 are going to go down. Basil's going to need to push forward here if they can get it, and this will give them the win. This power claim will get Moonlight the win if they can get it in, and it's just going to be Nolan who's alive. Unfortunately for Moonlight, that is going to be the wipeout, so Milky Way getting that win 3-0. It got very close at the end with Moonlight trying to score, but there's just so much of a bottleneck contestant, or like, you know,
The contest was
contest,
like crazy,
thank
right?
you. Couldn't think of the word. Contest at that spinner. So Milky Way getting the win. Not very comfortable, but hey, a 3-0.
You know, if it was me, I'd take a 3 over anything any day, right? It just means it wasn't an easy victory, but because, you know, a 3-0 doesn't show how close these matches were. That Splat Zones match was incredibly close. But, you know, I think that Milky Way definitely utilized what they had, and they capitalized on the opportunities that they had to push more effectively than Moonlight did.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like Moonlight were waiting for an opportunity to present itself. They were waiting for the right number of picks or the right number of specials to come online, and they kind of just needed somebody to go in and make that opportunity for them. They didn't really have the time to wait. And I mean, the best time to push is when you have the perfect chance to push. The second best time to push is now. Do it now. Let's go. So I just felt like Milky Way just kept them on a pretty heavy stagger that made Moonlight feel too uncomfortable to move forward, and that really, really put them in a bad position.
Definitely. So Falco, let's some of those plays were really awesome, so let's take a look at one of these replays from Game 2 Splat Zones when Jared got a double to take the lead.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty important at this time here. We're going to see one go down. That's not going to be the pick for Jared, but it is going to be him assisting some of his teammates there too. And again, they don't have the zone here. They finally do have it. Identifies Basil, chases them, gets one. This is what I mentioned about Jared before, just able to chase down some of these players and then knowing to back up. There's a suction bomb. I need to retreat. I'm going to put myself in a good position. And again, that's what gave Milky Way the lead in that game.
And that lead is exactly what got them the win. So congrats to Milky Way for making it back to the grand finals, where they will face off against 5. So if we wanted to take a look at the bracket again, super simple. 5 and Milky Way grand finals, the rematch. You know, we've seen a lot of rematches in this top 8 bracket so far, which I think is incredible. And so since it is the grand finals, Milky Way will have to win 2 separate sets in order to get the win overall. They will need to set a grand finals reset. So let's see if they're able to do that. In our first round, we will be taking it to a competitive Splatoon Classic. Back to Splat Zones, Lily.
I mean, it could be better. It could be Turf War.
It could always be Turf War.
It could always be Turf War. And in fact, it should... No, I'm joking. I mean, it should always be Clan Blitz, but I'll accept zones in a pinch. So, I mean, we'll allow it. I think what we're really going to have to look out for here is that 5 had an incredibly strong showing against both of our losers finals teams. They both went 1-3 against 5. So I feel like we're in a weird situation now where Milky Way has been able to consistently play this whole time, figure out where they might be missing on some strategies, but they're also going into a 5 who, I mean, no one's cold. They've been warming up in solo or something, but I would say that Moonlight and 5 are about as polarizing playstyles as we could see in this event. So I'm not sure that the matches that we've seen with Milky Way have prepared them for what they're about to face, and I'm really interested to see if they can adapt in time.
Yes, and we do talk a lot about it, like adapting to different styles of play, seeing how we can maybe change up our team comms, change up our positioning to be able to combat what the opponent has to bring to the battlefield. So Falco, what do you think maybe Milky Way might have to do to be able to combat that aggressive playstyle coming out from 5?
Yeah, at that moment, since they did have a brief time where Moonlight and fofofo were facing off, I'm immediately reviewing the set that I lost 3-1 against 5, because you're hoping that you're going to have that replay. You're hoping you're going to have that opportunity one more time. Of course, you want to pay attention to who wins the set before you, so you know who you're going to be facing, but you're going to see why you lost those 3 games, and you're going to just kind of evaluate. You will probably look at the replays and, you know, watch some of the players and talk as a team of, okay, like, what happened here, we should be in this position, something like that. So there's, thankfully for a team like Milky Way, they have had some time to do that. So it just really comes down to how well did they use their time, I think, in between this bracket, going against a team like 5, who they knew was a strong team, but I don't know if they knew that they were going to lose to them.
You know, it's really funny that you say that when we're going to go review our stages and modes and our past matches, and specifically our past matches, because we are going back to Crab Lab Capital Splat Zones. So, you know, I feel like I'm like in a time machine. I'm just, for some reason, reliving the past over and over and over, like Groundhog Day, right? So I'm just here. I'm seeing maybe the turnout is going to be different. Let's see how this goes. But you know, speaking of that, we talked a little bit last time about whether we thought 5 might push up more aggressively on this map, or they might play a little bit more calmly. And we saw maybe there was somewhere in the middle. Do you think that they would kind of repeat that tactic, Lily?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the positioning we saw from 5 earlier was kind of the bread and butter of that stage. It's exactly where you want to stand when you have a composition like 5 is running. You could probably lean a little further forward on the right-hand side if you have an opportunity to get up into their spawn, but if you want to play it a little more on the safe end, and when you're fighting players like Q and Brand, you kind of want to play on the safer side, where they were standing is exactly where you want to stand. Like, if I had to take someone brand new to this stage and brand new to this competitive community, I'd be like, okay, here, 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 and here, pick which one of you is going to be here, and then have fun.
You know, I think that's speaks a lot to being able to actually pick out where the opponents are, to know exactly what your role is and where to stand. And I think, Falco, that these teams both know exactly what their roles are as far as going into this next match, which is a repeat of what we've already seen.
Yeah, so again, at this moment, you know, once both teams select the stage and the mode, you can immediately think, okay, what happened last time? Who won that specific stage and mode combination? And what do we want to change? What weapons did they play? What weapons did we play? Did we lose? We're going to be looking to see what changes we can make. So there's a lot that you can consider. And yes, Lily, to open it to the class.
Yeah. So is an appropriate change switching everybody to play Clash Blaster?
That is an option that these players do have.
Something you could do. Okay. It is something. It's a decision to be made.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You know, it is Crab Lake Capital. So we did mention earlier how blasters, you know, tend to have a advantage there against the ledges and some of the grades. Yes, Lily.
Yes, Lily.
Because it's Crab Lake Capital. Will we see all players playing crab tanks?
Again, an option that players have. Like we said, Splatoon is a diverse game with diverse specials and diverse weapons, and if these players wanted to see 4 crab tanks do a little dance, that's okay. So again, one last time, let's give a shout out to Power, our spectator cam operator. He has been incredible. We've seen some great action, and we wouldn't have caught any of it if it wasn't for his work. So thank you so much, Power. And everybody, thank your spectator cam operators at home.
Every day, yeah.
Every day.
Say thank you to your spec cam operator.
That being said, Falco, what are we seeing happening so far?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the weapons now, and Milky Way is going to be running with the Splattershot Pro, so that is going to be Ice, who is changing that from the Forge. And of course, we have that Rapid come out as well. That is going to be the one with Sprinkler and Tacticooler too. So, or Suction Bomb, I think it's Suction, it might be Sprinkler or Tacticooler, I'll have to check when that comes up. So, but Milky Way, regardless, in a very strong start here. Look, they're coming from the loser side. They have all the momentum riding from this last set. They are hoping that they can keep this up.
And Thunder being forced to jump back. Q watching very carefully of that zone. Unfortunately getting pushed by Goss. This way coming out from Q, they do get the trade, but sometimes a trade is just not enough. And in this case, Thunder coming back with a vengeance against Ice. This is going to be Five's zone to hold for the time being, Lily.
I'm kind of loving how Five's playstyle could be generously described as parkour, where they just launch themselves over something and start shooting, and I think it's hilarious. That said, Five is struggling a little bit to get their footing in mid. I mean, they did manage to apply that penalty. 50-point penalty is going to be significant and give them a lot more time to work with, but I mean, I'd love to see a few more picks from Q, I guess.
And as we do see the picks from Q. Q positioning herself on this top right corner is going to be detrimental for Five. They're going to need to work really hard to get her off of that that ledge over there, because from there she can pretty much see the entire spawn area of Five, which is going to be difficult for them to kind of move back from. Crab Tank v Crab Tank. Jared unfortunately not coming out on top. There's only 9 seconds left, but Five does take the zone for the time being, Falco.
Yeah, that was a good cap for Five to just try and get the zone any way possible, and they did. And they still have a player advantage, so they're going to try and keep this up as they're trying to identify where Bran is coming from. That's going to be Soldier trying to go for them too, and Goss able to get a nice pick as well. So still holding onto the zone. The cooler is out as well. It's going to be contested by members of Milky Way, but the Killer Whale is going to come out from 5-2. So it's going to go back in Milky Way's favor, but that was a really strong hold from 5. I think if 5 can just find a way that they can get 2 players off of Milky Way, this zone is going to change. That's going to give them an opportunity, but no, it's going to be Milky Way with the major opportunity right now to put this one away, Milana.
This is so good for Milky Way. They're in a great position to hold back 5. Only 15 seconds left on that penalty. That goes by so quick. Lily, can 5 do anything to make it back?
I mean, they could, but it's going to be rough. We do have the trip strikes coming out here from Brand right on top of that zone to make it hard to paint if there were anyone even alive left to put that ink down, and there just isn't. So moving back to it, I feel like that's a pretty good first game for Milky Way.
And they are really riding that momentum from their last 3-0 victory. They are able to take that game off from 5, and you know, this was a pretty one-sided match, and we didn't quite see that in the last set that we had between 5 and Milky Way. So something must have changed in maybe their mentality, maybe in the way they're playing, maybe in the way that they're receiving this aggressive play and kind of utilizing it to their own advantage. So I think it's really cool seeing that live, that adaptability from Milky Way come out. So I think it's really neat, but I don't know. A team like 5 is quite good at most of the other game modes. What do you think might come out as a result, Falco?
Yeah, well, the counter pick's going to come out with Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy here. So this might be one of the most, other than maybe a Splat Zone's Make-A Mart, like the combination that we see all the time here in competitive Splatoon. This is a stage and mode that players always go to, so you know, I think in this situation with Milky Way choosing the mode that is played, they want it again. They want a slower control. Inkblot Art Academy, 5 is just hoping that they can hold on to it and maybe get this win.
And they certainly can, so grab your friends. We're going back to Inkblot Art Academy. Do we see anything particularly different with this comp, Lily?
We do. We see Zenith coming out with a heavy edit, which I believe is the first time we've seen that tonight. If we saw it earlier, I definitely forgot, and it's not relevant.
Totally. And you know, I would have expected to maybe see it a little bit more every time we've been on Crab Leg Capital, but to see it on Inkblot Art Academy, I think is pretty unique, Falco.
Yeah, I think so too, and especially, yeah, this, like Lily said, this is the first time we're going to see it. Actually, 5 really changed up a lot of their weapons too. You know, we don't have the Rapid Blaster Pro Winter anymore. Some of these other weapons have changed, and then of course Ice is going back to the Splattershot Forge rather than the Splattershot Pro regular weapon that he played before. So 5 really changed it around. I know they don't have a player advantage right now, but still pushing up on this tower, approaching that second checkpoint. Brand just trying to clean up a little bit, really chasing out Solja, still staying alive from some of that bomb, and Brand's going to go down now as well. So a very strong start for 5. This is very different than what we saw in the first game.
Totally, and it's so interesting watching these strong starts come out from both of these teams. But you know what? The game is not over until it's over. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, both teams are kind of like scrapping it out of the middle of the stage, making sure that hopefully they get a little bit of turf control before they move forward with that tower, Lily.
And I mean, honestly, it's a little bit of a slog to try to get around that corner. We're just kind of struggling to move this tower into a safe position forward, and Milky Way is just being hit from all angles by people flanking in from left and right, and I suppose if you're turned left, the center even is a flank.
It certainly is. I guess direction does matter in that case. If you're directionally challenged like me, left could be right, right could be left. Who really knows? 3 minutes left on the clock. The triple ink strikes are coming out. And I think Milky Way has finally stopped this push from 5. Notice that members of Milky Way are moving straight to the middle of the map. Q getting bombarded by these triple ink strikes, but fortunately able to kind of make it out alive.
Yeah, making out alive. I'm surprised they didn't go down to that splat bomb. I thought for sure that was going to get them, and now they are going to go down. That's going to be a delayed 3 on the side of Milky Way. That's down to 5, just hoping that they can hold on to this. You got to take out Brand. You go down with the trade. You take that trade since you have the lead, as Thunder's trying to go up with that Crab Tank to try and give their team some more leverage. And one of the members of 5 is going to be on the tower. That is, I think, going to be Solja. Now it's going to be Zenith. So still trying to push this. Remember, they did get to that second checkpoint, but didn't get really far. They got to about 53 units. So they're hoping that they can expand this a little bit. But wisely enough, Goss is going to retreat to try and put themselves back into mid. You got this far with 3 minutes in. You can hold on to it for 2 minutes more if you're 5.
You can, but remember this map, we've talked a little bit about at this stage, that once you break that second checkpoint, that is when the downhill battle, the downhill momentum will roll in your favor. So maybe 5 might be playing defensively. They might not want to or care to break that second checkpoint, but remember, it may not be so safe against a team like Milky Way to leave it unbroken, Lily.
It really isn't. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving that checkpoint unbroken, nor would I feel comfortable just defending. What 5 really needs to do, what we're seeing them do here, is that even though they have that comfortable, I mean, compared to the rest of the match, comfortable lead, they're still putting that forward momentum, that forward pressure. They're keeping that tower on this left-hand side. They're inching their way towards breaking that checkpoint, and they're just not letting Milky Way have any ground. And that's kind of how you need to play this. It's kind of like an aggressive defense where you're not really giving them the space to move, and as a result, hopefully giving yourself a bit more of an advantage.
And we definitely have to take care of ourselves in these trying times for sure. With Milky Way barely on the tower, but 5 is just not letting them stay on that tower, but all 4 members of Milky Way surrounding that tower, 2 going down, the Booyah Bomb coming out, unfortunately, or missiles coming out, or sprinkler, coming out. You know, there's so much ink being spread on this map, it is very difficult to figure things out sometimes. But you know what? Not difficult to figure out. Five's hold on mid of the stage right here, Falco.
Yeah, they've just been holding this for quite some time. They know Milky Way has to break in if they want to try and take the lead. Two are going to go down 3. That's the wipeout. Sign seal delivered. It's done. 5 getting that win, tying it up 1-1. So quickly turning it around from our Splat Zones game, which seemed to be all Milky Way, pushing it towards victory. 5 had a very steady game this time, getting the win, catching members of Milky Way off guard, and that was a well-deserved win for 5.
Yes, it certainly was, and it's just so interesting seeing how dominant each of these teams played in their respective modes that they've chosen. So I think it's also interesting that 5 was so dominant on a measured mode like tower control, given how explosively they usually play, but maybe that measuredness from the tower, being able to have to follow the tower as the objective, impacted their play in some way, shape, or form, Lily.
Yeah, it really feels like the tower gave them something to measure themselves against, so they made sure they didn't get too far forward ahead of it, which is a mistake that's often made in lower levels of competitive. So you just let the objective get too far behind you, and instead they concentrated all their firepower around that tower. You saw they were chaining specials left, right, and center. We would see the crab come out. As soon as the crab finished, a whale came out. As soon as the whale finished, another one came out. And they just kept on that steady pressure, which is something that I feel like is so powerful in this game. Splatoon 2 tended to play a little bit more slow. You could stagger things out like that, and I find Splatoon 3 plays a little bit more quickly, but the people who can adapt between the two playstyles and choose when each has to be used in this game really shine.
Yeah, and I want to just kind of make a mention that it shouldn't be understated that some players, as we've mentioned a lot, we've mentioned Q is an incredible backline support player for Milky Way. We've seen her play on all sorts of stages, and we know that she is a really good player. We've seen her get picked after pick after pick. So I think noticing that 5 is kind of poking at her a lot, making sure that she doesn't get her footing, that she isn't able to make the snipes that she needs to make. I think that is also playing into the strategy that maybe 5 has moving forward, Falco.
Yeah, I think so too. It seems like Milky Way has been getting a little bit more comfortable facing this kind of, chaotic, high-octane energy that we see members of 5 have when they play. And, 5 getting that win on this most recent match that we have here too, it's still going to push them forward. And 5 choosing a counterpick mode of Rainmaker right now, this is very fitting for them too, because we talked about chaos, we talked about just kind of the high energy of I'm going to be unpredictable and just be better than you in certain situations. I think Rainmaker is a very appropriate mode for them to choose for this.
Yes, and we've seen a lot of really good Rainmaker matches. And what advice do you have for the Rainmaker? The Rainmaker. Yes, Lily. Do you have any advice for Rainmaker players? Yes.
Everyone should play missiles.
Oh,
no, sorry. I think that's my advice for tower control. Hang on. Let me check my notes real quick. Pick up the Rainmaker.
Yes. Yeah. We will hopefully see a lot of players maybe play a little bit scrappy, and sometimes a little push can go a long way in Rainmaker, so maybe we'll see a little bit of that. Although I have to say that if we do see some missiles, it might not be the worst idea, because you can target the Rainmaker with the missiles, so I don't know.
And you can target Q. I'm just saying, if you want to target a specific player, it's pretty easy with missiles. And pick up the Rainmaker.
Yes. You're chock full of great advice. I should take notes more often, Lily.
Yeah, hang on. I've got another one. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
If you want to win in tower control, you have to ride the tower.
Wow. Falco, what do you think?
I think Lily has some very solid advice, so I appreciate that. For Rainmaker,
I know how to win the game.
For Rainmaker, we're going to Museum d'Alfonsino, which this seems to be the Rainmaker stage that a lot of these teams opt for. We've seen Humpback Pump Track a few times, but Museum d'Alfonsino, obviously we've talked about how quote unquote easy it is to get to the first checkpoint distance-wise, not necessarily, ability-wise, just given certain situations on where the spinner is. But I feel like if there's a team like 5 who's going to be playing it, they're just going to try and do it as soon as they possibly can.
And they certainly will. Going into our round 3 grand finals, Milky Way versus 5. And we see a lot of really familiar weapons. Again, nothing too new, nothing too out of the ordinary. But we do see that Rapid Pro coming out again. Lily, what do we think about having that ink vat come out again?
Honestly, I love seeing it. I loved it when Basil was doing it. I love it when Zenith is doing it. I think the biggest downside we saw last time with Zenith running the ink back was that oftentimes they were forced into positions where they weren't able to shoot off that vac to explode the Rainmaker barrier. So if we can see Zenith pull out the vac and hold that explosion just long enough to re-pop like that, then we get to see some very funny things.
Can you tell the future, Lily? Like, did you just... Yeah. We're supposed to be reactive as the commentators, not, we're not predict what's going to happen before it actually does happen.
And you know what? But this is prime opportunity for Milky Way. They have the wipeout, Q dunking the Rainmaker into the first checkpoint. Let us see if they're able to make it past that first checkpoint, because they only need a couple more points to take the lead, even if it is just a small lead. Falco.
Yeah, and again, both of these happened, both of these checkpoints broken in the first minute. I believe it was the 52-second mark that both of these teams got these checkpoints. The Milky Way still trying to ride with this momentum. Jared in a very nice spot to use this crab tank. But there's going to be an ink back. It is going to go down from Zenith, so a 2-player advantage for Milky Way. They're not in a position to pop it with some of these strikes coming out for 5, and unfortunately for 5, it did not deter any members of Milky Way, only pushed them back just a little bit. So this is still Milky Way's momentum that they're trying to get. They're getting some key picks, and it will be dropped. That is a big drop from one of the members of 5 who's able to take it down, and they're really trying to keep this up. Q is the only one alive on Milky Way, so 5 trying to get themselves back into this.
And I just wanted to kind of point back to that strategy that sometimes if you need to make a sacrifice as an individual on your team to drop that Rainmaker out from a precarious situation, sometimes that is the right thing to do. And I think in that moment, that member of 5 did the right thing in that case.
Yeah, truly they did. It's one of those really big opportunities that you never like to have to do, but if you're gonna have to do it, then you gotta just go for it. And I will always prefer dropping the Rainmaker off a ledge into a hard-to-access part of mid over taking a hard reset by hopping it off the map, so that, or off the side of the stage, so that it respawns in the middle, That it always kind of gives it back to the opposing team, as opposed to weaning yourself back into mid. But I mean, if it just feels like Milky Way is like, hey, we heard you guys move fast, so you want to see how fast we can go?
And they are going quite fast, pushing that Rainmaker to a nice 36. Again, no push is completely safe in Rainmaker, but if you had to make a push to 36 is nothing to scoff at, Falco.
Yeah, so that is a good push. And now they're in the position where they know if 5 picks it up, they have to kind of get past these spinner marks where they've had a little bit of trouble getting to, because they haven't done it since they got their checkpoint, but this game has been all Milky Way so far, all offense. 5 could reset it, and they have, but we're just back in this position once again. But now Ice is finally having to retreat a little bit as some of these triple ink strikes were coming forward. Q's going to try and assist him as well. And so I don't really know if this is going to be a push for Milky Way that they're going to take the lead, but it's still some time off the clock. You know that you're getting some of these picks. You always have a player advantage, and this Rainmaker might be running out pretty soon with just 1 second left, and there goes Ice.
And I will note that when you have been splatted with the Rainmaker in a Rainmaker-free zone, it will reset back to mid. Ran getting a nice double, unable to get the triple, but 2 down on the side of 5 is going to make it very difficult for them to make this push happen. Lily.
Yeah, and I mean, even more difficult, we're seeing Ice put this Rainmaker in a very popular stall position. They were forced out of it, I guess fortunately for 5, because retrieving the Rainmaker from that spot is so hard. But I mean, that said, they're just pushing back up into a great offensive position on this right-hand side. The cooler is already online, and everyone's in position to just make life hard for 5.
And we see there's a lot of turf control from Milky Way. Q standing pretty right in the middle of that stage, and Bran jumping back, joining his teammates. 10 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be 5's last push, Falco.
Yeah, and remember, they haven't really held the Rainmaker since they broke that checkpoint in the first 30 seconds of this game. So this is a major uphill battle for 5. Goss in a 1v1 versus Bran. Goss is going to be taking them down. 2 players down now on the side of Milky Way. Thunder pushing it with the support of Zenith with the Inkback. This might be an opportunity. They don't want to go too far. And no, was that enough time? I couldn't even tell how close they were. I think did they tie it and get pushed back to 37? They did. Oh my goodness! Yeah,
they were like right there.
That's exactly what happened. Oh my goodness! If I'm in that situation, it's so hard to respect the time in the adrenaline of what you're doing, because you need to work with Zenith's Inkback at that time, and I think it just overextended like the tiniest bit, and they did tie. I'm pretty confident they tied, and unfortunately you do not get the win if you tie, if you're the second person with that score.
And
so
it's just so unfortunate.
So close.
I mean, 2 players trying to overload it. You also get into the ref position, like, do I have enough time? If I take it a little slower, I kind of just gotta run for it, but you get a little too far outside of back and you lose the protection. So
that was Splatoon, man. Yeah, so in any other history and any other running of this, maybe 5 had reached that point before Milky Way did, then they would have gotten the win. But like we know, in Splatoon there's no ties, so it's just, wow, really unfortunate for 5 and really lucky for Milky Way.
And I think too, in that momentum, we mentioned that 5, they got the checkpoint within the first minute and really had no control over the Rainmaker until overtime started. So they had the adrenaline, they had that going of, we have this right now, we have an opportunity, we are so close. We see the finish line being that 37 mark, but members of Milky Way, they were just right there and ready, and I think the setup was fantastic, but the positioning was like off by just like a millimeter, unfortunately, for 5.
And really, these plays come down to the wire, and these players know exactly what they're doing, but everyone is capable of making mistakes, even just small ones, and that is where the opponents will capitalize at this level of game. So, wow, that was one of the most wild Rainmaker matches. I like gasped. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but I was like...
and I will tell you, people touched the fish a lot more than the previous time we saw Rainmaker Museum, so I'm satisfied.
That is true. They played the objective, they held on to that fish, they had the Rainmaker in their hands, in their grasp most of the game, and that's pretty satisfying overall. All right, so it's looking like we're going to a game 4. Clan Blitz on Umami Ruins. We've seen this before in the league. We've seen this before pretty often. How do you feel about this, Falco?
Yeah, I mean, Lily mentioned it before, where there's one ideal area on how you push up to the basket, and you could go around and do a little bit of a roundabout route if you wanted to, but you're going on a lot of grates. So, again, if there's a mode that somebody is using Inkvac that is not Rainmaker, I think it could be this one. It doesn't look like we're seeing it come out from any of these players, though. We're going to be going back to the heavy edit Splatling. That's going to be Zenith using it, and then Ice is still going to be sticking with the Splatter Shot Freeze and Pro. But other than that, just a lot of the tried and true weapons that we've seen before.
Yes, and I actually really enjoy seeing Zenith pull out that heavy edit. It's not a super common weapon. It has grown a little bit more in popularity over the last months. However, I think it is a pretty unique weapon when it comes to being able to provide your team with Tacticooler, really.
Yeah, honestly, I am still mourning the loss of that, the Rapid Pro, however. Just Toxic Mist in this 1.5 entrances to Clam Basket is so powerful, and I just would have loved to see it, but I mean, I guess I can't always get what I want. I'll have to settle for Clam Blitz, so, you know, we're fine. Everything's fine.
And we indeed are settling for Clam Blitz. 4 minutes left on the clock, 2 down on Milky Way. I think that's 3 delayed down. This might be 5's push waiting to happen. Zenith holding on to that power clam steadfastly. Really have to play patiently in this situation, Falco.
Yeah, they do have to play patiently, especially with those 2 power claims. But if you're Zenith, you're just going to get both of them. You have Bran and Q that you need to watch out for, but you really need to rely on your teammates if you're 5. And they're going to go down. A few members on 5 are going to go down. That is Solja and Zenith, who are still standing here. And, I mean, this is giving Milky Way an opportunity to push forward, especially at those triple ink strikes to try and clear out some of this mid area. And these missiles, a lot of these specials coming out from Milky Way right now as 5 is trying to regroup themselves again. Power clams on both sides. This is just a big skirmish happening in mid.
And the skirmish continues. 3 minutes left on the clock. Neither team making a push. Both teams have a significant number of clams. Are they going to be able to utilize this in some way, shape, or form? Goss grabbing that power clam. Another power clam at the ready for 5. Jared, Q, both going down to Goss. Goss going down to Ice. But you know what? It really is just a big fight in the middle of the stage, Lily.
Ice, ice, baby. Things are getting a little wild out in mid, and honestly, I'm not surprised that no one's been able to open the basket yet. These 2 teams, they like to stagger each other, but no one ever seems to be fully and completely down. Now, that said, 2 down, a couple specials out. This might be 5's time to try to get a basket opening, but the triple ink strikes coming out to stall things through until the teammates come back. I mean, this really just, I think it's gonna have to come down to who can get there first.
I think so. And, you know, we always talk about a push to 80, just 1 power clam. Not very strong push, but sometimes that's all you need in a Clam Blitz match, and especially one that's going so back and forth like this one. We see specials coming out from both sides, specials stopping one team from pushing, specials being used to push in. It really is kind of hard to gauge where the momentum of this match is going, Falco.
Well, especially when both teams just keep holding on to a power clam. There's no moment where somebody's getting rid of it or it decays because nobody was holding on to it. And there's finally going to be a score. Solja is going to get a pick as well onto Bran. No follow-up quite yet for 5, but hey, they broke the basket a 3.5 minutes into this. If they can hold on to it, that's going to be pretty good for them. But now remember, they just gave Milky Way another Mercy Clam because their basket was open. So we will see if that will open the door for Milky Way if they want to try and balance 2 power clams or if they want to try and continue this push that they have going right now.
And it looks like they are trying to make that push happen. Jared grabbing that power clam. And, you know, let's remember, when you hold the power clam, the opponents know exactly where you are. So we see Jared throwing away that power clam because they're like, nah, I don't want them to know where I am exactly. The triple ink strike coming out. Zenith moving forward, getting a nice pick, perhaps stopping a little bit of the momentum that's coming out from Milky Way right now. Goss and Solja taking out Jared and Bran. I think this is the stop of that push, Lily.
It really looks like it. I mean, neither team really holding on to a ton of clams right now. 25 seconds left on the clock. I mean, we're definitely going to be going into overtime here, I mean, fairly soon. But we're going to need a couple power clams, really, to get anything moving. 5 is getting themselves into a bit of a dangerous position here. 2 players down right before they have to defend makes me nervous. And Bran here getting into a slosher fight with 1 jumping out. That is going to be a jump in to open the basket, and they only need 1 clam in overtime. Yeah, that is the danger of getting into a position where all you have is the 1 power clam.
You know, I honestly think that Milky Way was waiting for that moment. They were just they were just hoping that this would happen. That, okay, you know, 5 gets their power clam in, we can very easily get a power clam in, and just, as the baskets open towards the end of the round, we can just maybe get one singular clam in to end overtime immediately, Falco.
Yeah, that was, I think like you mentioned, Milky Way was waiting for that moment to end, and that was a very defensive game, and the fact that they knew they only needed one power clam and one follow-up clam, that is what that was on their mind for probably the last 30 seconds or so, just setting themselves up for that position, and it was really, really close. I think it was Q who got that last clam in, but with Milky Way winning that one 3-1, Milana, this forces a bracket reset.
It certainly does, and again, we will be seeing Milky Way versus 5 yet again for the third time today, actually. So, more Splatoon means more fun, so I'm really excited to see maybe Milky Way is able to sweep this and grab the victory. Can 5 come back from it? Can they figure out what is the solution to Milky Way's new strategies that they've been employing? I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm a little bit speechless at this point, Lily.
It's not often we get to see a bracket reset. They are incredibly rare. I mean, we'll ignore the fact that we saw one last week. That's not the point. The point is that they're typically incredibly rare. So, I mean, now we get into a whole new slog, right? Can Milky Way keep up the momentum? Is 5's mental just completely in the toilet because they've lost too many games? So I don't know. I feel like this really comes down to a mental fight between the two teams. We're also getting into, for some players, hour 8 of this tournament. So
yes.
It's a long day for people, and not everyone has the stamina to keep up with it.
For these two teams in particular, this is game 9 between these two, and we're guaranteed a game 9, 10, and 11. For all 8 of these players facing each other. So you talk about the fatigue from the day, the fatigue from the set. A lot of teams will, they will scrimmage against each other, and typically they could play upwards of 9 matches or even a little bit more, but that's typically your event of the day or your Splatoon of the evening, or maybe you played a little bit of open prior to that, but not a whole gauntlet of a tournament to get you this far. And the fact that the first set went 3-1 in 5's favor, then 3-1 in Milky Way's favor, this is really up in the air.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't even tell you what is going to happen, but what I can tell you is that our first match of Grand Finals bracket reset is going to happen again on Museum del Foncino, and we're going to play a very nice and relaxing game of Clam Blitz. Very nice, very relaxing, right, Lily?
That's how I would describe Clam Blitz. Yeah, nice, relaxing, uncomplicated, easy, chill.
Very straightforward,
Yeah.
So we just saw these teams playing Clam Blitz, and it was on Umami Ruin, so it's a little bit different. But Falco, what do you think both teams could maybe employ in their strategies to be more successful in making pushes towards the basket?
Yeah, strategies, and just basing it off of the game we just saw, it was so defensive. I believe both teams were extremely cautious, and cautious of holding their power clam too. Again, neither team really wanted to forfeit the power clam to try and leverage themselves. They wanted to have somebody ready and holding that power clam, because I think the idea was going to be that somebody else is going to form a power claim and score, and the person already holding it could jump to that person and maybe score to get down to 60. But we'll see if that happens in this game as we go to the bracket reset.
As we get into the bracket reset, set 7, Grand Finals bracket reset, we have Milky Way versus 5. I don't expect anything really to change between these team comps, but what do you think? What are we seeing early game so far, Lily?
I mean, a lot of trades. We're seeing Milky Way look just as aggressive as they did in the first set against 5. And, I mean, that makes it really tricky. People are used to fighting Milky Way in a little bit of a slower play style. So to see them adapt like this, honestly, is something that I'm not super accustomed to seeing, and I kind of love it.
Yes, and adaptability is the name of the game. We've talked about it time and time again. Being able to know what your opponents are good at playing and being able to counteract that, and sometimes in a little bit of an unexpected way. And I think that is exactly what Milky Way is doing right here. They're in a great position to be able to push. Bran, unfortunately, having to back out a little bit because of those triple ink strikes, but Tacticooler coming out, this might be the opportunity for Milky Way Falcon.
Yeah, it might be. They don't have a power claim quite yet, but two of their players in a good position. I say that now one of them does pick it up, but they are going to get splatted. So that is going to be still Milky Way trying to push forward. And again, they have some leverage that's working with them. And members of 5 just really having a hard time identifying members of Milky Way. Jared trying to get the flank on Soldier. One of their teammates able to pick it up. So they really are in a good position to score here. But Jared just dropped it and is wanting to go the other way to try and make a coordinated push. So we will see how far Milky Way can try and push this up. Holding on to these 2 power clams again. They're just not wanting to get rid of any of them.
And we did talk a little bit about defensive play, that both of these teams maybe are getting a little bit fatigued. They might be playing a little defensively. Jared using that power clam, popping open the basket. Let's see if they can get this second power clam in Lily.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is worth noting, while we do have a DC on the side of Milky Way, it is past that first minute of gameplay, so they're playing this out. And if there's one place I wouldn't want to be to play a 3v4, it's against 5 on Museum Clams. Here we go. It looks like this might finally be the opportunity for 5 to get a little bit of ground. I mean, they still have 2.5 minutes. They still haven't even opened the basket and have little control of mid. So they have a few steps to get through before they can get to the point of even opening the opponent's basket, but at least they can begin the work.
Yes, and we did talk a little bit about disconnects earlier in the day. Falco, how do you think the strategy for Milky Way is going to change now that they are missing Q from their roster?
Oh, well, it's 2 layers. Number 1, you're missing your backline player who you were kind of relying on for your cooler. But number 2, you're changing your focus completely to defense. You have the lead right now. You're not even going to be focused at all on trying to pick up a power clam. Well, you might want to pick up a power clam so the other team can't pick up clams, but you are not focused on trying to score at all. Your only focus is making sure that you can control a little bit of mid and nobody's getting on your spinner.
And we can see that they're doing a great job as much as they can. They are getting a lot of picks, but that is 2 down on Milky Way, which means that only Ice is left to hold the ground in their base. But it looks like 5 doesn't really have a clam ready to be able to pop that basket open.
And 5 trying to come in on this right-hand side. The power clam just a little bit further behind than we'd like to see, but 3 players down. I mean, Milky Way is just fighting for this moment. They really just had to stop 5 from touching the basket, period, because getting a push in is almost out of the question. Now that that's happened, they kind of have to go all out. It's no longer a game of defense. We have to stop this now so we can get a chance to keep playing, and it's just not going to happen
here. Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. This is a GG's go next.
Yeah, I think it's really, really tough against a team like 5 to suffer a disconnect. If maybe, you're playing against a team that I feel like you have the upper hand against, then maybe that could have turned out differently. But a team like 5, they got a first seed in the top 8 bracket. It's really, really hard to kind of compete against a 3v4 against a team of that caliber, right, Lily?
I mean, I could do it, no problem, by myself, easy.
Just your splat bombs.
Yeah, just splat bombs, really. It's the sub power up. It lets me turn my splat bombs into teammates. But I mean, not everyone could be me, so yeah, not everyone could be me, and I accept and understand that, and so does everyone else. I'm sorry, but you kind of just gotta take what you get.
Yeah, so sometimes you just gotta play with the hand that you're dealt, right, Falco?
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, like you said, your focus changes so quickly when you notice you have a player disconnect. You have to immediately shift to defense. Now, thankfully for a team like Milky Way, they did have the lead. If they didn't have the lead and had a disconnect, there would have been like the smallest glimmer of hope, I think, for them to try and get that win. I did notice there was one moment Jared was up on 5 spinner, just trying to take out players. I'm like, man, that's like pretty gutsy trying to do that in that situation. But they held on for a decent amount of time, but I think once we saw that basket open, we kind of knew, okay, like, This one is going to be at 5. Even if they don't get the knockout right here, it's going to be really hard for Milky Way to counter. But you can't, if you're Milky Way going into game 2, you can't think of anything from game 1. You unfortunately just have to brush it off and realize that you have a 1-point deficit going into this reset.
Totally. And you know, sometimes that's going to affect your mentality. So hopefully none of these players will feel any kind of way about the disconnect. Sometimes you just, like Lily said, you have to just go GG, go next.
Yeah.
And
it really comes down to the players too. Like sometimes players get really, really upset at things that are outside their control because it means that they did everything they could, but something stopped them from winning. And some people find that very comforting. Like, at least I did everything I could, even though that this thing happened. So it really depends on the particular mentality of those players as well. And that's kind of just a coin toss. I mean, some people don't get salty at all, like Falco, because Falco never loses.
Ouch.
So you'll never forget that now, luckily.
Yeah,
I also kind of did want to point out that Falco mentioned that having lost Q meant they also lost their Tacticooler player, and I just wanted to understate, like, Tacticooler is such an essential part of a competitive comp because it helps you and your teammates get back into the action so quickly that you really don't lose any ground and you don't lose anything. So we are going into, again, Splat Zone's Crab Leg Capital. Wow, I really do feel like I'm in a time machine going into these matches over and over again. So what do you maybe anticipate is going to maybe be different in this set? We do see that Rapid Pro, the winter, coming out again. Lily, a favorite of yours, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing that I'm seeing here that I think we'll have to lean on a little bit more coming in is that we know now from the multiple games Milky Way has done it that they played double crab tank here. So if that's me, I know immediately as soon as a crab tank is popped, I'm going to be throwing my trip strikes or popping my whale, right? You got to make sure you can take them out, and that's going to be the focus here, making sure those crab tanks cannot function.
Yeah, and when the crab tanks are able to set up on those grates, it really can be very detrimental to you or the opponents, depending on who is setting up the crab tank, because they have that really large range, they have that lob explosive shot, and they can utilize that to create a lot of space between you and them. So 4 minutes left on the clock, 5 holding onto that zone pretty steadfastly. Falco, what is Milky Way going to need to do in this case?
Yeah, they're going to have to change something up, and we can see Jared dropped on the right side to try and just come in from a different angle to catch some of these members off guard. Now, Thunder was using their crab tank in a very nice spot on the grate up top, and that's finally going to be a contest here from Milky Way, giving 63 penalty points from 5. So a lot of space and a lot of time given in the way of 5. Milky Way just really hoping that they can have a strong lockout just like 5 did, having to avoid some of these strikes, having one player down, not looking super great for Milky Way, but you're still getting a few picks along the way.
Yeah, but you know, like we said, the crab tank coming out from Thunder, they're going to need to get rid of this crab tank in order to build space, and Thunder is doing Thunder things. Oh my god, the crab tank coming out, unfortunately getting double teamed by members of 5. This may be 5's opportunity to cap that zone back in their favor, Lily.
Honestly, one of the biggest changes I'm seeing from Milky Way, and I don't know if it's just that they're afraid of the blasters or if the positioning from 5 is a little different, a lot of these crab tanks are being popped on the ground, which is never really where you want to have your crab tank, but I mean, it seems to be working out okay for them. We haven't yet capped the zone for 5, and that makes me very nervous when Milky Way has it at 10.
10 indeed, and the timer is ticking down. 5 unable to cap that zone. The game going in Milky Way's favor. This brings our Grands Finals reset 1-1. This still could be anybody's game. So I think these matches have been going so back and forth. A lot of the games have shown expertise in one mode or the next mode. So what do you think, Falco? What might you think Milky Way might pick in order to counteract 5 in this case?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell at this moment because they've played every single mood against each other, a few of them multiple times and even on the same stage. So I think, you know, we talked about Rainmaker before, how Milky Way barely won that game, you know, with 5 essentially tying them. I wouldn't rely on, I don't think I would rely on spot zones like that. And we know that we're not going to go to Rainmaker or Splat Zone, so really our only options are, I'm thinking tower control is probably just going to be the pick. I think a lot of these teams are just going to be trying to avoid choosing, you know, turf war to potentially just not have it. But
let's just all play turf war. The rest
just all
of the
play
match
turf
is
war, yeah.
Turf war, yeah.
Yeah, but it actually is going to be it's going to be Milky Way choosing Rainmaker as the mode, Milana. So they are going to be going to Humpback Pump Track again, so different than Museum d'Alfonsino from what we saw in the previous set before our bracket reset. So again, it's hard to tell. You're kind of running out of options of what you think is optimal for you, and you know, thing is, I love Rainmaker. I love commentating Rainmaker. It's probably one of my favorite modes to watch too. So I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I mean, we have that horseshoe of doom in that corner, and I think some of the best action I've ever seen in Splatoon happens in that one corner of this one stage. So I think being able to see Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, ooh, like a tongue twister, I think is really cool. That has been a competitively viable map, stage, and mode since Splatoon 2. So these teams are very well versed in how this stage runs and what kind of strategies they might employ to be able to overtake their opponents. So, Lily, it's Rainmaker. It's on Humpback Pump Track.
Honestly, I think the biggest challenge Milky Way has ahead of them is figuring out how to work around Zenith's Inkback and Mist. Because that was the problem last time, and it's going to be the problem this time. So, I mean, what do you do differently? Do you just make sure you're running at Zenith? Do you go for more flanks? I think it's all gonna come down to that again.
And we'll see if it comes down to this again. 1-1 Grand Finals bracket reset. We have Milky Way versus 5. And, you know, we do see the Rapid Pro coming out from Zenith. Most of the comps remains unchanged between the two teams. Falco, how do you think this Inkback is going to, I guess, do you think that they're going for that early pop to be able to utilize that Inkback appropriately?
I think they're going to just wait for the right opportunity, which will probably be right after that first checkpoint. I don't think they have an initial goal of here's what we want to do at this specific time, like on the clock. It's going to be more of when we get in this position, because we know we're going to get to the first checkpoint. We want to have Zenith have their Inkback ready to try and deploy it to help with our leverage and push forward.
Yes, they do, and both teams kind of leaving the Rainmaker in the middle of the stage, working around their opponents, trying to get a pick here or there. Brand getting a nice pick on a member of 5, triple Ink Strikes coming out, and this may be Milky Way's opportunity with the Tacticooler coming out to hopefully take that first checkpoint.
And honestly, this is going to be the opportunity. They do have to try to overload that Inkback as quickly as possible. And Jared's Crab Tank was perfectly placed, I think, to try to support this, but they didn't manage to move the Rainmaker in that time, which, as we know from earlier, the way to win Rainmaker is by moving the Rainmaker. So the Mist isn't helping, the constant shots from that Rapid Pro aren't helping, and breaking the checkpoint is honestly not super impactful on this stage, so we'll have to see how it goes.
And the Inkback coming out again from Zenith, preventing any member from Milky Way from grabbing that Rainmaker, because immediately you're going to be slowed down, you're not going to be able to move it anywhere, so it really forces Milky Way to push back into their base, giving 5 Falco the opportunity to push here.
Yeah, this will be their first opportunity to push where we can try and see that Inkback. The problem is Zenith recently used the Inkback. They're going to need to try and get one right away, and they do. just by painting, but unfortunately they're going to go down, so they won't have the ink back push that I'm sure they were hoping to have. Thunder's the one holding the Rainmaker. Now Jared just doing what dualies do best and just roll off the ledge, splat you, and then put themselves in a different position. So that was a pretty chaotic mess there, as Milky Way's trying to find ways that they can capitalize on this, having a few players down. Specials being thrown, triple ink strike versus triple ink strike at that. A little bit of leverage here now for 5 as they're trying to get to this first checkpoint. I could see this being the push that they try and make with the ink back.
And they do. Goss getting a nice pick on a member of Milky Way. 5 has the position. They have the tacticoolers. Are they going to have the ink back ready in time to make the push before Milky Way pushes back? Zenith is forced to retreat, and maybe this just isn't the right time, not the right opportunity yet, Lily.
Absolutely. Zenith hopping on out, managing to save that ink back either for a push or for a defense of their own. And Goss is getting a little aggressive here. We love to see it. Taking early control of this right-hand side is almost always beneficial, because now suddenly the opponents have nowhere safe to stand. And this is kind of where they need to be to defend from pushes. So Goss is hopefully going to get a pick or two, at the very least cause a little distraction before hopping down and doing nothing.
Yeah, I think sometimes you place yourself in a position hoping to maybe get a pick, hoping to maybe deter the enemies from pushing into the objective. But unfortunately, the Rainmaker was in kind of a weird position for that, because the Rainmaker was more towards that left side, allowing Ice to just grab it and run.
Yeah, and I think Ice just really tried to do that too, and to try and help and just make sure that, yep, we're not going to make sure you have an opportunity to carry the Rainmaker. In fact, we want it now. We have the very weak lead if we're Milky Way. We're not super careful. If we're not super careful, it might not end well. But Bran is being very smart here, just backing up a little bit, chucking some bombs, using that slosher to try and make sure that nobody's dropping from the ledge or flanking. And one of the members of Milky Way holding the Rainmaker, just trying to back it up. Now, looking at the clock, that was not enough time if the Rainmaker were to be held the entire time, but it is looking pretty good for Milky Way right now. Again, a very weak lead, but 5 just hasn't had the chance to make that push around the bend, and I think Milky Way is just going to try and hold on to this and maybe even leave the Rainmaker right here.
I think that is an incredible position for the Rainmaker. It requires the opponents to be able to pop the Rainmaker, which they have inflated it, and note that they do not pop it, they meaning Milky Way, in order to make it so it wastes a little bit more time trying to pop it, 5. So I think leaving it in that little corner right there is so strategic and so bold, and it's just prime Rainmaker for sure. It's one of the strategies that a lot of competitive teams take in Rainmaker, and something to consider for sure if you are planning on playing competitive Splatoon.
Yeah, and it's honestly, I feel like their opportunity was when Goss had pushed up on that right-hand side. I feel like if Goss had moved up a little further and caused more of a distraction, they might have been able to grab that Rainmaker and pull it out one direction or the other, but I don't think that it was communicated, or maybe he didn't realize in time what kind of position the Rainmaker was in, because it really was just being threatened from too many angles for anyone to touch it. So it was just a really unfortunate, great timing on Goss that wasn't able to be followed through on by his teammates.
Yeah, and like we've mentioned time and time again, this is a team game, so you want to make sure that when you are in a position to be able to bully the opponents a little bit, to be able to bug them a little bit, we want to make sure that our teammates are in the correct position, the correct location to be able to receive on that and to be able to capitalize on that. So
the best way to bully someone is you get someone to crouch behind them and you push them and they fall over your teammates. So you just got to do that, but in Splatoon.
You sound like you know that from experience, Lily.
I watch cartoons. I too was bullied as a child.
I was saying from the other end, but okay. I meant you were no.
I mean,
So that Rainmaker game, I feel like it was much of a slower pace that felt like some of the Clan Blitz games that we have seen, quite honestly. No ambushes right after we take the checkpoint. Again, no Inkvac pushes coming from the side of 5. And Milky Way just, unfortunately, when they got the checkpoint, that was kind of it. They extended it a little bit, but there really wasn't much beyond that. So a much slower type of game that I don't think we were really expecting.
Yeah, I think for some reason when 5 was playing and they were making their plays and we were expecting that Inkvac to come out, I think the stars just weren't aligning, but the stars were aligning in Milky Way's favor.
There we go.
Is that good enough?
Yeah, you pulled it out just in time.
Oh, that was good. Yeah, you're running out of time, Milana, but you did make it happen.
I was thinking
so
really
good.
hard. You could see the steam coming out of my ears. So we have potentially one more match left in this tournament for week 3, our first week of regular season play. We will be seeing our next match on tower control. I think we actually haven't seen any Turf War matches between these two teams.
I don't think so either.
I don't
and
think
I'm pretty sure if I
yeah.
had to guess, it's gonna be Inkblot. I'm just gonna say it right now. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be tower controlling.
Oh, let's see if it's gonna be a repeat. I think.
Drum roll, please.
That's my guess as well too.
Yeah, I'm putting. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm putting $5 on it. I don't even need to. It's
You know, I didn't even need to read it to know that it was indeed Inkblot Art Academy. We are going back to school. We are going back to Inkblot Art Academy. We're going to be playing tower control. And again, repeat. And I think sometimes teams will pick the stage and the mode based on what they're good at. And this is this is a stage and mode that all of these teams have countless hours of practice in, countless hours of scrimmages in. And I think it's a good pick because you have that experience, you have that time put into it. So I think, yeah, we're going to go back to Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as good as any. It's vanilla.
It's a solid choice. I don't think either 5 or Milky Way is really disappointed with the stage and mode combination too. It's something that they would choose to play. It comes up a lot in our tournaments that we have. And so I think now it just kind of being a match point, it's going to be a little trickier for 5 to kind of lock in and really get this win. Milky Way knows that they're kind of knocking up on the door for this one.
Yeah, and remember, this is a grand finals bracket reset, which means that there have been a lot of sets played between these two teams, and maybe your mentality might be faltering just a little bit because you're one game from potentially coming in second in this tournament. So we'll see how these two teams fare against each other. Potentially our last match of our grand finals bracket reset between Milky Way and 5. So let's get to it. Oh, we do see another 52 gal coming out, and basically all the team comp seems to be the same. We see that heavy edit coming out again. How do you feel about the heavy edit again coming out on this map, Lily?
I mean, I'm kind of loving it. I mean, like we spoke about earlier, these tall boxes in the middle area kind of provide additional cover, and a lot of places for the heavy edit that is a fast walker that pumps out a lot of damage very quickly, just swing some corners and take some people out before they even know what's there. So I feel like it allows 5 just like that, 5 to be a little bit more aggressive than you would otherwise see from a team running a Snipe Rider.
And we do 4:25 left on the clock. Jared with the crab tank over here, hoping to gain a little bit of space between themselves and 5. Doolies taking out a member of 5, and this is going to be a prime opportunity right here with the tactic cooler out as well, Falco.
Yeah, everybody's getting coolered up, taking advantage of that tactic cooler, and Milky Way still trying to contest and get past that checkpoint, but 5 was so quick to throw some triple ink strikes onto the tower and contest it, so not a push that I'm sure Milky Way was hoping to have, and 5 is just quickly trying to regroup in mid here, as members of Milky Way still in solid control with a lot of map control here on the stage. 3 are going to go down on the side of Milky Way. If you're 5, you've got to take advantage of this. Identify the last member, throw your tactic cooler up forward. Goss is going to get some juice here. This might be the lead for 5. We're still early on in the game, but this is looking pretty good for them.
This is looking so good for 5. Their Thunder and Goss both positioned up on this top platform, which is going to be really vital in order to keep Milky Way out from the objective. Soldier joining them, triple aim strike coming out. They are almost through. They are through the second checkpoint. Lily, what is Milky Way going to need to do to stop them?
I mean, honestly, this upper level here where we see Goss playing around, we often call this area bats, and this is a very important part of the map to control. You kind of have to get in there and clear it out as quickly as possible. We saw Milky Way storm through, kind of get most of the players out, but unfortunately Zenith and Goss are just right back again, so they kind of can keep this pushing. There's one in mid behind them. I wouldn't consider that a huge threat, but I guess they just took 3 people out, so what do I know?
And we want to keep in mind that this is a push to 28 by 5, which means that Milky Way has so much ground to cover before they can even make it to that point. So we want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on Milky Way, that they are utilizing this time, letting the tower go back to mid, grabbing turf where they can, and then utilizing that, and hopefully maybe employing some of the same strategies, but Jared getting taken out by Soldier. Soldier says, "Nuh-uh, not today," and takes them out really quick.
Yeah, Soldier just trying to do what they can to, stop Milky Way from pushing this tower. Milky Way's still on it, getting past that first checkpoint, and with some strikes and the crab ready. So this could be a big opportunity for Milky Way if Brand can avoid some of this killer whale rays that are coming out. They're going to be able to do so and keep this extension going. Jared coming up, getting Thunder from behind on the crab. That is absolutely huge. That is a game opener, and that is a big realization for 5 of like, hey, any of these members from Milky Way could be anywhere. We cannot let Jared up on our spawn. It is going to turn ugly in case we let that happen.
And it certainly will. Q, Ice, Jared, all around the tower, all members of Milky Way up and ready to fight this out. They are camping on that tower, trying to break that second checkpoint. Brand moving up, getting a nice assist on one of the members of 5. This is 5's game to lose, and Milky Way has taken the lead, Lily.
They've taken the lead and they've gotten essentially a full wipeout on the opposing team, breaking that last checkpoint. Players dipping and diving around, giving it up for now. They know that they have lead, they know they have a confident lead, and they can give up that tower to stay alive for now if they have to.
And they do. Only 40 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be Milky Way's game to lose, so they are going to play it safe. They're playing it very defensively. 30 seconds left. Falco, what kind of plays need to be made by 5 in order to get this win?
Well, your mindset completely changes because you had the lead, and then less than a minute you don't have the lead, and you have this entire tower path that you need to ride. So you just don't want to go down at all. You do not want to be seen. You want to just make sure that these players don't have opportunities to use their specials in key positions. And if you're Brand, you're doing really well today because they got a fantastic triple earlier, booyahing themselves because they just won this game. Milky Way wins the Grand Finals bracket reset, are your winners for the qualifier number 1 here for the North American Splatoon League.
Honestly, this is only the first week of our regular season play for the Splatoon 3 North American League. We are literally just out of the gate, and we're getting matches like this. We're getting grand finals resets. I think the level of play has risen so far. The bar has been raised. We are seeing some of the best, and there's so many more weeks of action to come.
Honestly, if we have this to look forward to for the next 7 weeks, I mean, my Saturday is booked indefinitely. Don't call me. I'm going to be here with my notebook. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be taking as much notes as possible. And I mean, any of these people VOD reviewing, like, please hook me up. I want to see what y'all have to say about what you did, because I want to know what you're thinking.
Yeah, totally. So as we're finishing up this tournament, let's head back to the bracket. Let's take a look to see how we made it to this point. Milky Way fighting the strong fight, making it through all of this, getting knocked into the losers bracket and winning a whole grand finals reset. I just think incredible run by Milky Way, but really great job to all the teams who have participated today. Now, like I said, this is only the first week of action. We have so many more weeks of action to come. Don't forget, we have our Splatoon 3 North American League show every Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. This next Friday, October 10th, you can catch some of the highlights from this last tournament, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. On Saturdays at 12 p.m. Pacific, we have the North American League. So make sure you register your team before our next event is on October 11th, and you can catch the top 8 live streams starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. But remember, we can also register every Sunday for the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim every Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific. This Sunday tomorrow on October 5th, you can play some fun salmon run, grab your friends, have a good time. And all of these events are leading up to the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. There will be a live stream on both days, December 13th and December 14th at 12 p.m. Pacific. So make sure you catch that, book that weekend. You're not gonna wanna miss this. And one final note before I sign off, don't forget, after this live stream, the Nintendo Live Tokyo Mario Kart World Invitational will be starting right here at 9:30 p.m. Pacific. So don't go anywhere. There's still more action to come. Make sure you catch it. It's gonna be a great time. Now, that was a lot of mouthful. Thank you so much, Falco. Thank you so much, Lily, for joining me on the desk today. I had such a great time. We saw some really great Splatoon. Any final words, Lily?
Pick up the Rainmaker.
You know, I think that you can leave
Solid
the
advice.
audience with solid advice as such. So with that being said, I'll be signing off. We'll be signing off for this week 3 of the Splatoon 3 North American League. Be sure to catch the action here again next week. Thank you so much for watching. See you later.